All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is May 26, 2026, and we have an exciting return to the holiday. Everything has gapped up. The chips, the memory, the cyber, the space, a lot of the top blast industries have kept going. There's a lot of talks about the peace deal and going back and forth, but I'll tell you right now, even though you're hearing strikes and all of that, we've played through this game many, many times, and whether it's reliable or not, what you need to pay attention for is bonds, and that I do believe is the real answer to all of this, is the fact that the yields finally hit that breaking point. People were getting worried, and sure enough, a more credible, or playing this idea of a credible peace deal, it once again emerges, and then that eases up some pressure. So that mixed in with all of the chips and everything going on, you still got a couple of big earnings out of software coming this week. Not much economic data. It's already Tuesday, and then before you know it, we wrap up the month, and then it is June, my friends, and then, we see what happens when the CPI goes above 4. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for a great day. If not, I recommend that you go right back to bed. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a lot of fun here and opportunity. But before we do that, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Chad, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, the veterans, the families. Thank you for your sacrifice and commitment. Again, we've been doing 80, 90 days of war headlines, and I don't know if y'all agree with it or not. That's your opinion, but one thing I don't think we could ever take away is the honor for those who have decided to serve with people that they have never met, man, and they're doing it for people that they've never met. So, veterans, active service, past service, everyone, God bless you. I hope we could show our appreciation. I hope you get a long term. I hope all of this stuff helps out, but at the very least, we love you, and I hope none of you ever take your freedom for granted, baby. So God bless, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh my goodness. Good morning. Oh, good morning, and God bless, Chatadonia. Are you ready? Are you ready? What time? Oh, we got good time. We got good time in the morning. So I'm going to be watching a couple of plays, actually a decent amount, CRM, Zscaler, Snow, Synopsys. Those are the ones with earnings in software. Then you got Dell, HPQ, Dell again, or I have two Dells, NTAP, and then a Marvel. Those are the other ones with earnings as well in the chip space, or more the physical. And then you have Okta, Sentinel-1 for cyber. Keep your eyes out for any Project Glasswing updates. And then Qubits, they got a deal. We'll see if the quantum hype from last week continues. And then NNDM, small cap shit stock with a bunch of activist pressure and a couple of other things. So other than that, I'm sure chips and everything will dominate the morning. Again, if you didn't see Micron already, that has been going a little crazy. So people have gotten excited on that. But other than that, my friend, we got 2 minutes. Oh, we got very early, Habibi. Very, very early, you know? So not bad, not bad. A couple of play from Friday do good. Oh, we'll see, but, you know, I think we could start with one. I think we have enough time. We might have enough time to follow through with all of it. Cap needs Jesus. Good morning. I'm telling you, bro, you had a day off. You could still go back to bed, but you better get ready for today. Even the market liked the holiday. Oh, good morning. Oh, hey, oh, excuse me. Yeah, all the space stocks. So again, there's a couple of contracts and funding, but they just seemingly vibing. Oh, IPOs. You mad? We got to talk about the IPOs. Someone remind me about the IPOs being the top, but not really. Buko. They hate AI art. Oh, good morning. Yes, you had Eli Lilly buying a bunch of companies too. Jesus is king, Jesus is Lord. I cap trolls chat cause he gets bored, but Jesus is still Lord. Okay, game time. Alright, chat, 15 seconds. You got your play. I got what I wanted. About the post-IPO performance? No, so what it is, I mean, I got 10 seconds, but pretty much there's a going theory that they will not crash the market until these IPOs come out. Essentially, too much money on the line. But 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. So again, a lot of other chips gapping. I mean, dude, Micron's already up 10. Yeah, NVIDIA did give up all of that. So watch the memory, though. They're doing pretty hot. And then your SanDisks and Koreas and everything in between. They hate AI art. Let me see. Where did that other one go? Those H-lits gapped. I already ghetto spreaded those, though. And then your Sentinels did move up a little bit. China still, again, K-Web, they didn't move too much. Let's see off the open. But yeah, China, again, they just literally, Xi Jinping keeps clapping. Oh, it's weird. K-Web's up. The premiums, I guess they haven't updated. But yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about China today, too. Your boy Xi Jinping keeps capping capital outflows. SPY, but SPY's up by 0.5. Not too bad. Literally, Russell 0.98, NASDAQ 1.1 at the open, and then Dow 0.3. Let's see. Snow, Dell. HPQ is the only one that's down right now. Oh, damn, those all had crazy sticks on Friday. Let me see the other one. Again, Korea. There's a couple of energy names that moved too. Yeah, there was one, again, that one cooling company. They got like a data center contract this morning. So that moved some things around. Yeah, the Octas. That was the one. Well, those gapped up a little bit, but not anything too crazy. That was the one at Friday. And then again, Sentinel. Those when I didn't feel good. Top blasting cybersecurity. Those actually didn't even go up that much. TTD. Now Dell is still going too. If you guys remember from last week, they hate AI art because it's not really art. These guys are scamming, Bobby. I tell you, very big scam. Yeah, these ones are already up. HPE is HPE instead of HPQ. It's one of them that's reporting, but yeah, they're both down. Again, a couple of energy names. I got TE up there, but your WDC, SanDisk, Micron, those are all moving. Why is it like that, WB? Oh shit, you only have 3 days on some of these. Bro, my prices aren't updating. Hold up. Yeah, my shit's glitching out right now. Oh, did it fill me? One of them. It was very, very slow. Palantir. Oh, I forgot about that one. How are you doing, Palantir? Oh, Palantir gapped up and then sold off. I feel like it's done that every day. FCX. That did good. Again, copper, I mean the metals. So think about like what we're talking about with everything with the war and the bonds. Again, metals are part of that too. So they gapped up a little bit. I think they started off slow, but I do think copper was right off of the high, and then same thing with gold and silver. I mean, off of their recent high, not what they were just at. Gapped up a little bit, but that'll be a one pre-run up play for now. Team and then NNE, they had something. Again, you had all the Oklo had a contract and all those other ones. There's a couple of energy headlines, like I was saying. And then that TE one, I don't remember, 975, Navitas on the high. And then HPE, which one is it with earnings? Is it HPE or HPQ? AIR. It's HPQ. Let's see. And then where did those little small ones? We've been going down since the open. H-lit, again, we ghetto spreaded that one, but you got a nice gain. You could still pull it out if you want. USAR and minerals, now TXN, more memory. Again, everything's still up about 1%, or at least NASDAQ and Russell. Dow and Spire a little bit more chilled. Lunar and more space stocks, Redwire or ReadyWire, whatever it is, and then Lunar. I don't know if we hit it. I think we might have hit an all-time high on the right? 750? Jeez, dude. Every time. It keeps happening. A couple value plays, KHC on the high. What's the other one? Kimberly. Those won't go up. K-Web. The next long-term stock is going to be value, for sure. Again, those I put a video the other day of the ones I'm looking at, but yeah, a lot of value names are on my radar right now. Where's CRM? I wanted to see one more. Already gapped up a decent amount. Booking and Airbnb. Carvana. The banks. Remember, the banks were lagging, and then they did good from last week when we talked about it. On silver, well, not with the rate. I mean, I think people are overestimating the rate hikes. That's what kind of people are even saying about your boy Kevin Warsh. But I wouldn't be opposed to silver in the war play. So pretty much, I do think end of the war would have more of a likelihood to move it than rate hikes up until we actually get a rate hike. All right. Procter Gamble and value on the high. Iranian lawmakers. Strait of Hormuz deal would be pure loss for Iran. Oh, I haven't looked into it yet. You're right. Not a recommendation. Again, anything pre-earnings run up too. Just keep in mind what happened like 2 weeks ago. If it's too close to the pre-earnings run up, they would all get kind of clapped. So you got to watch out. Ford was up a lot on Friday, and then this morning it started off good, but they didn't do much. Again, Micron, SanDisk, all of the chip memory, everybody except NVIDIA, really. I mean, even then, Intel went down a little, but starting to come up. AMD's on the low. And then a couple of value plays are trying to pick up as well, too. You guys are talking financials. They're near the high. They hate AI, art. IGV's even down. Again, oil slightly ticking up, too. And then I just keep an eye on bonds. I mean, that is going to be the real driving factor of all the war, peace deal, everything in between. Alrighty. Oh, those NNEs, the free ones. When do those expire? June? Well, I think I'm going to sell those. Come on, feel up, baby. They won't make a feel of any of this stuff, man. Oh, come on. Alright, well. Alright, I have free NNEs. They were up over 100. Remember, those were a little tough in the beginning. Micron. Yeah, Russell is up by 1.2. Russell's doing better than the NASDAQ right now. Ay, ay, ay. Micron 13. I got TLT again. IGV's down, and then chips are up 3.5%. So just keep that in mind for those rotation days we've seen. I mean, again, chips up 3 is that at a new high? Yeah, chips. So SMH is literally breaking out after today. K-Web's up. The premiums are just tweaking out. But again, I mean, I'm hoping it's a bottom of bad news. But at the same time, Xi Jinping is like, he's really serious about not wanting the gamblers in China. It's kind of amazing. That whole social prosperity, he's really about that life. Nice. He just banned anyone in high-level AI from leaving the country without permission. Yeah, that's one thing, but I'm telling, if he goes back to the OG playbook of, limiting capital flight, again, the whole unholy trinity, and, that's kind of what he did with the social prosperity stuff. It's like we knew he would do that. Again, from the beginning, I brought it up, but I don't know. I figured he would kind of calm down, especially with things kind of going a little better, but no, he's like hella serious about that. He's like really serious on the whole, I don't think he wants culture there to bubble. He does not want them to have a financial bubble like they've had at other times. And meanwhile, Korea is like, fuck yeah, run it. Korea is all about it. Korea's government is helping it. Korea's like, fuck yeah, you guys should fucking gamble. How else are we going to get out of this shit? Octavius. What happened to, what's it called? GFS. They're chilling. What about IBM? Again, Cubic got a deal this morning, but that was it. No, he really is locked in on the whole social prosperity thing. And again, I mean, that means different things and it has different effects, but the whole idea of, limiting society's access to, the gambling, the gaming, all that seems to be not as strong as it was, but still very, very strong and alive and well. And Mr. Jinping. Well, chips are still going. Now SPY's near the high. Again, Dow is the lagger of the day, but still up by 0.3. Even the SPY, only 0.6. Actually, where's the equal weight? So, yeah, equal weight's even up, too. So you're getting the boost from chips and all these other risk-on ones. But, yeah, everything else. Or HPQ? I think that was the one. What was that small cap from this morning? Was Ford starting to go? That would be nice. Was it NNDM? That one literally hasn't budged. Yeah, Ford's actually taking a stick right now. To buy a new house, does your old property need to be reappraised? No, it just depends on what you owe on the other property and the mortgage. But if it's not like relevant, it's kind of its own separate purchase. It just depends how you're funding it. PG looking good. They all are. All of them, man. All these staples. I think somebody put out a note this morning. I want to say it was JP Morgan. Somebody was talking about some of these low volatility value stocks could be a good one. But we'll see. I mean, again, a lot of the ex-dividends are right around the corner. Again, Ford just took 2 big candles here. Micron, chips, they are all going. So, hello. Sentinel. Yeah, okay. Software's even coming up a little bit, but mainly hardware chips. That is what is getting all of the bids right now. MNTS drafting on the space play. Yeah, some of you guys were talking about that in the morning. Anything space related, they're doing very, very good. I mean, Lunar, bro. That thing's up almost 100% from the beginning of the year. Remember, we saw that in the 19s and 20 or 22 was the previous high. THYP, Procter Gamble, Poet on the low. Your boy, ASTS. Now AMD. AMD just flipped. Remember, AMD was just red a second ago. Now it's up 4.5%. So, again, a lot of chips still. A lot of chips. I mean, even NVIDIA was red there for a second as well, too. SPY 52-week high! All-time high! No! Oh, no! Oh, no, bro. I can't. It's a new high. Where's TLT? Where's the bond? This is what's giving you hope, man. You see that? From dead zone to here, that's all that matters. That's it. You got to freak out for like 2 days. New all-time high. New chip all-time high. New Korea all-time high. Happy Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday.
He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, 'cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart.
Let's get to a checkup.
Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I kept Troll's check 'cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
Happy all-time high. Again. 8 weeks in a row, too. But disgusting. All right, so S&P 248 in the green, 250 in the red. You're practically balanced out right now. Dow Jones 16 green, 14 in the red. And then NASDAQ 55.46. So, again, even though equal weight is up, I mean, it's a lot of the names that are running up a bunch. Those are the ones that are kind of pushing you right now. But, yeah, bro, this is like 50-50, as odd as that may sound. Again, it feels like you're kind of woken up over the weekend with everything going straight up. But, no, that is not the case, my friend. It's actually quite balanced. Actually quite balanced. And then you'll be real smart. We'll see. See if software starts going. They're kind of now software and chips are back to green. So again, and then you got Dell. Those premiums just went crazy from last week. Who are the other ones? But yeah, software is now green with chips up 3.5. So, I mean, better than not. Let's see what we got. We're up after the... I'm telling you, it's nothing to do with Iran, as weird as that sounds. The only thing that Iran is doing right now is cooling out the bond market. That's the it's all the bond move. Bond and oil. Well, I'll show you a picture here in a second, but, you know, then again, I am biased. I've been opting towards the war doesn't matter for a lot sooner than many, but the whole idea there. Hold on, let me see these. Wait. Oh, Zscaler. That was the other one. All right, but yeah, so it's like it just what had, you know, the whole credible peace thing. All it did, again, whether it's credible or not, you're gonna play this game many times. But the real thing was the fact that it chilled out the bonds. At least that's my opinion on it. Okay, those already went crazy. Everything already went crazy, buddy. You know what I'm saying? These guys already go crazy so fast. UMAC again. UMC was on the high too. Let me see. I don't know if these will hit. This one's an interesting one. All right, well, SPY finally came down after our ICAP celebration. Oil picking up a little bit. And then Ford still through the moon. Void G, and then Ford 52. Again, these Ford candles are kind of crazy. And then TE, Lunar, Space Stocks again. Yeah, oil's came up here, 93 to 93.70. And more space. Army, Channel 12, Israel. The Army has launched a ground operation in Lebanon below the yellow line. A quantum computing ETF. Oh, I don't know. I'm not down. I think I only like I said last week, I really only like Global Foundries and IBM. Again, Global Foundries is new to it, but if I was really ever going to play quantum, I mean, you could probably make a lot more money on some of the other ones if they actually become successful. But I do think IBM is a no-brainer in terms of if you want, you know, quantum exposure, but you don't want to play the gambling game. Again, oil's still coming. Oil at 94. Brent is now back above 100 too. RDW. Again, more of the chips, WDC and all of them. Where's Mag 7? Amazon's on the low. Meta's on the low. I mean, Apple, they were green. They had a weird red candle in the morning. And then oil's still going. Again, more space. RDW keeps climbing now, too. Tap, that might be good, man. Honestly, any of the value plays have been down. So, if we want to buy anything ahead of ex-dividend, if that one's the cheapest. Yeah, because all of the other ones, any value staple has actually been doing pretty good. Yeah, Ferrari sold off this morning because their all EV was terribly ugly. People were very disappointed. Again, oil taking more sticks. Trump to hold cabinet meeting at Camp David on Wednesday. New York Post. But yeah, oil there. That's your biggest oil move since last night, like the middle of the night. You actually haven't even moved like that. So yeah, it started to move. GovX 2 on the low. I think all of those Ebola PPT plays. Yeah, the Momentous, that became a space play from them. It's already up 100, so be careful on that one. But yeah, that is getting there. And 3D systems. When I played this one back in the day. Were we getting fucking 3D printers involved in this? Why don't they just 3D print RAM? Why didn't no one ever thought about this? Maybe that's the bullish catalyst. It's amazing. Nokia. Oh shit, those sweet greens are still up like 400%. I forgot about that. Yeah, sweet greens. Well. Is Micron a good long term? Maybe when it comes down, but I mean, I'm just not the guy to ask if something is up like that. Even on Intel, even though we bought Intel very low, but you know, my thing is the good value before it runs. After it runs, I mean, I'm not the guy to talk to. Just because it's like if it goes up more, like Intel, I wouldn't have bought Intel at 100. You would have made 20% more if that's what you're into. But yeah, once it already makes a move like that, I'm kind of, you know, good companies and it's tied into all of it and you could respect, you know, what it is, but I wouldn't, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm all about buying it, which it gets very emotional because if Micron goes up, you'd be like, oh, I missed out. And then if it goes down, you'd be like, oh, I got clapped. So I usually, when stuff's like that, I focus on what hasn't made that move. So then that way we could build around. And then if Micron ever comes back down, I'd be more than happy to buy some. Yeah, DDD, it was back in the day, bro. The 3D systems. Sats on the low. Didn't they got some contract this morning? Those are all doing good, and then they faded. Service now. Where's the SAP Habibi? Those are still up 100, believe it or not. Now Intel. So Intel's up 3. See if the other bigger chip names start going. Trump cabinet to discuss economy and foreign policy updates. Meeting could change due to weather. Intel. Yeah, Ford, I might switch these charts. And then who's the other one? HPE or HP? I keep blanking. I think it's HPQ. That was the one that was down. That's the one with earnings. Oh, and then FCX. Those gapped up too if you have the longer dated contracts. But I don't know. That's a decent spread. How much would it have to go down? Oh, I don't know. A lot. So like I said, bro, I'm not. If you want to dabble, be my guest, but I don't think my information will help you. Just because, like I'm saying, it's just not what I really do. Expedia, you could always gamble on it. That's so if you're gonna top blast anything, that's where the swing trades come into play. But I mean, even then, you're still putting money up. And again, this has been a wild ride with all these chips. Again, what's going on with chips and how this is all playing out. This has never been seen before. This is bigger than 2001. This is bigger than almost anything. So it's one of those things where who knows when it's going to stop and how far high it could go. And that's the other part of it too. You know, we'll notice with bonds and other things there will be signals, or if again the other idea coming out this weekend, people were talking about the currency in Asia, and if there's like a debt crisis, that could probably stop it. But until then, I mean, there's a big gap between the floor and the ceiling. So anything that happens in there and how you plan to profit off of that, like I'm saying, it could reward you or it could give you a nasty fall. MWH. With more space to go up or what, Habibi? Ford again, Habibi? Wow. One of those plays is up. You took the weekend, watched the older videos explaining spreads and how to play options. Super informative and good. You'll be ready. It's like I'm saying, when we played a couple more spreads this year, some people just didn't know, which like I'm saying, I mean, if you're not familiar with certain option strategies, I would not even touch them. So that's good, man. I hope you did learn up on them. TE, so again, 970 on that one. Did we make those freeze? Freeze? Did they make them freeze? I forgot did I make it free or not? I don't think I did. Yeah. They're at 70 or 80%. It's a multi-year contract, but yeah, so I haven't even made those free yet. Well. And then those UMCs are up too. And Ford, Habibi. Wow. BHVN. Yeah, and then Fivin. And now Team. There's a couple of these software names popping up. Like I'm saying, I mean, chips are killing it, but at least you have IGV up in the same time. And then Snow went up. I don't know, ServiceNow started off the weakest out of any of them. But yeah, those are all waking up now. Yalla, Habibi. Yalla. All right, a couple things off the bottom. Again, a mix of energy plays. Now Microsoft, actually. High ticker's going nuts a little bit. Whoa, whoa, yo. Eyes up. Why? What the fuck? Bro, high ticker's tweaking out like something happened, but oil is not moving. And then value is getting squashed. Oh, consumer confidence? 93.1 versus 92? No, that can't be. Yeah, there is data, but nothing happened in oil but staples, bro. Staples, communications, a lot of things are moving right now. That was very odd. Someone had a little front run. Now SPY's getting a red. Constellation on the high. Again, consumer confidence came out, but I don't think that's it. Last time we had a move like that, oil led it, but not this time. House price index, no. Yeah, it was just consumer confidence coming in hotter. Very odd. Palant. We're gonna see. I'm gonna watch. That one's the next couple of days and weeks, depending on both software, cyber, all those other things. Oh, well. Yeah, Affirm, a couple fintech names on the high, Shop, and now CRM. That one's waking up there with earnings, but that was weird. Nah, oil didn't come down. That was crazy. Telling you, the high-low ticker just tweaked. Like last time we saw that, there was that big move. That was that peace deal shit that happened last time, but oil didn't budge off of that. See if there's a delayed reaction, but you just had a lot of shifting right there with staples on the downside and then a couple of other pockets. Now NVIDIA's flushing. That's what I'm saying. That was a really weird move. Yeah, Wendes got a contract, or ONDS. They're like LiDAR thing. Zeta. I remember, I think, was there you? A couple of chads brought that up last week. But then, like I'm saying, Shopify and FinTech starting to run up right now, too. Zillow. Dude, the high ticker is just going in burst right now. It's very, very active, Habibi. And then T broke the $10 there, that $9.75. That was the one I was telling you about, brother. SAP. Ford Leap is up 1,000% on the ask? No. I guess even the short, if you got any of the short-term ones last week. I haven't looked at the Ford. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Holy shit. Nice. Booking. Mobileye. Microsoft woke up there too. And then there's Palant. Look at XOVR for space exposure. Why are they so clobbered after? It looks like they went up and got clobbered. But yeah, I'll take a look. Like I'm saying, the ones from the beginning of the year, that was a great list. If you played pretty much any of those from the beginning of the year. I sold out of a lot of them early, but that would kind of be the main list I would be looking at. But there, it seems like you just had another set of, you know, as those names started popping off, everybody's going to a different set of, like space names and space sympathies. IWM, So that's on the high too. Again, watch if software could keep going up. It SPY's back up again. I mean, oil had that little pop, no bad news on it, and then we just had a really weird back and forth, but then now everything started to melt up from there. Fivin, that one again, Fivin, those plays are all up too. CVS now, more value on the low. Habibi, high, new high on the SPY. Yalla, Habibi, yalla. Yeah, T's good. So do something with any of those plays. Again, you have a lot of plays, even the H-lit from Friday. So if you have any of those, again, some I haven't made free, but TE and H-lit I already ghetto spreaded, but you do have a lot of these like actually moving. And then Fivin. I think we have an old Fivin, but yeah, those are up like 50%. I did not make that one free. I sold one of the other contracts. HP and HPQ are different. They're like the same but different. They spun off from each other. Or like they represent different units. So that is the problem, brother. Yeah, Microsoft, that with that little back and forth. I mean, new high too. I don't know if you guys could handle another ICAP. Ups on the high. SE, TE, what is it? Qualcomm and Nvidia. Marvel on the low. And then SPY 52-week high. I mean, literally hitting on the high ticker. And then you got oil coming down a little bit as well too. Baba held the gap up, slowly moving. The premium's kind of chilled out, but like I'm saying, I mean, you've kind of even had a barrage of bad China news. The only thing going for it is that. But the bad part is Xi Jinping is like, he's like hella serious, dude. I feel like such an idiot when I say it out loud. Because I'm like, yeah, bro, this like communist leader, like he's like hella communist. So you know what I'm saying, bro? I'm like, damn, bro, he's really serious about, I thought he would chill out by now. But nah, he's like super serious. Fly, another space stock. Pinduoduo. Speaking of China. No, like he's for real though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Xi Jinping lets off no pressure, bro. Like, he's not, you know what I'm saying, bro? I don't think he's slacking in any way. He's like, bad for society. No. Myrna. Yeah, Myrna and NVAX just started popping. That's weird. They were getting clobbered earlier in the morning. A lot of the other, like, Ebola medical plays, too. But take a look if Myrna and all of them start going up. Does FCX have earnings? Or am I tripping? Yeah, their earnings are in July. Netflix gap up. FlyQ is up 100%. Wow. I did not see that. I don't think it is. Maybe your thing's glitching out. I haven't seen it. Was it FlyQ? Oh, I guess 1 cent is 100%. When you put it that way. Amen. It's like an option. F-Cell Nokia. So that one's still going up too. A lot of people keep asking me about Nokia too. So again, we still have those leaps, unfortunately. That's why all these after they run, I just, you know, I'm not as fascinated with them anymore. CRM. Oracle now too. That's just the other software name that could run, but they've already reported. Otherwise, again, you got like 3 or 4 software names this week. And then just see, I mean, how this is our first day in a while where both of them are moving quite large if you think about it. Anytime you've had chips up 3%, software would literally be down 1%. So that's the only good sign for now. And then, yeah, Microsoft and Oracle are going to lift up IGV. I mean, Palantir, too, if it could wake up. LFS, DAR, again. SPY still near the high. How long have we been here for? 39 minutes? That's it? Oh, good morning. Oh, excuse me. It's still very early, Habibi. Very, very early. XYZ, Tem, a bunch of, again, all of these, who was it? It was like Toast, Shopify, like e-commerce plays. But yeah, now XYZ, I don't know where PayPal's at, but they're even up too. And then Bitcoin is still holding from the morning. Oil's dancing around a little bit. And then you guys remember the zone, right? Like we talked about, it's either you go above the, 107, and then if we go below 89, 87, that's like the bullish point. So you hit the bullish point, you didn't break down below, and now you're at 93. So still playing that pretty well. Path, the Rumble, Riot. Oh, didn't it, what's it called? That kid got in the Riot. I think the guy who got in the TE, the Aschenberger, whatever his name is. Iran State TV, negotiator Golubov returns to Iran. Nice. So again, he spent an extra day there, and that's why people got a little bit more excited. So we'll see. Marvel. ASTS now, another one. There's another sub 17%. And K-Web's going. But remember, K-Web got murdered last week. What happened to H-Lit? Oh, H-Lit fell down. Again, the ghetto spread on that was nice. Yeah, Dell has earnings. We had to play last. Sold it last week. I think you would have made a little bit more. I lost on one set, but then the other set paid for a fuck ton of them. But yeah, that is another earnings run for this week. Yeah, something with these like vaccine, like healthcare stocks. They just started popping. Again, Myrna and a couple of others reflect it. Everybody in the RGV. Oh no, we still got one IBM. I forgot about that. I left one on the table for IBM. Didn't do shit. DLO on the low. And there's a Nike. Where is it for? Albemarle now. More of these material plays. And now Banks on the low. So Banks just flipped that, and then Ford's going up. Hi. Why won't these load? Yeah, I saw the cruise line. That could be off of oil. But yeah, those are starting to move. And then LAC, a couple of energy plays like oil energy, like SOC is on the low. Again, Banks just sold off. I don't know why. Why K-Web over FXI? Because K-Web is the lagger. This is what I keep it. I mean, we have a K-Star too. So I made a play on K-Star on the... I forgot what play we did at the same time. But it correlated with the second set after we made the K-Webs free. So I have exposure to the high flyers, but the whole idea is that K-Web is the lagger. That's it. I don't know how a lot of people are like misinterpreting this one. FXI too, but they're not... it's not the same lagging as K-Web, and let alone some of the same exposure. So that's just the whole idea with it. K-Web is just literally the cheapest exposure to these China assets. But then again, the downside is it doesn't capture the same upside as some of these other, names in China that are doing well. But I don't think that's the problem. Is like I'm saying, if you look at China, they're heating up right now. China is heating up in many ways. The money, the activity. They even have their own little AI stock thing going on. But that's not our problem. Our problem is if Xi Jinping is going to let his market rally or not. If he steps in, kind of like what we saw on Friday with the brokers and what we heard over the weekend. If they step in and start playing, tightening financial conditions right as that's about to happen, that's the bad part. So I think that's your biggest issue to all of it. Otherwise, if that didn't happen, I mean, I'd assume that the lagger would catch up with everything else. MNTS, is that other space stock? That's up well over 100 now, into the high. ABAT, SPY, even ServiceNow, XLK, IGV, SMH, everything, Habibi. What the hell is it down, brother? I say, hold on, let me double check, because in the morning it's 50-50. Nowadays, man, everything, I feel like it go up. Dow 12 green, 18 in the red. So Dow is actually about to go negative, believe it or not. NASDAQ is 50-50 right now. And then S&P is 268 green, 230 in the red. And then, yeah, chips. Ford has just been running since the data center news. That's it. People getting hyped on that. Both energy, providing energy, being tied to hyperscalers, data centers. I mean, it's a good set of PR above all else. A lab. Intel, come on, brother. Riot again. Now ALB. Tesla coming down, still green. Deck on the high, and then CRM. Yeah, Tesla's kind of tweaking. Deck waking up. Remember their post earnings from the other day. I mean, CRM's up, but it's not really getting a earnings run up. Again, CRM I think is tomorrow after the bell. GM copy the Ford plan, maybe, but I don't know if they have the same amount of assets. And like Ford, I remember Ford put a lot in the EV, and it was just terrible. So remember they lost a lot of money on it. So I think they had certain infrastructure that they could turn around, but we'll see. The only overlap Ford and GM share right now is that whole like government plan. That's what, remember when Blue brought it up, we were talking about that being, one of the longer midterm catalysts to it, is if the government starts using them for like defense production or whatever. But other than that, I don't know if you could draw the straight line between, GM doing the battery storage energy plant thing. Qatari government denies report it offered Iran billions of dollars to cement a peace deal. ServiceNow going up. Where would this market be if Microsoft, Palantir, and NVIDIA joined? Probably higher. But then again, too, by the time they come up, they'll have their chance, and then the other ones come down. But that's why, again, the rotations, laggers, and leaders. And then remember, this week, there's just not much. That's it. We're just going into the beginning of June, and that's where I think the catalysts arrive. But for now till end of the month, we do get there's just not much catalyst, and you get the money flowing in for the end of the month rebalance, and then we'll see where everything's at. Not to mention this whole bond oil peace deal situation, which again I do think the important part is the bond yields, and then that and oil are going to play hand in hand. Qualcomm going up. Sweet green. You're confused why people are chasing chips, leaving the 52-week low China chips? No, don't be confused. I think you can relate to it more. Think about it. Like, imagine if you didn't buy a chip on Friday. What happened? What if you didn't buy a chip last week, last month? This is what keeps happening, is that it keeps going up, and then a lot of people are like, well, shit, what a terrible feeling to buy the only thing that doesn't move. So that's why, like, a lot of people are just getting more tempted to top blast and then all crowd in the same area, especially, again, if the momentum is holding up to a degree. But if you're not patient, again, the people just don't want to get left behind. That's kind of how this entire rally has played out. And then every other week, chips are just going crazy. LRCX, more Qualcomm, more high ticker. Oh, man. Yeah, Sweet Greens gave us a little bit. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, baby. On all-time high day. You know what you could get for your birthday? Because it's happening again. It's not stopping. And I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Happy birthday to Oop. And now, happy new all-time high again. I don't make the rules. I don't. I just hold the long term.
Cap needs Jesus. He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art, 'cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start. That's how you'll be real smart. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I kept trolls chat 'cause he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
We did it, Joe. We did it. They still kept hitting highs into all of that. I guess. I mean, 7, you are closer to 8,000. You're like right in the middle. You're just as close to 8,000 as you are to 7,500. I know. I know. That's it, man. Just keep playing the laggers. Just get ready. Remember, we have a whole nother year after this. That's the crazy part, is like once we see where 2026 ends, 6 more months. Yeah, just it's not too. Remember, it's only like 3-4 other times that you've ever had this since like World War II, where markets go up more than double digits 4 years in a row. So just remember, I mean, again, we still got half of the year remaining. I'm sure by even later towards midterms, we're going to get other adjustments. And then before you do it, man, it's going to be fascinating, because then you're going to get a whole nother set of catalysts and results and see where CapEx goes. So that's it, man. There's just still a lot of hype around here. But it did. I mean, just like last year, we did, a lot of people got surprised. It's same exact setup to last year, where people thought, in the beginning, like, oh, this is terrible. Again, by March, April, things got bad, and then you're way higher than you would have ever imagined. Yeah, Microsoft starting to go up again. Oracle, SPY just keeps ripping away, dude. Again, WDC, the chips are at the high. And now NVIDIA is playing along too. But yeah, either way, I mean, EWY, Korea's at the high, and then SMH, it's just literally nonstop. And that's the other part of it, is that it's going to like Korea, it'll probably end once their currency, once there's like a debt spiral. Until then, that's pretty much it. Maybe the golden age is real. Like I said, it's a big, beautiful bet. I still believe that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, let's finish up this year. We'll see and just wait. Just like last year, we were focusing on a lot more, and this year was kind of slow in the beginning, but it really emerged what the focus was. So, well, we're gonna have more, and it's like, if this stuff works out, there's a lot of upside. If it doesn't, there's now even more downside. That's the amazing part. So all fun, all fun. Nokia now too. You say Ericsson and BB. Everyone brings those up again. Microsoft finally wake. Remember, Microsoft didn't do too bad last week. It was actually doing way hotter after all of the headlines with the OpenAI stuff. Kimberly and Tap. Is this a new price on Tap? Close. You're like 30 cents off. And they have ex-dividend right around the corner. So I thought it would have been Kimberly, but I'm looking at it. I got some. Oh, dude, do I have another deposit coming? Oh my gosh, you guys. I might get to 3% cash. That's amazing. Yeah, we're about to get I'll have 3% cash. Oh, dude, I didn't tell you. I told you guys last week, bro. I don't know why. I think she wanted to see, bro. I had to. It was bad. I had to finally show the account to Colt's sister. There was no way around it. You know what I'm saying? Remember I was telling you I was trying to, like, my main goal was to just get her to not look at it, because then she always gets some crazy idea. So remember, she was asking me about Palantir. She just kept, and then over the week, she's like, are you sure you didn't buy Palantir? And I'm like, no. And she was like, let me see. I'm like, you log in. She was like, I don't know how to log in. I'm like, are you kidding me? She was like, did you change the password? Did you put your info on? I'm like, no. Oh, and then I finally have to, like, go through it with her, and I had to send. I'm like, and then I was like, you tried to sell here at 11,000, and then she was like, what? She's like, no, I didn't. And then I sent her the screenshot. You know that? But she was like, okay, but she wanted to make it very clear with me that she drew the line with Palantir. I don't know. I think she doesn't support what Palantir supports. She tried to deny selling out. You know that? I said, what are you talking about? Oh, wait, that's the wrong account. Please hold. I was shocked, bro. Micron again. Again, SPY's still near the highs. Oil has not moved. Iran and U.S. has signaled they're closing in on an agreement to turn the existing ceasefire that ended heavy weeks of bombing into a longer-lasting settlement. Oh, excuse me, I'm sneezing again. Kimberly with a candle. High, and then SPY 52-week high, more RAM. Again, that UMC one, if you had that January play, it's up a lot. I sold those Junes a little too early, but even then, those had a nice gain. Yeah, here it is. So here's her nice account. It's a beautiful account. Remember, this is the absolute minimum of a long term, okay? That's it. That's all it is. $200 a month. That's all you got to do. But yeah, I sent her the screenshot, and I said this was your dot where you tried to sell out. And then she tried it even a year or two before that. She had another idea where she wanted to stop investing. And I was like, come on, man. So this is what I tried. I told her, I was like, every time somebody tells you, or I was like, you pick up on the media, I'm like, every single time, I'm like, do you see how it would have left you worse off? This was what I was trying to explain to her. So I said, I was like, I'm not buying Palantir in the long term because we bought it at $9. So why would I buy it again up here? And I think you could get better value. But I was just trying to tell her, I was like, man, just by the time it hits the public wave, if you actually listen to it, it would leave you worse off. Sad as that may be. It's good she doesn't. Well, it's her. She knows how to log in. She's just being dramatic, and I guess she doesn't check on it too much. And that's why I was like, good. I didn't want to. My primary goal was to get it on autopilot for her and then just her not look at it. Because every time she looks at it, she gets a terrible idea. Or she wants to look at it after the news and the media and people give her a terrible idea. So, yeah, it's a fascinating concept. ANET. IGV. How about the snow? I don't think the snow went up. And HPQ is still down. Bitcoin with a candle. Yeah, Bitcoin kind of melted up there. So again, we just hit like 3 new all-time highs. Again, you're at 0.7 on the SPY, 1.5 on the Russell, 1.6 on the NASDAQ, 1.7, and then the Dow is barely red. And Microsoft. Thank you, Microsoft. All right, I made Fivin contracts free. I like them, and they have a lot of time. But I made them free at 50%. Because I sold the other ones at 30. And then SMH still climbing. None of my top blast cybersecurity stocks. They only went up like 10% this morning. And then that's it. They did not do much. You know? These guys, man. These guys. The news on Micro, they got to upgrade, and then there was one more thing over the weekend. I think Donald Trump praised them. They got a fat upgrade, and then something else. And NVIDIA is starting to take off. I mean, remember, we are post-NVIDIA earnings. Remember, we were even talking about, we were talking about post-expiration? When was the last expiration? Wasn't it the 18th? Or was it the 13th? Remember, we said post-May, that expiration, we are moving, but actually kind of surprised how quickly NVIDIA is putting in some work. A good stock to buy today? Oh, I don't know. Long term, there's a couple. I mean, we made a couple of plays here this morning looking for pre-run-ups, but other than that, if like pre-earnings plays don't go, it's probably going to be chips, depending on how this all plays out. But I don't know how long you're going to stick around here, but another play might emerge throughout. We'll find out. But for now, I mean, it's chips, Korea, memory. Those are all leading. Dallas Fed Manufacturing, 0.04 or 0.4 versus estimate of 0. Again, Micron, SanDisk, and now this time you got NVIDIA playing along. Intel wants to come back up. Yeah, bro, staples are getting washed. And then banks, they were leading. So a couple of the laggers that were kind of doing good the last couple of days, they just all started to slip here as everybody rotated hard back into chips. Your portfolio is mostly QQQ. You truly believe this is no way sustainable? It is. I know. Believe me, I'm not as bullish as you think. So what you should do, though, is go buy value names that are down. That's it. Diversify. That's your answer. You know, the answer of being scared, panic selling just because you think it's up too much, you know, that's not a good strategy. But if you have one name and if it goes up a shit ton and you're like, wow, this is a lot, you know, go diversify and buy other value. But I made that first joke when you're like, this is completely unsustainable. I laughed at that. You know why? Because I used to think that when I was, 10, 15 years ago in the market, I used to think the exact same way. And what I'm telling you is I remember seeing the stock market go through these rallies. I mean, again, we even bought Meta and held through 2023. The last time you had 8 weeks in a row like this was 2023. But like I'm saying is like it's not it is sustainable because like literally at other times like this isn't the first time this has happened. This isn't the first time we've gone well above financial conditions. This isn't the first time that we've seen stocks double, triple at a crazy rate and like hold up. U.S. Navy restarts guiding ships through Strait of Hormuz. Wall Street Journal. Yes, the market will remain irrational longer than you could remain solvent. So that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't bet against it. I mean, like Benjamin Graham talks about. You have a Mr. Market and you got a business partner. Every day, the business partner is going to tell you to either buy at extreme highs or sell at really, really lows or try to get you in or out. So you got to make a decision. But like I'm telling you, if I had a good QQQ or, I have a lot of good things that are up several 100%, my first plan is not run away and sell because I think it's too high. My always is diversify. That's all you got to do. That's it. All you got to do is diversify, and that's how you're going to balance it out, or move it into something that's not moving like this and more stable with good, safer leverage called real estate. Crocs on the high, and then LRCX, it's insane. Caterpillar. Where's the other one? UMC. Soxel, Amdizzle, Korea again, Rubrik. That's Cyber. Is that the only one going up right now? See if Cyber stocks could flip. Okta had the gap up or the upgrade. But yeah, Rubrik. That's another one. And now Synopsys. Synopsys is earnings. I'm pretty sure they're just expensive. Micron hits 1 trillion. Are you fucking me? Man, back in my day, you had to earn it. It took 2 decades to hit 1 trillion. Not another fucking 2 weeks. Yeah, you fucking kids. You gotta get everything handed to you. They fucking hand you 1 trillion down in their market cap evaluation. The official said Navy plans to help 12 vessels, including super tankers, pass through the waterway. Spy ripping. So again, the latest headline was on ships restarting, but through Navy intervention. But yeah, oil down, spy popping right now. Heads up. Heads up, my friends. It's a Tuesday. It's not even a Monday morning melt up. It's literally a Tuesday. So again, you're getting these Navy moving ships, but like I say, oil's finally moving down. So you're getting back to the opening. Remember, below 89 or 91, that's where it gets real bullish. AOSL. Was that Cyber? Do. Crowd on the high now. Again, more. See if there's a Mythos update. One by one, these cyber names are starting to go. None of them will go. More chips again? This is disgusting. Okay, it's the best I could do. Come on. Oh, I fucked that up. This is whack. That's why. Bro, they're not giving me shit. Sorry, I'm trying to bid on something, but this chain is terrible. Max. All right. Gave me one. All right. The spreads are really fucked up. So again, it's another cyber play. So you got to be careful of the top blast. A and F on the low. Abercrombie and Fitch kind of dumping down 3.7. U.S. says only good deal possible with Iran. Marco Rubio says it may take several days to finalize. What's going on with your boy? Yeah, Abercrombie. And then KDP, SMCI starting to run. So, whoa, SMCI with a couple of bigger candles, 2.7. So, again, imagine all the chips and all the chip hype there. That might be one that starts to come into play. I don't see anything. ANF has earnings soon. I don't see anything on there, but yeah, SMCI. I mean, that just could be people going for the real guttered lagger as everything starts to move like that. Where is it? It was July, whatever you could get for 25 cents, pretty much. As close to the money as possible. That one, I'm just throwing a small one out there just in case. Again, if any of these start to bubble up more. Not a recommendation. Unity SLV. Hi. Oh, there's another one. Marvel finally on the low. I guess they were kind of struggling from the morning. And then IGV with the high. Look at that. So chips are literally up 4, and then IGV is up by almost 1% right now. Kind of crazy. And then, yeah, those other virus plays are up too. And then more space, ASTS. IGV good, Habibi. IGV is good. You're down 40 on Axon. Should you deploy more cash or pick a better play? It depends how much your deposit is and what else you got and what else your portfolio is lacking or not. Qualcomm. But, I mean, Axon's a good name. I mean, I didn't like it when it was high. Yo, Qualcomm, that's a big stick, dog. Hold up. Big one on Qualcomm. Are we doing it again? Are we doing it again, boys? Come on. Oh, someone snagged the other ones. They took the other ones again. Let me see. Oh, they won't fill the others. Oh, wait, did it not give me them all? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, it didn't even fill me on all of them. Fuck, those are already... That's a big one, you guys. Qualcomm strikes AI deal with TikTok owner ByteDance. Well, all right, well, shit, yeah, those already... Bro, those went up 800%. I haven't made them free yet, but yeah, that's a boomer. Okay, now they're coming down. That's what I was saying. That first candle was big. All right, I made it free at 350%. And it didn't fill me on all of them, but I got a couple left. Not bad. That was, again, that one I just saw from the candle. I'm glad I pulled that one up. I was like, that one's huge. And then remember what we've been talking about since last week. Anytime Qualcomm fucking does this, dude, it's been absolutely wild. But yeah, they didn't fill me on all of them. But those are 350% on the bid. Again, I saw some of you snake them early, too. So good work on that. Humble business. Oh, you hit another Qualcomm humble business. Woo! Oh, yeah. So, again, the news is Qualcomm with ByteDance. Check the other names, too. Check Oracle, even NetEase. But they haven't moved as much. Oh, I love it, bro. You got 20 of them? There's a banger. Good morning. Orna. Oh, Chatadonia. Oh, happy Tuesday. How many do I... It depends. I mean, that one I tried to get 10 of them for less than 10 cents. So that was a little bit more. But then again, I mean, I'm on a streak of like several of these multiple 1000% Qualcomms. So I did go a little bit bigger, but I also put in a limit so that I made sure I got filled. But if I can't reasonably understand what price will get filled at, I go way smaller than that. But in this case, you know, I've said it even on the watch list. I said if Qualcomm does some shit like that, I would be ready to move. Just because of how it, remember that our latest 9,000, 10,000% play, I think it was more. It was on the Qualcomms. But yeah, those are up now, well over 300% on the bid. Even you could have grabbed any contract on that chain. I wish they gave me more. Banger. AAOI on the low. What happened to that other one? HLIT. TE still going too. DXCM. Yeah, I guess you could hold those the rest of the week if you would like. NVO, Marvel, NTAP too. That's the other earnings one. The weekly, they all did. That's the 360. Someone snagged those ahead for the same price, and then I took the other one. But then they didn't fill me on all of them, so I was a little bit slower on that. And then after it moved, but I changed the order quick just because again Qualcomm. Yeah, Qualcomm strikes AI chip deal with TikTok owner ByteDance. All right, and I want to free these up. I want these to go. Come on. Okay, I made my TE free at like 90%. Just under. So I sold one extra contract. But now those are free for 2 years. So not bad. Yeah, they already came. I mean, those spreads or the spread on that contract is still holding up, the bid on the Qualcomms, but that chilled out after another $10 move. Some big Datadog flow came. Datadog's at a very big level. It's still above the 200. So I wish we still kept those other ones, but yeah, that could be part of it. And Snow. Yeah, remember, Snow is one of the bigger software earnings. And then I guess it kind of has some of the cyber vibes. So not bad. And then a Ford. Oh, where's SAP? So see what Qualcomm does, but that first move was it. So yeah, what was I saying? Well, don't worry about the 10-cent contracts. Worry about the long term. Because I was answering your question while I was doing that. I don't know if you realize. So like I was saying, Axon, I like it. It's a good company, but I don't know if you bought it too high. I mean, I would keep averaging down, but make sure you don't, you could broaden out to other names as well too. But, that's the problem of buying on the highs if you buy it too much or like kind of, it's been coming down. So you may have, are you still down 50% from here? But yeah, I like the name, but also too, if there's other names that are still lower and could give you more upside, just find a balance and let your portfolio speak to you. CLSK, Mara, those are all going. Yeah, Snow, because I think Snow's more software oriented, but it kind of had the cyber bid, but it also looks more like IGV than cyber. But yeah, there is a lot of eyes on that one. And now Macy's, Mr. Buffett, and then Ford at the high too. Trump says white South Africans face emergency due to incitement of racially motivated violence by South African government. I make the contracts free. Speaking of which, oh, tan and solar. Where's Sweet Greens? I'm just chilling. I know Qubit's the one that actually had good news this morning in terms of quantum, but then none of them, like the IBM, like literally Global Foundries is the only one that's green today out of the whole quantum list. I don't know. I haven't looked at the Ionics and all those other ones. XBI going up right now too. Interesting. And then CLSK still, that CLSK is really running. CLSK, Riot. Now, Bitcoin came down, still green, but all these Bitcoin miners, the Neo Cloud, they're going there. You don't want to panic sell? Well, again, if it's in the long term, I mean, respectfully, what the fuck do you mean sell? So remember, that's not how we build the long term. Otherwise, you don't have to listen to me, but you're just going to be in for a wild, emotional ride. But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. In the long term, we don't sell for 10 years minimum. But yeah, you got to execute the rules and go from there. But it is up to you, my friend. Free. That's what I said, bro. All these, even damn T-Raw, we got some free shares of that. But NVAX, Myrna, they're all going up, but then the PPE plays are not. They're not as much. But something was popping there. CP, IDEA. And every IBRX. Oh, I want to say they had something, or it was last week. TE, I told you, bro, I needed to free some up for you guys. There you go. Give us an extra 5% when I make it free. That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, those TEs, you could do whatever you want with them, but I like them, too. I mean, I like them now that they cost me no money. So, like I'm saying, the whole free aspect with a lot of time, I'm a big, big fan. Okay. And then GFS still going. Yeah, you could do the same with shares. That's exactly what I did with T-Raw. So I put that in all the videos, T-Raw and APT, if you remember during the Hanta hype. And it's funny that now it's turned into Ebola hype. But yeah, I did the same exact thing with the shares. So let's say, or even the other one the other day, NXL, that one went almost 100%. Let's say you bought, you buy 200 shares and the stock goes up 100%. You could literally sell back 100 shares, get your initial investment back, and then the shares are free for the rest of your life, or until you sell them, use them as tax losses or whatever else you need. But yeah, it works just the same. And I've done it a couple of times here recently. All right, I got 2. Weeble on the high. And then MWC, is this one of these small American memory plays? Because again, all those other small, there's a bunch of small memory plays that have moved. And again, that have not gone anywhere near it. Coal's on the low, Banks on the low. And then oil is climbing up. I mean, we're, 1 point off of the high? I mean, technically, 751 is an all-time high, but yeah, welcome. Sweet Greens was a great pickup. It didn't look like it in the beginning, but I'm glad that it's up. I mean, it's just doing its job. Like, we bought it at the time when everything else was high. So at one point for 6 months, Sweet Greens was like a value growth name. So it still could have done bad, hence why it underperformed pretty heavily. But then it's just like small deposit. If that thing turns around and starts going crazy, it just starts to, it's doing, like, I think we're up 20% on it. And that's what I'm saying. A small amount could go a long way. And then even if it went down 40%, it wasn't going to, it wasn't going to affect your long term like that. But then, upside could pad the stats. ASTI, the NVIDIA solar one. MRAM. I think there's another one that hasn't moved yet. That's why UMC, if you guys remember when we bought UMC, we timed that one perfect. It was already top ticked, but then we were able to play everybody hyping it up. So that was one of the cheap ones at that point. So you want one that kind of looks like UMC, 20 years or long time, kind of has done nothing, and then, kind of already near the breakout, but hasn't done it yet. Yeah, kind of. MRAM already went up the last 2 days. Codex on the high. Again, oil's climbing back up, so SPY chilled out. It sucks though. Oil comes back up, even if the SPY chills out. Like what? You go back to the other previous all-time high? You make a play out of SpaceX IPO by playing the other ones. So that's it. And then we'll talk about it. What Bank of America is talking about, and I agree with it. Pretty much none of this bubble is going to crash until we get the IPOs, sadly. So some of you guys who are like, this is unsustainable, you have some of the biggest IPOs in the world coming up. The bankers are not going to let this shit come down ahead of one of the biggest opportunities to make fees in the market. It's billions of dollars of just fees. So yeah, and then, there's kind of a history where some IPOs do nothing. Like when Meta came out as an IPO, didn't really have an economic effect. Nobody really gave a shit. The money didn't add or take away. But then there was other times where like Chinese IPOs spurred a gigantic rally in China. When after Alibaba IPO'd, things went crazy. And then there was times, was it Qualcomm? No, there's a couple in like the late 2000s. There was like Visa, I think. Oh, I got to pull it up. But essentially like the ones later after the IPO, then the market comes down. But essentially that was it. But you guys remember, I don't know if you guys remember, the beginning of the year, I came back from vacation and I told everybody that was going to be the bubble this year. So before that, the year before that, I came into the year saying quantum was going to be the bubble sector of the year. Now, granted, I do think chips and memory deserve the heavyweight title when it comes to bubble and how it all played out. But at the same time, I do think all the space stocks, though, those are right in second alongside all of the SpaceX and IPO. So the thing that sucks about all this space hype right now is I think you are late. Unfortunately. Now, if you want to gamble and go back and forth, be my guest. You can, and there might, the late stage might be where you eke out the most amount of money. But at the same time, I just do think we've been talking about this idea from January 2026. So unfortunately, I do think they have gone up a lot. You guys remember that, right? Can I get a witness? How many of you remember first week back after silver, everything else? And I'm telling you, we went over lunar, we went over fly, we went over Saidu. I still have the Saidus, believe it or not. But yeah, like I don't know if you recall. That's why I'm saying it's unfortunately. It's like you could keep playing the back and forth with them if you like, but it's like you had a really early jump at it, and now imagine how much the people with the early jump are profiting off of it. So, but I don't know at this point. It's definitely not cheap from where we're standing at this moment in time. I think, who was it? Yeah, Visa and AIA. Those are the ones that were more toppy. And then after Aramco and SoftBank, you were down. And then Facebook, GM were inconsequential. A witness. I got a witness. Woo! So yeah, that's the thing. Just the timing of it. But I would view the IPOs now as just what it does to the market. It's either going to pull money out. But I don't think we'll top until then. Maybe after that, then you'll be able to. The market might go down a little bit, or if it plays into one of those things that fuels the market even further. My goodness. But I do think there's other macro factors that'll come into play. Google on the high, so SPY's coming down. Oil's about to hit a new high. I mean, it's been what? It's not even Euro close. Habibi. That's amazing. My brother, it's not even Euro close right now, you know? XRX. Xerox wasn't, again, we were talking about that last, dude, it keeps going up 7-8% every day. What's the Xerox hype, bro? Are we tripping or what? Whoa, did they add new leaps? Oh my goodness. Chatadonia. Oh no. That's weird. Xerox has it. I thought they added more leaps. You still have December 2018s on Intel. ONDS, Google again. buying SpaceX once it settles. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, maybe, but it's not. I'm not as excited as everybody is. Like I was saying, my major thing was playing the run up ahead of it, and getting involved in any of that. But I mean, most IPOs don't really get me excited after they've kind of went up a decent amount. What is this? What is the damn Xerox? What caused it from 3 days ago when Chad kept bringing it up? Does anybody know? Because I feel like every time I put it up, it's gapping up. EBS. And then SPY did come down here. John G acquires just a bunch of damn, they pay a dividend 2 cents a share on a $3 stock. Maybe a really offer photonic sympathy. I mean, there's a couple of SC13s. Their earnings were terrible at the end of April. I mean, they still make $7 billion a year. Did you know that? You know that Xerox still makes $7.5 billion a year? That's amazing. It's a lot of money. I'm in a cult. Omar, welcome, brother. Good morning. COD X. Marvel still sell. Look at Nvidia, dude. Nvidia kind of just knifed in the last like 20 minutes. I don't know if the rest of them did that. I mean, SMH came down a little bit. Yeah, SanDisk, WDC, nothing like Nvidia though. Nvidia is still the one that does a lot more bigger back and forth swings. Like the other ones, SanDisk and whatnot, don't give it up right away. How do I handle leaps? My ideal time to take profits. I like to make everything free. So, the leaps, I waited a little bit longer, but they moved lower. Like, we played TE at $7, and now it went up to 10. That's a big-ass move. So, if I went short-term, I would have made way more money, but now I finally hit, like, just under 100% on the leap, and I made it free. I have 2 years of time on that play, but, yeah, I got my money back. So, it just depends what you're looking for. Like we've been talking about a lot here over the last couple of weeks, information and plays. Right? If you could be early, you could decide early, and you could use the information, especially the information we have here, and use it to make a play. That's the real art of what you got to know. But now how you handle it after, that's up to you and depending on what you're focused on. So that's the thing that I've been saying is like, for me, I don't want to make money. Am I making money? I am. God is good. But that's not my intention. My goal with these plays is I want exposure, but right away, I care more about what I can lose. So that's why I'm either playing really small or I'm making it free right away. the moment I get an opportunity to. So it just all depends how you want. That's the tricky part with a year or 2 years on a play, is that it'll move pretty slow. But at the same time, I mean, what is your priority? What is your objective? So for me, a leap goes up 100%. That's it. Like, so now on the other hand, I have a Ford leap that's up 1,000%, and I didn't make that one free because I already cashed out on Ford leading into it with everything else. So I said, you know what? That was a smaller play. It was decently bigger, but it ballooned down to a decent amount. But that's why I was like, I'll just let it ride here, especially with some of the nature of how it's playing out. Oh, Okta, finally. That's another one. It's another cyber play. Yeah, cyber's slowly ticking up. Those little fuckers. It would look good in the morning, but no. And then Plant. People think you're crazy. I constantly just go around singing "Premium in my pocket" in my best Jamaican accent. Amen, bro. Mine is free, 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 free. I just say it randomly. It's so bad. I'll be hella be in public, just going free, 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 free. You know how people like whistle and like people hum? That's how I think I'm becoming a boomer. Because like I just like hum free, 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 free. But I just say it and they're like, what? Yeah, we got a nice hit on Qualcomm earlier, but I don't know where they're at. I stopped looking. Still up a many, many percent. What do I mean making the contracts free? Woohoo! It's when we sell back and get our initial investment. So easy example, Qualcomm today. We got the news really early. I bought a contract for 10 cents. So let's say you bought 3 of them for $30, right? 10 cents a pop. It popped up to 30 cents for one contract. I sold one contract, got my $30 back, and now the rest of the contracts are free. So now I have 2 of the same position, but all my money is back in my account. Yeah, what I mean is premium in my pocket. Okay, now we have to play it. All right, yeah, it's 8:11. I need to go to the bathroom. Maybe we do some early push-ups. But yeah, make a contract free. Make a contract. It kind of explains it. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. The contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
I didn't even get a carbo. Fuck. Oh, Kimberly. I need to go get a carbo. And then Kimberly quality. Oh, Kimberly with a stick? What? No. Oh, dude, those other plays are still up, but fuck me. Come on, Kimberly. All right. Well, I got one more. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Kias or anything like that. So not a recommendation. It's a top blast, so be mindful. I used to wait for one more move. I don't know what happened with KDP. IDF says operating beyond yellow line. All right, shit. Let me get you here real quick. Okay, get you some propaganda.
Yeah.
I need to
No,
grab a
but
carbo.
basically the expectation is that I mean this IPO Quantinuum is going to price on Wednesday, the June 3rd.
Okay.
But the current expectation is that SpaceX will be launching its IPO or begin marketing its IPO on the day after that potentially. And so really what we're seeing is Quantinuum, and then there's actually about a handful of other companies that are looking to go public before SpaceX, so which somewhat flies in the face of the idea that other companies are going to completely steer a wide berth of SpaceX. But you know, we don't expect to see a lot of other IPOs on the road at the same time as SpaceX, but we are going to see a decent amount of companies here, about $4 or $5 billion worth of deals, come right before SpaceX.
Try to front, or just, I'm not sure front run the right term, but just to kind of get out there before SpaceX sucks all that capital out of the marketplace, presumably.
Yeah, well, you know, I think the early indications are that there is going to be a lot of demand for SpaceX. I think we're going to find out more about that
Now
over the next week or so. I mean, it's been interesting because...
Thank you. KDP again, a couple more values going up. MNTS just got tied to the space stuff today, and they went crazy, up 100. But SPY's coming down. I mean, we're kind of back to open, so we did have a nice gap up. Things started to move, but then, yeah, you're literally right here back up to open, my friends. So we chilled out there. Again, chips are pretty much fire. You got Euro close in 15 minutes, but we lost some of that steam thus far. Let me see. Which one was that? Pray for one more move. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it miss, I still get by, 'cause I already paid my fee. Banger, bro. Banger. Yeah, NVAX and all those keep going up. What time is it? 8:18, 8:20. Still very early, Habibi. Now GE, again, Saidu. That's another one of the space stocks. That one keeps going up. And then again, Cyber started to wake up, which is good for now. Oracle. Palantir, finally, brother. Finally. Now Tesla, too, actually. Tesla's moved a lot. We're getting a lot of weird movement. Intuit on the low? Fuck me. Yeah, Tesla woke up. Even Rumble. And then again, Saidu. I don't know where the other... They're all kind of up. And then Fastly even. Fastly's starting to break out. You had Datadog moving. Sent the email. You want to say thanks again. More folks need to listen up. Amen, baby. But you know, you keep doing, even if they don't, bro, you keep running it. You know what I'm saying? Very proud of you. I haven't seen your email, but I remember, Carson. You've been running it up. Long-term, crib, everything, dog. Everything. Mm-hmm. Wow. Is it your girl getting a property now too? My guy. Everybody, I love it. I love it. I love it. We should talk about that again. We should have a nice little real estate discussion today. I think a lot of people slowly are figuring it out. Like I'm saying, I've shared it with some people, but I think Carson's a great example. Because Carson, when you bought your house like 2 years ago, your first one, wasn't that didn't you get like 0% down? Or didn't they pay you to take it? Something crazy. But like I'm saying, I know the amount to purchase was very low. So I think a lot of people are still surprised that, you know, the initial cost to buy a home is not as pricey as some people think. CSX, Josh Brown, I would take a position here. Railroads. Interesting. BNAI. Okta. IDF headline, same one. Again, Fastly, it's another cyber play pretty much. Again, Fastly, remember they got killed after their earnings. The same thing with Net. I think Datadog's the only one. Someone was just talking, Blue was saying the activity on Datadog options, and now Fastly starting to break out a little bit. And Amba. You could be my Amberella, Ella, eh. That thing's been running too. My goodness. And then KDP, you just had a couple more value names run. %, down, 399 rate, paid 14 at closing. So let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, Chad, your Intel is still up. So you either turn Intel into a house, maybe you do a covered call. Otherwise, I mean, if you're really worried or if you feel like anything is unsustainable, just let me remind you, in the last about 2 years, the S&P is up like 100% and real estate has not moved. You know that, right? I don't know who needs to hear this, but I think it's an awesome fun fact. Yeah, so Fastly's waking up again. Tesla, who's the other one? Palantir. They started going up. And then Xerox. So I'll tell you guys, this is a bad play, but it's also a good play. So I made this one a couple minutes ago. I'll give this to everybody. I might put this one out on Instagram. But like you just heard me talk about it every day. I've been seeing this in the chat, and it keeps popping up. I'm starting to view Xerox as one of these shitty plays. Whether it's tied to, it's either going to be like I think people are taking these old brand name companies like Nokia, HP, all of that, and then, you know, they're just getting a little hyped on them. So I did make a play, but I took advantage of the options. So if you watch the Josh Scholes video this weekend, I went for the options that are most underpriced. So if you watch the video, you should know exactly what I'm talking about. Not far out of the money either. But yeah, so that one, though, I still think it's a top blast, but we've watched it way too many times. So not a recommendation. Do what you want with that info. But like I'm saying, the way it's kind of developing with some of these other names, we might get a weird sympathy eventually. And then again, Saidu. Well, yeah, that climbed a little bit more there. REITs aren't bad. I mean, REITs are still going to deal with financial conditions in the Fed and all that. But, you know, there's a couple good industries within the REITs, like the data centers. But I mean, once we could get some clarity on rates, I would like the REITs. Some of them are actually still up a decent amount. If it hits, I think the sky. the name of the Josh Scholes video. Is how to find 1000% options. Tesla. So again, a couple of random small caps. But I chilled out there. You had a little bit of a cooldown on the chips. I mean, nothing major, but IGV still up. Oh my goodness. Yes, a rate hike would kill REITs, but nothing could kill the peach. Oh no, happy Monday, Tuesday. Fuck yeah. Now we're back. Now we're back from the holiday. Are you... Peach Nation. It's here, Peach Nation. Go make a contract free. Ride the long term. That's it, man. The Peach data centers. That's the next thing. Wait. You'll see. One day they're going to start promoting Peach data centers. We need the Peach everywhere. First Solar on the high. Palantir on the high. Bowen on the high. No, Bowen just... I'm waiting for Bowen. Yeah, Palantir. AI. If you guys remember this little play. And then Datadog. So watch Fastly too. And Crowd. So all the software cybersecurity plays. More software oriented. But then even IGV is starting to break out. And then Bradley Frizzle and the Peaches here. Following the laggers in real estate. So you're thinking the right way. The problem is that REITs just are different. You know what I'm saying? Like a REIT, they pay out their income. So REITs are designed to get income. So that's why like the equity and how they move is a little different. But you do have the right idea in mind. Like I'm saying, you know, real estate is lagging, everything else is up. You know, you could look towards other plays that would benefit if, you know, things kept going up in that manner. So again, REITs are just tied more to income and rates. That's the only caveat with that one. Xerox as a service to expand. It's I couldn't find the news. Like I'm telling you, Xerox though, it keeps getting brought up randomly and then it keeps climbing. So I think it's dog shit, but I'm down to take a gamble on it. So yeah, be careful and not a recommendation. More Palantir, more Okta. See, I don't know. Maybe it could be the Glasswing stuff. Like I told you, we are expecting to hear from Project Glasswing. If it hits, I still get by. Already paid my fee. You should have picked up on what your girl was saying and got Palantir because it was ripping. What did my girl... Are you talking about my sister? Or what? But I don't know. Did you get Palantir? I wish I got Palantir. I wish. Even recently, I wish I made a video about it. I wish, man. I wish. What was the... Dude, I don't know why I'm blanking. What was the May expiration date? Can you guys remind me? Was it May 17th? Or was it May... It was May 19th, right? Because remember we were talking about, like, get ready for the post-expiration move? And then sure enough, I mean, we're up like, what, almost 20 points since May... Is it May 19th? May 19th. May 22nd seemed to be the Monday after. So, yeah, you guys... Or is it May 15th? Oh, it was May 15th. That's where everything expired, yeah. So you went down a little bit more and then ripped. It was May 15th. But remember I was telling you, I was like, even from last April, those post-expirations have been giving us, sadly, the bigger moves than not. Side due at 6. Rubric climbing. Now oil's on the high, though. Oil's taking a stick here. Marco Rubio. This is new. Says talks with Iran and reopening will take several more days, speaking to reporters, before they launch U.S. strikes. There's a lot of back and forth going on about specific language. It'll take a few days. He added that Trump would not accept a bad deal and said critical point at the moment is reopening Hormuz without Iran being allowed to charge a toll. So yeah, Rubio's just saying it's going to take a few more days and a couple of sticking points. Free. Valero and CLX energy names are coming up. I mean, see if software and IGV or really the cybersecurities. I was looking. I don't see anything on Mythos, but that's still in the cards today, or the Glasswing. So see if there's any other announcements. Who was the other one? FCX. FCX coming down, and then the food plays, ADM, BG, they're actually kind of moving up. Both of those, ADM, BG, all kind of went crazy. A little bit. Again, oil popped, hit a high, 94.70. So right in between the low end and the high end. Rubio says Iran talks will take several more days. Yeah, that's the latest headline right now. In Europe, Europe is closing. So it is 8:31 right now. Europe is now closed. You've had a nice little morning here. Again, holiday vibes are good. Chips, everything else. The peace deal vibes, even with a couple of headlines, nothing has gotten shot down there. So, Chattadonia, you've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Perhaps I could interest you in a push-up. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just move your body around. Stand up. Breathe in. Exercise. It's a Tuesday, you guys. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hit the gym yesterday. The schedule threw me off, man. You know that? That's it. It still felt like a weekend. So I didn't get my Monday leg day in. I got to get that in today. So yeah, man, you got to move around though. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, get some good posture, and stay alive, brother. Oh, you don't want to do push-ups? Then do 20. Woo! Oh, man. All right, let me get you some tracks so I could get a good stretch in here. Let's go. Let's get it popping.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money. Not for the
songs.
country, I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure.
Fucking push-ups on.
I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war.
One more set, bro. One more set.
I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught jump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala.
Maybe one. I'm excited to go back to the gym today. Woo! All right, man. I hope you got a good push-up in. You know, Habibi? It's very good. Very, very good. Fortinet, another one. I don't know, man. Where is a Glasswing? Give me the project, the Glasswing, man. I feel like it is a brewing, you know? Keevstar acquisition. You got ASAN earnings, Path earnings coming up, MDB earnings coming up. So you still got a couple more. Oh, Sentinel-1. Fuck me. Sentinel-1 has earnings on May 28th. Damn. So that's why that play didn't move as much. So yeah, I mean, it might move more if it gets hyped, but other than that, that play might be very dependent upon earnings. It's not for MAGA. It's for the money. Market pumped and dumped. I mean, it took it's still up. I mean, you're holding the gap up. Remember, even yesterday, futures, even though our market was closed, everybody kind of did their thing. But yeah, I mean, it's still, this is not bad at all. I mean, all things considered, remember, a couple days ago, people weren't feeling too hot. So you did go a lot higher, but at one point, I mean, 749, this still would have been an all-time high, which is crazy to think about. So yeah, but for the most part, you chilled out after that. That morning was this morning was pretty exciting. It's only been 2 hours in, but a lot more of the chip activity and all of the other top blast hype you've been witnessing. Chips, memory, cybersecurity, not them as much. And then who's the other one? Space. I've been working this grave shift. I ain't made shit. Kiev, that's what I just saw that headline. Yeah, Kiev and Vion. I didn't think that was going to be that big. Is it moving? Oh, it did pop it. And then U.S. Navy escort ships through Strait, quietly assisting commercial ones. Yeah, it was Kiev and Vion. Announced group of energy assets of 6 solar power plants in the Lviv region. And then Net, again, that's another cyber play. Net has came back a lot. Remember, Net got fast lead. And now both Net Fastly is up, and then Datakelb is actually the leader in that little space of those three. And then again, all the other cyber names are continuing. Rubric, that one's going up too. Polymarket, cause I'm so lucky. Sorry. Why Elf sucks so bad? I think it's just because of how much they've ran. So remember, that's why I always say, like, I like Elf as a company. I like the brand. I like the product. I don't use it myself, but I know many women that do. I guess some men as well. But at the same time, just this used to be like a $5, $6 stock. So it's already grown a lot, and that could be why sometimes when the earnings are good and it looks like it's beating, but the stock's getting hammered, it could be that, it's already had a massive growth run. So the bar is already high. Who's the other one? HPQ, I think. Lemonade. Lemonade. ALGM. Why does that sound familiar? ALGM, baby stick. It's already up, but starting to pop a little bit. Bro, what is actually running? Oh, NXL. The one that we made free. We could have double dipped it too. Fuck me. Yeah, that thing started to pop again, 15%. I already made that one was free shares the other day too. But then it went back down. But yeah. Trying to see. When does Okta have earnings? I hope not. Because if all these cyber plays have earnings, fuck. Okta's in 2 days too. Fuck me. IMAX. That was on Friday where they said IMAX wasn't denying it. So yeah, Sentinel 1. And then I think Rubrik has earnings too. Damn it. No, they're on June 4th, but still. So pretty much all of these cyber names, that's the shitty part. The ones that are still lagging, and even though they're up, they're kind of all having a pre-earnings run. I didn't really realize it. Damn, bro. So that sucks. Yeah, Palantir, the premiums are higher than I think the video now. So you had like 2 days where they didn't move, but I think they're back up. I didn't give a strike price on those. I did for the locked in. We talked about some of them, but everybody else I did not. Yeah, they're up on both ends now. Oh, what was the other one? Kroger on the low. Hot dog. On Repple? I don't know, actually. No. Repple. Sounds very familiar. Boeing, back. They had FDA news last month. I was gonna say it sounded familiar, but I can't recall. Every cyber play is starting to go up, some more than others. The problem, like I'm telling you, a lot of them have earnings. So Rubrik has earnings, Snowflake has earnings, and then there's one more, Okta. That was the other one. And Okta got a big upgrade here, surprisingly. So that's why I didn't realize, because like the cyber moved a lot and they're doing their thing, but yeah, there's still a decent amount with earnings. So think about what happened this earnings season. These companies are either going to match and keep going up, or and follow that trend, or if they do bad on earnings, you've seen the Fastleys and the Nets and how they've kind of performed. You've had a couple of bad earnings hits. AMD and Intel chilling. Again, NVIDIA not that hot. NVIDIA is actually in the red, considering how much hype we've had on everything else. And space stocks are still going. Let's see where Palant is at. Yeah, he still has a lot more work to do. UAE and Iraq bolster pipelines to bypass Hormuz bottleneck. SPY on the low. So NVIDIA into the low. Oil's coming down, but now SPY is below open. So you literally gapped up, went up about like 1/3%, almost 0.5%. Again, NASDAQ was at 1.6. It's at 1.4. SPY was close to 1%, and now it's back to 0.5. But SPY is going low of the day. I mean, you still have a gap to fill. So even right now, you're still like maybe 1/3 of a point higher than where you were on Friday. believe it or not. Yeah, Sentinel-1, Rubrik, they have earnings. And then Okta. Rubrik is June 4th, so you have a little bit more time. But Sentinel-1 and Okta are this week. Serve, the little robots. Dio and Tapper down. Kimberly holding up. Anoikis. Oh, Fizzerv on the low. And now NetEase. What happened to Qualcomm? So they're still up, but again, some of the decent China moves. United Arab Emirates oil-producing countries are looking to extend pipeline capacity to alternative transportation routes to bypass the chokehold of the Strait of Hormuz. Is crypto? Yeah, crypto's still in the green, but yeah, that did sell off before everything. AEHR and then FJET on the low. What time is it? 0.1 or 840, and then 1.4 on the NASDAQ. Dow is down by a quarter. Russell up by 1.3, and then SPY is up only by 0.5. VIX is up too, though, at the same time. Jumia, hi. And wheat. Global Foundry still going. IBM didn't do shit today. Kind of climbing up, and then ANET, Fastly, Net. Again, more random waves of cyber. Let me see. May 25th. That's creepy. That Philo on luck last week was accurate? Do you think so? Did any of you try it? Have you noticed anything? I don't know if it did. Like I said, if you tried it for a month, I think it would have noticeable impacts. But you know, I don't know. I get surprised sometimes. I think I don't know who brings the Philo to life or not. That's why I ask. Elf is going up. Speaking of whoever was talking about that, Elf just rocketed. Is that when you're bringing it up? Because yeah, that's taking another leg. And then again, more Chinese, NetEase, that's on the high. SPY near the low. Oil did come down off of the high. Again, most things are, at least tech is still in that window of the morning. And let's see, I think they're all up. So you have Dow Jones up by 7 names in the green, 23 in the red. Again, that's the only index in the red today. NASDAQ 55 green, 45 in the red. So NASDAQ got slightly better. And then I think you have 260, about 260 green on the SPY, 240. That stayed the same. So pretty much the names with gains gave up. They gave up some of that upside. ELF is starting to run. So again, Chad just asked me about that. I didn't know it was popping like that. ELF, again, the food, BGs, ADMs are up there. ELF. Wait a minute. I think ELF. No, they already reported. Weird. But there's some review that came out. I think it was B. Riley upgraded them. That was in the morning. SPY gonna reclaim highs? Oh, I don't know. I just what I'm looking for in the next week or so is momentum continuing or stopping. I don't really have a limit on that, but that's why we're gonna see if these same industries continue to lead. But I don't think we have much this week, so it's already Tuesday. But I do think we're going to, there's not much to react to. There's a lot of money flow that comes into the NASDAQ at the end of this month. And then from there, I think the next checkpoint to identify if momentum is going to continue or not, it's going to be if there's anything that happens overseas with, South Korea, the chips, anything of that nature. As we get into the IPOs, that buys us sometimes, but really June 4th, pretty much the CPI and how the market reacts to that. That's what I do think is going to be the next level of all of this. And then we decide if, I don't know if we're going to hit the high, but it's assuming nothing gets in the way. If the bad things don't occur, CPI isn't that bad, all of these other things continue, I think you're going to keep melting away, maybe until the end of summer, and then vice versa. If CPI comes in bad, it gets us tripping out a little bit, we might actually come down into summer. So, and then same thing too, if you get more pullback in the chips or something going on in Asia with their currency, debt, all of that. Iran President Tehran seeks dignified framework to end the war. Says he spoke with Emir of Qatar on phone. There's a good dignified end, Come on. QXO. Didn't they get bought out? I think you guys, don't they do roofs? I like the industry, but I think they might be up a little bit. Bro, Elf still, and now the low ticker, Nvidia, Okta, a couple of others. I mean, energy still kind of down. So SPY is that the gap fill? No, we got a lot more. You got 3 more points on the SPX, or on the SPY. So yeah, and then oil's still chilled, at least from the high. But yeah, low ticker is pretty active. I mean, we're what, 30 minutes off Euro close? So did we just sell? You sold into Euro close, and now we're selling after. Futu, bro. Up 17. So yeah, K-Web and all those are still up. Google, Nvidia is just driving you down right now. I mean, again, Apple even came down a little bit, but they're holding up. Amazon, not too hot. Google's doing fine. And then Meta, but it seems like Nvidia and Amazon are drilling right now. That's about it. Again, low ticker's almost fully active. That was after a nice what? 3-4 points to start off the morning. And then now you're like 4 points back down. Futu has earnings too. Yeah, but people were just tweaking out by all the even I was, man. The Xi Jinping capital controls. This guy, he's real serious about this shit. Who would have thought? Why are we even up today? It's because of the bonds. That's what I'm telling. I've been saying this for such a long time. Not only the bonds, but like, it's like the war is bullshit. Nobody cares. I know it sounds weird to people, and then we have oil, and we've talked about the effects getting pushed out through the pipeline. But like the real thing that happened in the last 48 hours is just like this idea of a peace deal sounds good, and you've done that before. None of that's new. But the only difference is that this news is coming in where the bond yields are breaking, oil was high, and then this type of news, it just caused the bond yields to come down a substantial amount. They're still in the danger zone, but that bought you another week or two of time pretty much. And that's what I'm saying is like we've done this multiple times where the bonds have hit this level and then they come back down, which again, this is what I was saying. They pull a rabbit out of a hat. So the only thing that happened in the last 48 hours was that the bonds were much higher before we started dealing with this. And then this whole peace idea, whether it was credible or not, whether it's been a long time and you assume both sides want the deal, whatever it may be, all that fucking matters is that the bond yields came down. That's it. That's what I believe. Because then that calmed everything down. Oil and bonds, the correlation, they're dropping. That's what's buying you time. That's what's getting you here. So again, bond yields come back up, whether I bet you the war deal will fail by then, or vice versa. If there's a real deal, the bond yields come down. All that matters is what happens from it. I don't care about the war. I care about what does it give you a tailwind for rates going lower, or does it give you a headwind that makes rates go higher? That's probably going to add more pressure or take away pressure from the market than an actual fucking kinetic strike, which everyone keeps kind of hyping up. But that's how I view it. I could be wrong, but I have been kind of saying this for a decent amount of time. And like I'm telling you, coming in, a lot of people were confused on the headlines. Even then, we struck ships in the Hormuz. And, we've played this game before where we have a credible deal and then nothing happens. So, but I just think it's the bond reaction. That's it. Bonds were at the danger, knocking at death's door. These rumors this time around, again, if people want to believe them and use it as a reason to bring bonds down, that bought you a little bit of time. So all that matters, though, is really where the yields end up. Bad deal, if this ends up leading to more strikes, more problems, those yields are going to come right back up. And then that'll start affecting, I think, the NASDAQ, depending on what happens with CPI. And then vice versa. If that calms down and whatever happens with this deal, whether it's a real deal or not, but it doesn't escalate things and you get bond yields chilling out, the market's going to fucking gobble it up and love it. And now you're really going to be like, well, what's here to stop us? If you don't even have high bond yields in this environment, the war takes a back seat, which could be evidenced by the bond yields and oil price, then, yeah, no one's going to. Well, what else is there to worry about up until your boy has it? Yeah, exactly. It is, and it is following like Russia-Ukraine. Same timeline. We're on like 90 days now. There's like one more oil high in store technically. Like I think a couple months after Ukraine, you had one more pop, and then it chilled out by summer, like middle of summer. That's where oil topped out for Russia-Ukraine, and then. Yeah, even though that's gone on for 2 years, beyond that, 3 years, nobody really reacted the same way. PRMD, MDB, they got earnings. What's the other one? VNet. Didn't we just get a headline on them? It's China. Why does that sound so familiar? VNet. Data processing, cloud internet data center in China, VPNs. Co-location and data center services. They just had earnings. Elon tweet confirming Starlink to American Airlines. See, it hasn't popped yet. IGV came down a little bit. Can I explain bonds in basketball terms? Maybe. I mean, I could try to explain the current situation. The current situation with bonds is like right before the game, they're like Luka Doncic is not cleared or questionable. That's all. It's like an injury report. The bonds, every time the bonds go to 5% and kind of where we just were at, it's listing the star player as questionable. So if they get injured and that turns into an ACL sprain or ACL tear on the bonds, we're fucked. But then again, if it come game night, homeboy's like, oh, I'm ready to play, and then the bonds go off of 5 and then they heal, and we don't have any. Alto, whoa, 8%. Did they halt that? Alto, I don't know if it's halted. It looks ugly. Oh, these are already up. Did it fill? Fill me. I top ticked it. Those might not hit. I might get lucky. It was supposed to fill me lower, but that's big. 10% in one can. I'm surprised they didn't halt it. It looks like a shit stock. Alto, Is that weed? I don't know if it is. That's what I'm saying. That one was the what's it called? That one, the change close was too high. That's why I'm assuming I'm gonna get clapped. I think they're gonna be, what's the date today? May 28th. They're gonna be at a Craig Halliam conference. Craig Halliam concert. Yeah, I don't see anything. I just popped 9% and holding no halt. Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? Happy Monday, Tuesday. You in there, man? You ready to go? You got the long term running. TE on the high again. Woo! We got some of those out of there. I love it. Good morning, baby. It's still early, you guys. It's only 9 o'clock. After the holiday, you alive and well. Yes, bonds are not equities. Dude, it's funny. I blew some kid's mind over the weekend. I had to go to this like dinner thing. It was with my girlfriend, and then there was people there who were talking about bonds. And little did they know, I'm a fucking wizard with bonds, and I love them. But I heard people talking. They're like, the Treasury's at 4.5. And they kept talking about it. And then I just popped in, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't matter until there's volatility. And they looked at me like they were shocked. They didn't. I don't think they thought I knew. And I said, wait till it starts moving 1% every other day. Are stream alerts on the locked in or the stream alerts link? On the stream alerts link. Locked in and stream alerts are separate. But yeah, I still believe that though with the bonds. I'm telling you, wait till you see real bond volatility. It was, that's the part I think everyone's missing. So again, that's why even today though, the fact that that's the thing with like these war headlines is that you see how it's helping out the bond, like it's chilling out the bonds right now. But if this fails and it gets bad again, that bond volatility is going to rise because then you're going to sell off the last 3 days of gapping up. You see what I'm saying? So this is, we're not out of the woods yet. I think the big driver that no one's talking about is what the bonds are doing, and that's the thing next to it all. And then, but if they come down after this, that bond volatility will rise right alongside it. Did you mic drop and walk away? I did, but then they came back and talked to me. And then we started discussing. It's so weird, though. So these guys, some of them were, like, new in Wall Street. Some of them were some of them had no experience. They were lawyers. And then there was, like, some people there who had Wall Street stuff. But they were talking private credit, and I was surprised. Some of them were like, I'm going to interview for Ares Capital, man. And I told them, I was like, why? I said they're going under or with everything. I'm like, you really think that's a good idea? And then he was saying, well, no, it's only Blue Owl. And I was like, look into Ares. They have a unit too. But yeah, but they were talking about private credit as well. So I got into another conversation. What do I mean by wait till there's volatility? This is what I was saying. I told all of you guys this a week ago when I made the video. Just like right now, bonds are at a high level. And the nominal rate is high, but we've already been at 4 or 5% for a year, 3 years almost. But like they're not moving the same way. The level is high, and we're moving up little by little. And it's bad to hit a new high level, but you're not doing it with volatility. That's why I'm saying wait until bonds, once yields start going 0.5%, 1% every other day, every other week, then goes back up and down by a big margin. That's when it's going to crack. That's when you're going to start really whatever you're worried about now, you're not worried about. There's no reason to be worried about it until bond volatility really hits. Right now, it's like a slight, there's slight. The one bad symptom is the yield, the actual rate going higher. That's the bad part. But everything else with how bonds are moving, none of it's scary yet in that sense. But that's why if you start getting new high yields, get all these other things tied in together, and then you get real bond volatility, that's when it's going to start being a little bit more negative. Pack B in NVIDIA achieved significant speedups in base scaling. First steps to convert raw instrument into output for analysis. That biotech? The philo where I said that not everything is about me and my personal life. You got some anxiety and want to. Are you saying like not every philo? I'm not talking to you, because that is it's a good reminder. I don't know if we had a philo per se on it. But yeah, man, I mean, if you could identify what's giving you anxiety, just try to think about the right way, more so than not. I want to trip on it. And I'm telling you, the philos last week, I think that might be the answer for a lot of people. Using your imagination the right way and actually using it, and then killing desperation so that you could start bringing luck and other opportunities your way. Because I'm telling you, that's just not, especially, I got to do more research on it. I want to try, because it's hard to, quantify. But I want to compare it with some of the other data that I have. But I'm telling you, it's just like, I can't stress it enough. I do think that desperation is what's going to get people to not benefit off of what's happening in this market. And it's either going to make them make poor moves or not really maximize this opportunity that people have. And I do think those who aren't desperate and operate in that same way, not desperate to chase, not desperate to have to buy it at the low, just full on kill desperation, and it'll be good. Am I saying that we should play bonds as a long term? No, I've actually reminded people the other day. I had a watch list, and I said, if you try to add TLT to the long term, I will slit your tires. So no, I don't think bonds are a good long-term play right now. Again, when we get bond volatility, there might be an opportunity to flip it, and maybe bond volatility could give us a real structural change and bring in the Fed, and maybe there's an opportunity. But like I'm saying, until I see real bond volatility, I keep it on watch, but I would not touch any of that for the long term. Don't fall for TLT derangement syndrome. Meta to lay off 1,300 employees in King County. Yeah, USARs just started popping up there. And then TE. Bro, TE, it was beautiful. Nokia's going, Xerox. Naturgy holder, Ryoja to offer. I couldn't even read that. $3 billion. Ericsson too. Like I'm saying, all those little Ericsson, Xerox, Nokia doing their thing. And then Solar Edge at least. I think First Solar was up earlier. Yeah, even Tan's near the high. Sentinel's tweaking out a little bit too. Rubrik still up. Fastly again. Yeah, Tan is now on the high. That's why Wall Street wants rate cuts, bring the volatility. Well, people just right now, I mean, Wall Street always wants rate cuts, but it's for now, the lack of volatility is good. The lack of volatility is what's allowing everybody to get away with this bullshit. That's it. Because if you had real bond volatility, that would crack the Asian currencies, that would crack Korea, and then that would, so again, in a weird way, low volatility allowed you to be at this high of a rate while financial conditions have loosened rather than tightened, essentially, if that makes sense. So nobody wants bond volatility. I think the only person who wants bond volatility is the guy with TLT calls. And that's not a majority of the people in bonds, essentially. But yeah, Besson don't want bond volatility, and all of Wall Street top ticking everything. You don't want bond volatility. You fell for TLT derangement syndrome. I know it happens. Don't worry though. The Josh Atola will help you. But you got to listen, though. That's the problem. Just like a lot of times I give the game on TLT and the bonds, and then people just ignore it. That's all. Like, I tell people exactly what's going to happen with it, but they're like, nah. they're like, nah, but yeah, but just in case, they're like, I still added it to my long term. They're like, I know, but I'm going to just buy a leap. I'm like, I know, man. I see the enticement, but you need real volatility for TLT. We need some real action, essentially, to get us to that point of like, or you need the real TLT you're looking for is a Fed shift. Those are the ones we caught in the past. So that's what I'm saying. Right now the Fed's in a waiting period. You let the Fed start moving. Like I said, the only exciting thing I have in the next 4 years for TLT, and keep in mind I'm talking 4 years. That's pretty much what you've seen since 2022. But the exciting part about Kevin Warsh is that he's new. You guys know that, right? He's new. So he's going to make an error at one point in the next 4 years. You do listen to me now. I hope y'all hear me. Y'all better listen to me now, because when this happens, I hope you're ready for it. Do you see what I'm saying? You are literally going to have a Fed error at some point in the next 4 years. The new guy always makes a mistake. The new guy is always going to do something that changes things, and markets are going to vomit off of it. And that's going to affect bonds and everything else. So do you get it? That's the part that you gotta look into. Who is it? Lyft. Lyft is targeting corporate travel. I did have a ZB future. I held it for a while. I got rid of them, like, I think end of last year. And then I have actual bonds. But yeah, I'm at the right time. I'm not against them. And then your membership, you do it through your YouTube. But yeah, we don't handle that. That's all YouTube, dog. SpaceX IPO June 12th. It could be. I mean, again, people were saying early June. That's when we got those filings. So that's it. That's what I'm saying. And then after that, we got to see, does SpaceX pull the money out of the market, or does it cause a tailwind for the rest of these names? That was crazy back in the day on TLT. It was a 30,000% play. The Chad made over $100 million collectively, and that was all the world was going crazy. But are you ready for the crazier part about that? I hit the same exact play about 6 to 8 months prior to that. So, the TLTs came in too, and that had to do with Fed policy shift. So like I'm telling you, one day there will be another TLT play, especially with a new Fed chair. I'm pretty confident in it. But, if you lose all your money and burn it with no real volatility or Fed shift, you're wasting your time and money. And that's the part that's hard for people to really accept when it comes into TLT. It will provide eventually, but, you can't just fucking throw fucking $10 on zero every day, and it just, all it does is burn money. Alto is a beer alternate. Dude, that one's still up 13. The plays are up, but the spread is wide. But yeah, that one was weird. Your YouTube, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just all through your YouTube app and like subscriptions. Alto does renewable fuels. Beer, renewable fuels. What the fuck is this? Plug just ripped. Plug what? And then more China with NetEase, and then NVIDIA on the low. I really helped TE. I got you, bro. I told you. I got to give you guys some liquidity. I sell out. It either is a top tick or it booms. But that was a banger. So now you're at like 100% still. on the leap, but the spreads are widening. But yeah, that was killer, dude. We picked that play up at $7. So yeah, those are in the money for 2 years now. So that's why I wanted to get my investment back on that and ride the wave. But I didn't make that one free till today. And then my make free got us an extra like 70 cents. An extra 10%. You know what I'm saying? The new Ferrari. The new Ferrari is the reason why the old Ferraris are going up in value. All of them. You know that? You know nobody likes these new supercars. It's disgusting. Like the new Ferraris, the new fucking Lambos, they're all very whack. Some of them look good, but they're all like either hybrid or if it's even electric, it just looks like a fucking piece of poop. But yeah, that's why like old Huracans, old Ferraris are skyrocketing in value. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. The new EV came out today, and Ferrari dropped 5%. It's hideous. I think it's just terrible. I think Enzo Ferrari is rolling in his grave of whatever these guys are doing there. I don't want to talk too much shit because then Ferrari will ban me from buying a new one. But yeah, it's pretty bad, dude. Well, the big thing about the car, like the hybrid supercars, is that they're not reliable either, and they sound like Dookie. Have you heard the Lamborghini Tamario or whatever? I like that car. I love how it looks. I was gonna buy one until I heard it. Dude, it sounds so terrible. It doesn't even like, bro, it sounds awful. Temerario? Listen to this. Dude, it sounds terrible. It actually sounds like a fucking Kia. And you're like, this is what? Let's see. That sounds better. It's like in a tunnel. You need to hear it like, yeah.
Some people are doing this, and other people are doing, yeah, rev it.
Yeah, listen to this.
And I want to appease them because I'm a kid too. But when I do that, pull over to show you this. Okay, so you want to rev it. You pull in both paddles, of course, and then you just... Oh yeah, you're in EV mode. So take it out of Sitta, move to Strata, not good enough. Sport. There we go, now we're ready, and the engine's warm. We can go up to 10,000 RPM.
That's just not how a Lambo sounds. I don't know how to explain it.
It sounds like a sport bike.
Even any old car, yeah, any old like supercar, bro. You ever rev it, bro? It sounds insane. But yeah, that's just not the business, dude. I know. T.E. Rigetti Pop. Oh, a little bit off the bottom. And then remember, quantum plays haven't moved too much. And then Qubits, they got the funding. Interesting. But yeah, those are moving, and Solar's still on the high. Rubric. Dude, T.E. About to go up another $1? Habibi. Oh, yeah. Timu Rario. I know it's terrible, but that's why so old supercars are going up because a lot of people don't want they don't want these new ones, and then they're not reliable. So I know a lot of people with the Revolto and then even the SF90 where like those things, it's the battery gets fucked up and then it costs like 10-15 grand and it'll have less than a couple thousand miles and that shit'll just be in the shop. Bail on CRM. Well, you have till earnings, so we'll see. It's from now till tomorrow, but it's either take the loss or you could hold and try to get lucky. But yeah, that's probably gonna be the earnings play that didn't hit. Well, we'll see. You never know. You never know. But for the most part, it hasn't done much. Baba, I think give China another week and a half, and we'll see if it wakes up. But a couple of Xi Jinping moves got me worried. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, Tesla and Palantir chilled out. Rubrik. How are you, Rubrik? All right, well, TER low. Can these plays go up, dude? What the fuck is this? Dog, that thing launched like 20%. Oh no, which one was it? Alto. Okay, never mind. I was like, wait a minute. Alto. But even then, that thing's up 15. UTHR on the high. And FICO. And then CP, another railroad. Interesting. And Intuit. Intuit still is hugging the 310. U.S. official, no certainty Iran nuclear deal will be reached. Iran Deputy Foreign Minister for Legal and International Affairs. Today, the meeting of National Security and Foreign Policy of the Islamic Consultative Assembly. In the presence of the esteemed nation, I presented a report making progress made regarding the convention of the legal regime of the Caspian Sea. It says, in this session, while noting the bill related to the convention is under review, fruitful discussion took place on members of the commission. The Caspian Sea is not merely a body of water for Iran. It's part of our strategic interests, national security, and regional cooperation. So something on some guy, some Iranian in Caspian Sea. Seems like they're trying to get more control over the strait in that area, but I'm not really following. But that just came out now. Oil, see if oil moves off of it. FFIV, Global Foundries, again, out of all the quantum ones, or that one from Friday, Thursday, those moved up a little bit. Let's see. Pop, pop. Oh, the other one. Saidu, damn. Is Saidu at 6? You might have 100% on those shares now. Oh, you need a little bit more. What was that other one? CCJ, I know Oklo was up. And then USAR again. You guys said that was all Tucher. Pump. Cyber's still doing good. AutoZone, earnings. Yeah, there's AutoZone or O'Reilly. I think AutoZone. They did bad and then brought down some of the other ones too. And then GFS now, another 52-week high. EWTX, Ray Blanco, long idea. I don't know who's Ray Blanco. Well, it popped a little bit. Again, USAR still going. Nokia again, too. And then SPY. Still early, bro. Okay, I made Global Foundries free. They're up about 50%. So again, that was a top tick from Friday. That's why I'm willing to make it free. Any of these ones I overpaid for, again, we got a nice little rally, but even though they have time, I don't mind getting all my money back. Japan poised to restart Mercosur trade talks, seeking more oil and more exports. A wrap. Well, thank you, Global Foundries. Thank you to all of these. Saidu is going. I was going to drop more. USAR GE. I'm looking at one more. Again, I'm taking a couple more profits off the table. And you have things moving, but generally not bad, Habibi. Not bad at all. All right. Pinduoduo earnings tomorrow? No shit. Yeah. So you still have that with China in their earnings season. Again, the latest thing was all the crypto or the capital controls that got in the way. Harmony. All right. Well, SPY chilled out from the bottom. And now you are holding. You're right below the open. I mean, Dow is the only one in the red. NASDAQ's been about 1.4, 1.5 most of the day. Russell is the leader at 1.6, and then SPY is up by 0.5. So not bad. Central Command says not escorting ships through the Hormuz. Oh, Habibi. What a day, Habibi. What a day indeed. Actually... Nokia still. What's the other one? You got your fucking TE Xerox. Out chilling. Then again, Net Fastly still. SY on the low. This thing's dying. Do you still see broadening out, or is it more neutral? Well, I didn't say anything about that this morning. I mean, we did notice it was kind of 50-50, but I don't know. What I'm looking for the rest of the week is to see if the leaders are going to keep leading or if we're going to get an opportunity for the laggers to come up. But if the leaders keep leading, see if they drag up some of the laggers. And then again, vice versa, the leaders start to fall off. See if the laggers go down and it turns in risk off, or do the laggers, then that's when we'll get the broadening out. Yeah, Central Command Truth Project Freedom has not resumed, and U.S. forces are not escorting commercial vessels. That's bullish. I mean, see what oil does, because remember, people were tripping out on some of those attacks earlier in the morning. EOSC is going up. Let's see. Is quantum legit? Yes, but not all of the companies are. That's why I say when it comes to quantum, I'm a believer in AI and technology, and I think it's going to be interesting how it affects the world. But as far as like betting on it, I would only bet on IBM, maybe Google. But one of these quantum companies may be around in 10 years, but I don't care if I'm wrong, because if one of them sticks around, I'm sure IBM will either buy them out or IBM will benefit too. It's kind of one of those things. All right, 9:30. Can I interest you guys? Can I interest you in some push-ups again? We have been here for 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours now. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I hope you get your body up and moving. That's what I need to do. I need to get some of that in here. I need to go to the bathroom as well. So yeah, a lot of other things going. A-Lab, you guys were talking that on Friday. You can actually. You will? Let's go. Let's do a push-up, bro. Let's go. I'd love to offer you some push-ups. Feel free. It's on the house. It's on the house, baby. And you know what else? You can make your contracts on the house as well, too, by making them free. So get the body moving, baby. Stand up. Breathe in a little bit. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Come on, man. Move around. That's it. We got Philo on the way. That's it. Our Monday, Tuesday is almost over. Halfway done. I hope you woke up to the opportunity to make it free. And God bless America. Amen. Get it poppin'.
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. Just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit. Life the game.
10%
for
pop.
one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I already paid my fee. Turn my stress to peace. When I made that contract free, I make the contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
That P
I make the contracts free,
GPK?
free, 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 free.
Which one is that? Speculation post that P will announce Microsoft as the next hyperscaler. Is that missing a ticker, or is it ever pure? The fuck is this? It's already kind of melting up like all these other ones. Oh, Pure Storage. So P or SP or SPS or SP? No, PSG. Where is a Pure Storage? Did they change it to P? That's what sucks on some of these, bro. If they have earnings, that kind of kills some of the momentum, because it's either going to help it or hurt it. And then GPK explosion at facility reported on Tuesday. It shows up as Everpure. Is that Pure Storage now? If it hits, I still get by. The logo looks the same. Data storage. Yeah, Pure Storage. They just changed this recently. Yeah, that is Pure Storage. P. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's them. When they've been up. So speculation, they'll do a Microsoft deal. You might be that could be a delayed reaction. It just sucks if they have earnings. Cause I already paid my fee. May 20, yeah, their earnings is tomorrow. Please sell everything I have. Do you want me to? Well, you know they track my portfolios, right? I hate to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but every time I tell you guys shit like this, I always get validated. But yeah, so that happened to me the other day too, like especially if I start hitting some of them, because it sucks because I'll do some of the trades on that Robinhood, because I still have one of those small Robinhoods that I built back up again. But I don't know. I think the market makers or Robinhood, but then ThinkOrSwim has done it to me too. So like I've had it happen a couple times. After like I go on a couple of runs, sometimes I'll buy them, and then literally even before I get filled, thousands of contracts will come in on dead ass contracts that nobody was trading. But yeah, I mean the whole liquidity effect is kind of real. So usually my sells, they're either gonna go up afterwards or that'll be the top tick. Kind of like Nvidia though, that went up for a little bit, but then that was the top tick. So it all depends. If you want me to sell everything, just if you compensate me now, I could be down. Maybe I don't mind. I don't mind taking profit. I'm not. All of these are I'm glad we get good entries, good positioning, and then let them do their thing. And then yeah, bro, if they pay, I have no problem having free or all my money back. It's a good time. It's a good time. My property. Does he say property, or do I just sing it along? I'll make the contracts free. Did an offering. Yeah, I feel you. Let them do their thing. Who's the other one? Sentinel 1 and Oct. SMCI did that earlier. Ford as well. SMCI, as far as that's like the death lagger of chips. And then there's HPQ and then Okta. They slowed down a little bit though. Software and cyber. You had a nice little run. Trump just finished my 6-month physical at Walter Reed. Everything checked out. Thank you to great doctors and staff. Heading back to the White House. Thank you. God is good. Thank you, Cesar. Hey, keep it coming, bro. I don't know. Give me 5,000 and I'll sell all my place if you want. I'm sure you went bigger on all of them, Mr. Sweet Greens. So I'm talking about long term. No, I have not released the slot bops yet. We're working on them. They're working on them. And they keep getting produced. We have so many of them. Tim has a full album. I got a full cassette. I got a real one, bro. I got a real slot bop mixtape. PBH, Howard Hughes. What was it? There's another Xerox. You're Mr. Sweet Green now? Yeah. You love sweet greens, bro. I was like, I put small. You're like, that's my biggest position. So yeah, you are now Mr. Sweet Green. It's good as long as it's better than Mr. Sour Brown. You know, we had a sour brown. That's what we called sweet greens before it took off. If it hits, I think the sky. It'll do that, bro. Sweet Greens bag in an uncle video. That's enough sometimes. It's enough sometimes. I got one more of those calls. I'm still shocked. I mean, again, it's even up like 20% on the long term, which is kind of nuts. Or I guess not anymore. I'm probably 15. Tell Ford TE on your tape of CD. And then Synopsis, Zscaler. Where's Dell? CNK. All right, bro. We're kind of chilling. 9:45. You're barely below open. You had 0.5% up. A little more than 0.5% down. Nasdaq's chilling out now, 138 versus like 1415 most of the day, and then Russell's up by 1.5, and then SPY's only up by 0.5%. Swimwear, it's fun to say, but I don't know much about it. Somebody asked me about it last week, and they had some news, I believe, too. Verisk. So again, see if any software or cyber goes up, but they did chill out. And then Tesla, Microsoft doing nothing, bro. I'm surprised. He's been chill. Again, even though you've had all these OpenAI IPO comments, and then Microsoft has been doing good. I mean, people are starting to look at Microsoft, or the software excluding Microsoft. P just took a candle, so that's the one that they were just saying might have a rumor there with a Microsoft contract. VCIG up 66%. Nice. My goodness. You need slot music to pick up the market? No, you don't know how we pick up the market? It's a thing called Philo, man. You know, market loved Philo last week. Nothing like killing desperation, bro. Nothing kills desperation like middle of the market day. You're like, yo, let's talk about life. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. Oh, Flex. Where the food place? About OpenAI and the shopping. Could they disrupt? Or would there be a partnership? There could be, but so far, none of them have done well. So remember, OpenAI got involved with Walmart and a couple of others, but this whole like AI to start selling, it hasn't really worked so far. That's the craziest part. So I'm sure down the line, if they could figure out something, and you'll hear these partnerships, but Wall Street is a little skeptical. Again, most of these like AI integrations to sell things they've not been good. They don't really work. Been with you since 2020, baby. Finally have enough for a down payment. Slow and steady, man. Amen, bro. Amen. You know, this is what I was trying to explain to my sister after this talk earlier this weekend. Because like I was saying, I mean, it's just like, even a couple years ago, and even that like last year when she wanted to sell, and you know, it's like she felt behind, and she's like, oh, I feel behind. Oh, I'm not a millionaire. All these people rule the world, all these other things. But it's just like, dude, if you didn't do this, you would still be behind. So even if this feels like nothing to you with the long term, the fact is it's like you are closer than you would have been if you gave in to the doom, essentially. But then that's what I'm saying is like, you know, most of the people who followed along, it may have seemed really small and inconsequential, but then it's like, dude, you take it past a couple of years and you actually stick with it. It's growing your money for you. It's like, take a look. I mean, this is a down payment. And again, if you've even have the other size account, remember, this account never raised. This was very small. This missed out on a lot of things. But it's just like, you know, I'm sure by next year that'll be at the average down payment. So it's not like this is nothing's offering you life-changing money. You're going to make billions of dollars right away. But, you know, if you already felt like what you had wasn't enough, it's like you would be surprised that some years of consistent effort, you are going to be way closer to advancing, and you will advance rather than kind of being either in the same position or worse off. You know, because that's why I told my sister. I was like, you're still the same. My sister is the same exact cult sister. She's exactly the same. She's worried about the same things. But I'm like, the difference is you just have more money now. That's it. So that was like, now whatever you get into and decide to do, you're gonna walk away with something. And you're going to at least have a little bit more. I mean, it didn't change you. It didn't change much. And that's kind of what I was trying to explain to her. So, and I think, like I told you guys, I showed you Colt Sister. I share these conversations, but I told you, I'm telling you the exact same thing I would tell my own family members. And it's up to you. You got to do, I told her she wants to sell, go ahead and sell it. I said, it's your money, it's your life, it's your future. But I do hope these years can show you, like I'm saying, when I pull out Colt Sister, that's a real life example. And you could just see every couple of years when she comes to me with this, you know, mainstream media idea, it's like if she listened to it, she would have been worse off. A year ago from today, she would have had 50% less money, 100% less money. It's just like, and then 2 years ago, if she really wanted to quit and stop when she stopped for a little bit, she would have had, 5 times less money. And the world would have been the same. Prices would have still been going higher. All these things would have still been occurring. None of that would have changed. But now the difference is where you stand in all of that. So I hope it encourages all of you, man. That's what you got to do, bro. It seems small, seems inconsequential, but at the very least, you are going to be closer to where you need to be than further away. And that's what it is. And it's just stick with the plan. And you know, at some point, like, you got to keep in mind, you know, certain ideas hit the mainstream. It doesn't doom and gloom. It's not necessarily going to be, you don't benefit subscribing to these people's idea. You don't benefit subscribing to the fear. Actually, what that account shows you is that if you given into the fear, the mainstream hype at any of those moments, it would have cost you. That's the irony of all of it. You would have actually paid for it. It would have solidified you falling behind rather than being able to slowly advance. She tried to sell multiple times. So even before that, she wanted to get a computer. And before that, she said she just wanted to get out of the market. And that's what I'm saying. It's just like, I love her account because not only did we never raise the deposit, it missed out, has half as much time practically. But the one thing about it is that it's done well, performed very good, but then it's just like you could literally see huge gaps of where the world was going crazy. She wanted to do something. And again, I'd always ask her, I'd always say, who told you this? She would say, nobody told me. And I said, then it's the media. It's you're believing ideas of stuff. And then every time you look back, I'm like, look, you're the same. Everything's the same. You believe the same. I'm not trying to change any of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to change my sister. I said, just let me do what I could do. And I hope, though, this gives you an objective proof of, like, some of these ideologies are not in your best interest. You could believe whatever you want, but like I'm saying, don't fall for the trap of, okay, I need to get out of all my investments. Oh, I'm not going to invest. Oh, I'll never catch up anyway, so I should never do anything. Because it's like, you look at all those opportunities, it would have lit visually, you could see how far behind it would have left you. And again, this is all off of a small account too, which is the crazy part. So, yeah, man, don't fall for the hype, both doomer hype or hype. SMCI again. No, the K-Webs haven't gone green. Ever since that was the one, we made that one free, and then that one just went straight down. And then any averages have not moved. They got a little bit of a bid today, but not like, they're not green from a couple days ago. RFK catching snakes? No, I did not. Your sister's bad. She wants you to manage funds. How do you feel? I mean, if you're good at it, if you actually can, or if you could actually like execute the strategy that we have. But like I say for my sister, I mean, I just like I do for all of you, I'll give you a couple of ideas. You know my broad rules. I'll give you a model, and yeah, you just got to decide. It's up to her. Like I said, my biggest thing is my sister. She always wants to sell FLGT, 3% pop, FLGT. Now I wait for one more move. All the premiums are jacked. I don't think it will come back, cause I know, no love for Casey. I mean, maybe we'll get lucky. Lenovo went up and then somebody else. But no, it's funny. Casey went down today. Okay, what went up? And then Bobo on the low. Netanyahu says Israel military operating with large forces on ground. But yeah, that's why you just got to, you know, even if you help anybody with the long term, just really sticking with it. I'm glad my sister has an auto deposit, which makes sure she saves. But like I'm saying, I mean, I try not to even talk to her about it, because every time she wants to sell, or again, you know, things in the world start getting her attention, whether it's media or people telling her, and then she's like, I want to do this with my money because of what I heard. But it's usually been a bad instance. So as long as you follow the rules of the long term, you know, that's it. But if you're the type to go buy a bunch of like quantum and hype plays, and you're going to do that for other people, I would be very careful. That, you know, it seems like it's a good idea now, but you know, hopefully you've got to live through 2021, 22, 23, and got to see some of the realistic pullbacks once some of the hype dies down. MP's gassing up. Albemarle Alcoa's going with it. Calls on Alpha. It went up today. Good luck, brother. Good luck. SMCI. Yeah, I mean, you could set it up. The thing is, you just got to be consistent. That's it. That's the hard part. Like I'm saying, even in the beginning, my sister was hard to be consistent. The best thing was the deposit and making sure we, you know, still made moves of it all. But yeah, that's the hard part is the consistency and being involved at the right time. And guess what? Now's not the right time. I can't. I love you all, man. I love you all. But the people who come and they're like, wow, I used to watch this channel. Now I'm back. It's so good to be back. I'm like, it's terrible that you're back. You know, not because I don't like you, not because I don't want, you know, I don't want to help you. It's because you have came at the worst possible time. Why did you come at the worst possible time? Because now stocks are hitting multiple 52 all-time highs after 8 weeks in a row. You've not seen that since 2023. right? So yeah, all of our accounts are booming. I have trading accounts up 1,500% now. I got long terms all hitting, every single one, every size. They're doing great. None of that was a result of yesterday. None of that was a result of even 1 week. Even then, it was at the very least, the last window was like 8 months ago when we did the rebuild. But like I'm telling you, like that's not what gets us the results. The results are not coming from, it helps when the market balloons like this, but then it's like, no, how you position prior with the long term. You know, if you stayed 12, 24 months, 36 months of constant sticking with the script of the long term, you didn't have to come to the stream, but your accounts would be booming by now. And then you could be able to take advantage of the short term stuff. You see what I'm saying? But it's like, the scary part about now is that, you know, it's like this is the thing that draws people into the market when it's up, but that's not the way you do it. That's not the right way. The right way is consistent, small and steady from the beginning will beat any sort of, okay, let's skip 2-3 years at the highest price possible. Let's get excited about it again. No, that's going to hurt you. You're going to repeat the same exact script. You're literally going to do the same exact thing, where you're going to top tick again, and then you get maybe it goes up for a little bit, it's exciting, and then before you know it, you got to go through another 6-12 month window. And that's why I'm saying, those of you who just decide stick with it now, you're going to be better off. But, you know, kind of get out when it goes low, get in when it goes high, and, you know, only be as emotionally involved as the market emotionally moves. That's where most people don't do well at this. That's where most people don't get to take advantage of it. Like I'm saying, Colt's sister is a really good example of that. She wanted to start her long term at the 2022-2023 high. And then she quit at the bottom, didn't get Meta. Thank God we still got her Netflix, Uber, Intel, and a couple of others. But she quit at the bottom, then got in a year later again, and she stopped her deposits and then started up again. And then has less time, and thankfully she did good. But even that account, don't let Colt liberal sister, she probably has 4 years of consistency even with all those little hiccups. But the money is made through those little steps, and then when you get the pop, the boom, you're already ready in position. But if you only want to get ready in position afterwards, you're gonna have to start back at the end of the line and redo this. So that's the risk with it all. It is. You just got. That's why I'm saying consistency, follow the rules. So, if you don't have that, then I don't know what to tell you. Free. The other one, and SMCI is like the chip lagger of the day, and then Zandu, you guys were bringing that one up. Do I keep positions open on vacation? I do. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I make it free. But yeah, I've never been the type to trip. I don't care about like holding overnight, holding on vacation. You know what I'm saying? I'm never really doing anything of that nature. Yeah, if you have so I'm going on vacation I have a wedding. So the last week of August, I'm going to bring my computer and I'll go live, but I plan on making trades. So if I drop anything, I'll drop it in the locked in or the stream alerts. So, but I like vacation trades. Sometimes I do better on vacation because then I'll make the plays, and then, you know, how many times do I sell out early, bright and early in the morning? And then sometimes it'll go down, but generally I like the vacation trades. They're not too bad, assuming you got the right shit and, you know, nothing abnormally crazy happens in the market. Two-year auction when issued 4.071. Remember, this is the first time in a while where literally short-term rates are higher than the Fed funds rate. The 2-year is higher than the Fed funds rate. And usually when that happens, they end up raising rates. So that's what got some people tweaked out with all this volatility. Occidental to acquire 10% stake in Exxon Deepwater Offshore. Free, 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 free. UMC, no, dude. Did you watch that video? So if you guys saw the UMC from, if you watched, it was on Instagram. I put that on an Instagram video and on YouTube Shorts. But yeah, if you have the plays with like a year of time, they're up like 500-600%. And then I sold out the short terms already, but those would be $4 in the money. Those would be over 1,000% right now. So yeah, we already did that play. Unfortunate. And that's what I'm saying. Some of these, if you guys want to keep trying to chase them in between, be my guest. They might still go up, but like I'm saying, I'm trying to find plays that haven't moved yet, and I want them at a good price. I don't mind missing out on more, but I do care about my entry and my risk on what I'm holding. So, but yeah, those we already played. I've made them free multiple times, sold out completely of June, and I just have the January contracts with a lot of gains. Same thing with Ford. That's another one. We've had several of these recently. So yeah, Ford's even going up. The SMCI, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, and people know there's that's why SMCI is shady. It's way down out of any of the chip stocks, but I think the chip hype the higher the chip hype goes, people are going to be more willing to look past that. That's what I was saying here earlier. It already ran though. I didn't grab that one. And Global Found, I made that one free earlier because again I feel like I top blasted it. That's what I was worried about. I did some top blast on Friday. I think S was the only one that didn't. It just stayed break even. And then Ford and SPY chilling right below VWAP. It's 10:03. Whoo! NVCR RXT. Didn't you guys talk about that the other day? I thought that was Amazon. Again, SMCI is rocketing away. Sweet Green's on the low. That's it. SMCI is just a low quality chip runner. If they keep running, people are going to keep getting hyped on it. And they're going to look past some of the red flags. Yo, what happened to Qualcomm? Those plays came down. Oh, AmDizzle now, too. So AmDizzle, Intel, chillin'. What about Nivda? A little bit off the bottom. He wants to fight you, mad. Bro, we already had 3 ICAPs today. 3 new all-time highs. Isn't that fun? Again, more material. MP is going up. FCX already went up. Citadel says Fed shifting towards rate hike. Hot dog. The K-Web, I am. So I made it free. I grabbed another one, then those got blown out. But yes, I'm going to hold all of these. Just remember, this is what I was trying to explain last week. When I make a play, I assume what I'm putting in is going to lose. So I don't have a stop loss. I don't buy these plays especially on an option. I'm not like, oh man, it doesn't work anymore. Let me sell out and take my loss. That otherwise I would have done that with Nvidia and we would have made no money. So my whole strategy revolves around putting a size that I'm comfortable with, and I'm assuming I'm going to lose off the total amount. And then if I still want to play it, I'll either average down and get a better play, or I'll just hold that other one and call it a day. So yeah, but that one is down, but I'm not. Yeah, I have no plan to exit or add more yet. But especially exit, my exit was on the entry, as odd as that sounds. We make our money on the buy, and you take the loss on the buy too, if you really think about it. SMCI red flags. Well, they had an accounting issue the first couple of years after the pop and drop. They were like literally an auditing issue and problems, and then the second one was the smuggling of chips. Netties, Xerox, dude, what the fuck is happening with it? Dude, do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I still have the SAPs. I made them free, but they're still up 180. I would want to buy more. I want more of those, but they're not going cheaper. We bottom ticked the fuck out of that one. So we'll see, but I'm not. If they're still up, I'm not going to buy any more. That's what I said. Same thing with the planters. A ruckus. Again. And then Xerox, like I'm saying, bro, I don't really like the Xerox, but something about these old names that keep getting hyped, and then it's drawing a lot of attention. But yeah, those keep climbing. I don't know why. No, it wasn't. The auction came in at the screws, just in line. So that means short term is still higher than the Fed funds rate, but wasn't necessarily a bad auction. Yeah, MP, the FCX contracts are going up, but then the stock isn't moving, and then MP's running. Free. Would now be a good time to get into the market? Yes, but if you do it the right way. So when getting into the market right now, I'm not buying the S&P 500. I'm not buying the NASDAQ. I'm not buying shit that's up 500%. Even if it has a 1 PE micron. But yeah, I would be buying there's at least right now maybe 50, 100 names that are down over 30% on the year. And those are the names I would start with, hands down. I did this last year, did it the year before. This is one of the things I really enjoy doing is, wow, everybody complains about how high the market is. I go and I find the names that are not high, which is hundreds of them. There's hundreds of them. That's why I think it's one of the best opportunities. Yeah, Coppin, why don't you just call that out? That's going. They had a headline in the morning too. I don't think Xerox is a good buy. That's why I said I'm gambling on it. I gave you all that play and I told you which one. If you watch the Josh Scholes video, the how to make 1,000% or how to find 1,000% gainers, I explained the strategy with that one. But yeah, that one just kept going, but I'm not like optimistic. Like I'm saying, my reasoning is just all the other old school bullshit stocks keep melting up. So I took a play on that, but it wasn't really I wasn't really the most hyped on that. I still don't think it's a good play, but it's working for now. Yeah, Tap, McKesson, Intuit, even Procter Gambling I like as well too, if you want a little bit more quality. But yeah, there's a lot of good names that are trading lower. They might go a little lower, but as long as they're going to be around in 10 years, that's where you start in this market. Well, you don't have to again, when you start with the low riders, it sucks because everything still keeps going up and you're like, damn, I should have just bought that. But if you're really on a longer time frame, eventually when things level out, companies still exist, it's good, making money, you'll get your opportunity and your turn, and then you're able to build it out, and then at least you're not top ticking buying a lot. Why can't I start with your community now? No, you can. What do you mean? I said I think if you want to trade and gamble on options, I would watch the channel and get a long term first and understand what's going on. Like I said, watching some of the old videos that we have so you could understand my strategy, my lingo, all of that stuff. But as far as like a long term and getting into the market now, I think that's what you should do while you're learning. You know, the number one step I was saying last week is that if all of you are waiting to learn how to trade or you want to like get involved in a certain way, what you should be doing right now is you should make a Schwab account or a Fidelity, a separate account where 10% of your income goes into that account, and you buy stocks. Well, again, once a month, we buy stocks that you're gonna hold for 10 years minimum, the long term. And then while you have that, you could paper trade, do some fake trades, and then watch the stream and learn and get an idea. Watch some of the videos, and then a couple months in, you'll know game a little bit more. And then in the meantime, you've already started your long term, and you got that long term account growing. So that's what I'm saying. There's two parts of this. There is the long term, and then there's the trading. But I think trading is useless without the long term. And then when you have the long term and you really establish it and understand it, it's going to help you establish and understand trading more. You're a subcontractor in Dallas with MP making the foundation for a warehouse, and the foreman was like, buy MP. Is he getting paid in MP shares? But yeah, remember MP government took a stake in them, right? I'm pretty sure that was one of the first ones. Nike, it could be. It just depends what else you have in your portfolio. I think Nike's not going to turn around till earnings. You need a real earnings shift, but I like it. So if Kimberly is high, I do like TAP a little bit more. But even then, I think Nike's paying a 4% yield now. So it's definitely time, depending on if your portfolio could use it. It's stabilized. It's at the low. You're a little bit off the bottom. But again, the real turnaround is you're going to need a good earnings. AAP is deep value, but it's not quality. Unfortunately, they've underperformed. Oh, shit. They've underperformed. So I just think you have way higher quality right now. If you've ran out and all the higher quality names bounced and that's all that's left, then yeah, then that's like tier 2, tier 3. So it's not the worst, but it's not the best. And right now you have discounts on things that are a little bit more favorable than not. GFS. The long term, yeah, you don't need a subscription. You don't need to pay for anything for the long term. You don't need locked in. You don't need anything. I'll post them on all my social media. You just got to get the video and watch the video in time and make sure you actually use it. But yeah, we even have free long-term alerts. You have to already be signed up, but there's even free text messages for the long-term. I want everybody to get the long-term. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. That's the real secret sauce of this channel. The gambling and the option stuff, it adds, on the back end, but it's just, I'm being, again, multiple years of the long-term. You're seeing it didn't matter whether you had a lot of money or a little bit amount of money. It literally elevated everybody. And that's what I'm saying. That's where you really want to start. I've created multiple model portfolios. It's all free. I've done them from the beginning, done it all live. So yeah, you don't even need to buy a membership for the long term. That's why I said everything. If you want to gamble, you want to be involved in options, you should be advanced and know what it's worth if you're paying for it. That stuff we have stuff you could pay for. But other than that, I will help you all build a long term for free. And that's probably going to make you the most money over time. And then hopefully get you into a house and everything else. The text alerts, did you sign up for it? If you didn't sign up, it doesn't apply. But if you signed up for the stream alerts, you need to fill out the contact info and answer the confirmation email. The current long-term list is on the latest video. So I still haven't updated it because I haven't done anything. So if it's in the main video, the market has kind of been in this box. But if you go to the Oracle video, it's all the exact same positioning. The prices have just changed because it's been 3 months. So if that's all moved up and down, and then some dividend reinvestments. But it's all on the latest video. Again, the Oracle purchase. And then you could even, I go over some of what we're looking for. I even go over a financial model as well, too. Cause I already paid my fee. The long-term text alerts are closed for now. I think the only way you could get them is through the Cybertruck. But yeah, we closed them. Again, I closed a lot of the stuff down last year. Just, I think people were misinterpreting the focus. Again, I kept getting reported for people who didn't agree with certain things. So, but we made some changes. But I might reopen the long-term text. But for now, I mean, I think just stay locked into the Instagram and on the channel and the videos, because I do want you to pay attention to them, because there is a very big difference between those who do and do not. So yeah. The year-to-date on Schwab. Log in and go to Portfolio Performance under Accounts. And then it should be right here. Woo! Another year. Oh, this is Colt Sister. I was like, no, we're not up that much. Colt Sister is actually outperforming by a major degree. That little fucker. Isn't that crazy? She has no idea. She knows what she has now. I had to finally send her all this. I told her to just log in. She said, I don't know it. I said, thank God. But yeah, this is off $200 a month. So keep that in mind. This is an account with, it's half the time as all the other accounts, but this is assuming you made $2,000 a year that you saved. So $24,000 a year if you save 10%. That's what this account would be. So like I'm saying, last time she wanted to stop, the account was like sub 10K. But yeah, I mean, she did what, 6 years of savings in the last 2? SIF, Z-Scaler, a little pop on that. I hope you're paying attention. Hey, man, I hope. That's all I could do. I pray to God that you pray to God. The Instagram is at the Trading Fraternity. So I don't know, man. I think YouTube might be feeling the pressure. Some of those videos are starting to show up for people, but otherwise, just Instagram has been the most reliable. Of like, if I post a video with a play, long-term, short-term, at least it'll notify you quite efficiently. So, but the Trading Fraternity. That's the same for the YouTube, too, where I post the shorts, but yeah, we'll see. Year-to-date S&P stock. Oh, you meant the laggers. That's what you meant. I was like, yeah. So go here. You put up a watch list. So open up the little side. If you don't see it, even hit the plus sign. And then you could add watch list at the bottom. It'll open up another one. And then it'll give you this. So I like to detach it. But then this is what it looks like. Then make sure it's set to S&P 500. Just go to public S. And then S&P 500. And then in the columns, customize. And put PCT. And then go to percent year-to-date change. Add it. And then boom, money. Now you got a shopping list. So yeah, now you could go through organize it. Here are all the S&P names and how much they're down on the year. Start with the ones that are red. And like I'm telling you, these are all 20%. I don't even know. How much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 7, 58, 59, 60, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 73. 73 names on the S&P 500 are down more than 20%. That's what I'm saying. That's a great place to start. And then after that, you could get some good value, and then we could start talking about growth. A lot of those are growth, though. That's the craziest part. NEM, net, and then team. Straight down payment. I love it, dude. I love it. And good work to you, Tim. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, you know, couple years. It's not like it made anybody a millionaire right away. You know, some of you were able to parlay into some cool opportunities, but at the end of the day, it's like, just imagine if you didn't do it. You know, a couple years ago, if you're like, oh, yeah, I made 100, 200%. It's like, it's a down payment now. And some of you are already seeing the doors that open. Because here's the part that people don't realize. It's already hard. So if you already feel behind and you feel like you don't have enough money, and maybe you don't, do you not realize the problem? What do you think's going to fucking happen when you go to apply for a loan? When you try to go and get a house, you'll realize how difficult it is. It was already going to be hard. So you get what I'm saying? So now it's like you got a couple years income, you grow it at least now. A couple years go by, same situation, but it's like you are closer than you are further. Yeah, a lot of the meme names are up. DSCR loan, I have, but I'm not the biggest fan, and I don't think you should if you're new. All right, we're still near the low. I think we should do Philo. It's already 10:30. Kind of chilling out. I think we could have a good Philo, a good Tuesday Philo. I was gonna say Monday. The breadth of the market on ThinkOrSwim. Do this. Is it under market? I think it's under Market Watch. Then hit Visualize. And then instead of Heat Map, go to Index Watch. And then do the same thing with the watch list. Hit S&P, and it'll tell you how many names are up, how many names are down. And then you could go through and find the NASDAQ. Where is it? NASDAQ 100, 58 green, 42. And then you could go to the Dow as well. Dow Jones, 9 green, 21 in the red. That's the easy way to do it. Kind of easy. That's what I was saying. Like, ThinkOrSwim's kind of intense, but if you actually like get used to it, and like that's why I think if some of you learn on this, I mean, I learned on this decades ago, and that has paid dividends. But ThinkOrSwim's a very powerful platform. It has a lot of data, all earnings information. You can monitor a lot. They got a bunch of cool tools on there. So that's why I say don't waste your time with the prop funds and all that. If you're gonna learn a skill, if you could learn ThinkOrSwim pretty early, I think, and you know, it's complicated at first, but the more and more you use it, it's gonna become so easy, and it has inherently just a lot of power. If you need trading data, tools, all of that, at least for like a good starter level, one step above, you could take TOS as advanced as you want to be, really. But that's what I'm saying. It's a good platform to learn. Your long term's up only 5% year to date. Should you do a rebalance? No. Just buy better names. Find the good value names and the stuff. Maybe in this case, maybe growth might help you out, but the growth that's not overpriced. DEA, isn't that related to weed? Isn't that like the REITs? No, ThinkOrSwim. Well, the high-low ticker is only on Etrade, but that little market breadth and earnings, everything else I use. I never really used Etrade beyond the high-low ticker and like quicker trades, but yeah, everything else, ThinkOrSwim. That's where I double-check the earnings and everything else, and then it has an economic calendar. I don't use it, but I use other ones. But yeah, you can. ThinkOrSwim literally has everything. Rotation plays. I've gotten a couple already. I've just been making things free. I mean, remember coming into this, we had a lot of positions that we kept making free. I did a couple of top blasts on Friday, and thankfully they worked out. So there's a couple rotations I don't have, like financials, but we're already positioned on software, individual software plays. I have China, even though they're lagging, and then a couple of the individual ones, and then even like the SAPs and stuff. So we've made them free. I'm positioned for it, but anything that goes green by a good margin, I'm making it free right away. Just because, like I say, and we have like a chill week, and markets are liking it already now. But when it's all said and done, it's whatever happens as we get into June, the first week of June, and that CPI. That's what I think matters, and then mixed in with the war, but not necessarily the war as much as it's about what happens with the with the bonds as a result. Where is it? All right. Where was it? Cesar. Cesar, do you own Saidu, Cesar? Because you might like this, Cesar. I sold Saidu. I made it free. So I got free shares on that one. But it's just up under 100% from where we bought it on equity. Aw, damn, Cesar. Well, yeah, I sold it. So it's either that's going to be the top or it's going to hit 7. Ready, man. You'll make it. You'll hunt it now. All right. Well, remember, I'm either the top or the bottom, so you gotta just be careful. What you said. You want me to sell it all. I got you, dog. I got you. But yeah, that's free. Now we got free space shares. Who gives a fuck what happens with the IPO? I wanted to double dip that too, but they got killed. I think it was RKLB got killed after that. What's the book on 1,000%ers? Oh, I don't know. There's a video. It's called How to Find 1,000% Options. And they made a comment on the video over the weekend. I didn't have a chance to reply. I read it while I was driving. I was in the car. But someone was like, how do you have time to go over every option? They're like, wouldn't this take hours of scanning through options? And the answer is yes, but that's not what I'm doing. What ends up happening, this is why I'm saying, you guys all need to learn the information edge. I don't know any other way to explain it beyond what you've seen here. You have objectively witnessed us take information and turn it into play ideas. That's what you really need to learn. And then the next part is going to be your management, and hopefully you already learned to get a fucking long term and have a real budget and treat this seriously and not like a degenerate, and you'll be fine. But what I'm doing is I have an idea, and once I get the info, the idea, then I go to the option chain. You see what I'm saying? I'm not just looking at random options trying to find the lagger or trying to find it. No, I need a catalyst. I need information. I need a reason to why that would become more attractive or not, and then I go through the option chain. You see what I'm saying? I'm not just clicking on options, just going through everything. It's like we have ideas. That's why I put so much time, and we're getting all the information. We're getting the news, what areas, what industries, depending on both social all the way down to like real fundamental developments. You know, we're putting all that in there, and then we're looking at it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's good to have, that's why I said ideas. Ideas. And as real ideas, though, not just like, oh, I think it's going to be a good day today. It's like, no, this is an idea based off of what's happening, and, you know, making it actually objective, and to share ideas and to have. That's why I appreciate those of you who are really serious about it, because we get good ideas, and then you go to the option chain, and then you go and then you go and find it, and then you'll be able to see what either makes more sense or less sense, which one has the best risk to reward, and then yeah, you go from there. Yeah, 2 standard deviations is a good one, but even then, you need the info, earnings, right? It's saying when we have something happening, then we go and look, and we're doing that based upon when the event is. No, we were about to do Philo. I just started ranting, and then I made some shares free. But yeah, I think we should begin, even though the SPY's going down. But you know the market likes Philo. Do. Yeah, we could talk about executing quickly here in a little bit. Well, let's kill some desperation. Let's talk about life. And then we'll get back to whatever the market throws at us. You know what I'm saying? So get ready. Jesus. Praise God. Amen. It's a call, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing. They want that to bring the will, but I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Boys and gals, it's time for philosophy. Brussels to open in-depth probe into JD's takeover of CE economy. Ooh, Financial Times, excuse me. And then you got another headline here, too. Iran warns Israeli strike on Beirut would destroy the entire negotiation track with the U.S. So, Chadadonia. How you feeling, baby? Are you ready for some philosophy? Are you ready to talk about life? So, can I remind y'all? I got a lot. I don't have a video for you today. I just got some stuff I was thinking about, and I heard something pretty fascinating that I'm going to share with you. But just let me remind you, I already got some positive reviews. It's still been early, but I do think, the closer you were and the sooner you do it, and with the reality, the more genuinely you do it, I'm telling you, it's gonna bring things closer to you. So just let me, if you didn't get last week's philo, I mean, maybe you go back, but I'm probably going to keep repeating this because like I'm telling you, man, I really think this is a game changer for a lot of people. Just very simply, man, in a world where things are crazy, cuckoo, bubbles, FOMO, you don't know, again, you even had volatility, you're getting all this back and forth, bro. Just, again, I mean, war, you name it. It's just like, dude, kill desperation. That's it. The sooner you realize that desperation only leads you to bad opportunities, that desperation is taking away your luck and opportunity. It's the weirdest one, man. Who would have? I'm giving you a philo on how to be lucky. It's very simple. Kill desperation. Luck and opportunity hates desperation. It likes determination. It loves decision. But I'm telling you, desperation is the thing that costs people. I'm not watching anybody do a top tick and getting caught up in the whirlwind of emotions. Usually it's going to be desperation that's pushing you into that. You kill that, you're going to see some things, my friend. You are going to see some things. So that's a little baby intro, but I got a couple more for you that I think we could start with. Let me tell you something about the wise man. But do you know? Actually, I'll tell you about time first. Do you know time? And I've said this to you guys years ago, and I'm glad because, like I'm saying, depending on how you're moving or looking at things, I think you see it. Time strips away the illusion and reveals truth without mercy. There's another part to it, but you got to really think about that. I've told you this. You want to know if somebody's bullshit? Give them time. You want to know if an investment is good? Give it time. You judge everything with time. You know why? Because with enough time, my brother, it reveals the truth without mercy. You understand that, right? Think about it. Have you ever had a friend? Have you ever met someone you're like, wow, this person's great. 6 months, 1 year later, you're not friends with them anymore. Why? You're telling me you've never had an ex? Why? Think about it. You never thought you discovered the next best thing? You're like, wow, this is the future. This is the industry. I mean, think about it. All the AI stuff. In the beginning, it started happening, going crazy, and then people even thought it was fake. Remember when everybody used to think NVIDIA earnings was fake? What happened? Time. Time strips away the illusion and reveals truth without mercy. I love this one. Because like I've always told you, this is how, if people ever ask me stuff, I don't think I'm the best at always making decisions. I've made some pretty bad decisions in my life. I've even made the wrong judgment on people. But you know what is always proven? Time. That's why I said I don't want to go too quick. You want to always keep moving. You want to always be working towards a goal. But at the end of the day, you don't want to rush things. You know why? Because if you don't have the truth and you rush into it, eventually time is going to reveal the truth. Time don't care. You know that, right? Time didn't care if you started in 2020 and then quit. Time don't give a fuck. Time just kept going. And time said, nope, this is the truth. It's always going to play like that. And now why that's important is you need to understand this. Understanding changes behavior. Corsair. Dude, oh, I forgot about that. People were saying Corsair is already selling Chinese chips. Well, yeah, they're starting to pop. But why you need to understand this is very simple. He who learns to see early understands early. But he who delays often runs out of time to change. Very simple. Time strips away the illusions and reveals the truth. The sooner you could spot that, if you could learn to see things early in that sense, you don't need a special gift. You just got to understand time and truth. You see that early, you will be able to change early and make positive changes early. But he who delays often runs out of time to change. Do you get the analogy? Do you get what is being explained? Think about it. Imagine time goes away. Time strips away the illusion, says this is right, this is wrong. You can't debate with time with how it plays out. So how many times do people say, oh, okay, now I get it. But now, time has gone away. If you make it a habit to delay in terms of understanding truth and seeing it, you will run out of time to change. That's the scariest part about it all. You know why? Because the point is, you can learn and make mistakes early, but if you get into the habit of delaying and not recognizing this till later, you could still make a positive change. You're just going to run out of time. You live a whole life like that, you're going to, by the time you realize everything, you're not going to have the same amount of time. So I'll put it another way. A wise man does at once what a fool does at last. Wow. Let me say it again. A wise man does at once what a fool does at last. For the wise foresee the outcome, while the fool only learns after loss. There's another line, but I want to make sure you grab this one. Are you getting it? The wise man does at once what the fool will do at last. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. My favorite example. Save 10%. US CDC asks workforce to volunteer for airport Ebola screenings. The DC wants to expand its screening for international travelers, prioritize so-called CDC responders. Are? None of them moved. My favorite example is 10%. You should all be saving and growing your money right away. The wise man will do this at once. That's why I'm saying some of y'all, without even knowing me, by watching y'all, you got the idea and you said, you know what, that's a sound idea. I mean, maybe I don't know this guy's face. Okay, he's a little weird, but the idea of save 10% of my money, give it to nobody, give it to myself, pay myself first, and then put it into high quality assets for a 10 years minimum. You see what I'm saying? That's a sound idea. Whether you like me or not, you could put that idea in any packaging, any messenger you want. Is it a wise idea? It is. And if some of you had that wisdom right away, boom, at once. And then what's the other side? A fool does it at last. You only do it after the outcome. A wise man will foresee the outcome and do it right away. Early. Otherwise, the fool will only learn after loss. It's okay. I've been there. I've learned a lot through loss. I've learned everything through loss. That's why I'm glad I did it earlier. I'm glad I did it quickly. Because what's the other part now? Because now, once you figure it out, you're able to foresee it again and make sure you don't repeat that. So I'll give you the punchline. He who decides early gains early. He who delays often pays a heavy price. That is the answer, my friend. Are you understanding? Think about it. You decide early, you gain. This has been the whole basis of what I've been telling you guys with, what's it called? This has been the whole basis of what I've been telling you with Choose Your Frustration. Is it not? This is what I'm telling y'all. Bro, is it going to FOMO? Are you going to FOMO if it rips? Just decide now. Why are you going to get mad if you sell early? Because you made money. It's very simple. What I'm really talking about is you need to decide, make up your mind early, and stick with it. That's it. Oh, I hope you feel me, bro. Wait, let me see. Oh, those will go. So are you getting it? Decide early, you gain early. Delay often, you pay a heavy price. Delay often, you run out of time to make the positive adjustment. Time will tell you the truth, my brother. Pay attention to it. So that's the intro. I got two more things, and I'll tell you the main thing I was thinking about over this long weekend. It was actually fascinating. You know that there was a fascinating one. But here, I think I'm gonna take one of these. Oh, what did I get fucking filled at, dude? Okay, yeah, they already went up. Reminded me of the China stuff. Not a recommendation. So good luck. I told you, with desperation, you make a plan and stick with it. Decide early. That's it. That'll help. And you don't go crazy. You don't have to spiral out if it don't go a certain way. And you adjust and you learn from it. And again, the earlier you do that, the earlier you're going to gain. The later you do that, the more suffering and pain. U.S. officials may announce as soon as Tuesday Volvo will avoid a ban connected to cars linked in China. No, not for the long term, brother. Calm yourself. Chill the fuck out. No, you'll be good, dude. So, that's the first part. But now, here's what I want you to... Oh, I love this one. This one really got me thinking. This blew my mind, actually. It's kind of weird, bro. Okay? This is kind of weird. Are you ready for this? In the year 1211, there was a king. King Frederick. King Frederick II. And this guy was a trip. You know that? He actually beefed with the Pope back in the day and got excommunicated. He was a king, this ruler, but like he was hella controversial. He would ask a lot of questions and he would do things that challenged the law. Again, he would even challenge the Pope. It was a very weird concept. But now here's the deal. He had a crazy idea one time in around 1211, I believe. Or I think maybe 20 years, 30 years later. He had a crazy idea one day. Have any of you heard this? King Frederick, do you know about the experiment he made? I don't know if you guys are familiar. Oh, what did he do? It's trippy, dude. It's like dark. It's kind of dark what he ended up doing. None of you ever heard this? King Frederick? King Frederick II? Wow. All right, well, I'll tell you. He did a study. He wanted to find the language of God. You know that? This king, he's a ruler. He's very deep in this stuff, but like he was just crazy. But he said, God has an original language. I want to find the language of God. So you know what he decided to do? He did a study where they raised children. He took a bunch of newborn babies, took them from their mothers, and had them raised by these nuns, but they weren't allowed to talk to them. This is real, too. Go look this up. Science even built upon this over the years. This is back in the day. And what he did, it's very wild. So he said, I want to take children from day one and let's not teach them language. Feed them, bathe them, give them everything they would need, but don't talk to them. No cooing, no, no language at all. They must be silent throughout the whole time. Because his understanding, his hypothesis, was that if you don't expose them to language, they will eventually revert back to their original language. And as they grow older, they will start speaking the original language of God. Isn't that fascinating? Kind of creepy. So this was the homeboy's idea. And then they did the study. This is back in the day. Raised the children. No words, none of that. And you know what happened? It was kind of interesting. The kids grew and they did all, they grew up. They got older and older. Things were kind of fine initially. They got raised, and then eventually every single one of the children died. So it was wild because the hypothesis was that, or the conclusion was that clearly it was more than just being fed and taken care of that affected your livelihood, how you live, and everything else. Yeah, the kids, for a little bit, they developed and grew, but then eventually they all died. It actually was very, very negative. So, do you know what his conclusion was? His conclusion was that he didn't start off with this. He was like, okay, maybe there isn't a language of God that people go back to. But his ultimate conclusion was that you still need to be showered in the love of language even before you could understand it. And that's where this now led to other studies down the line of people realizing how important, again, language was. And think about it. You're showered in language before you even understand it. The word, very important. So you know what I was thinking about? I heard this, and I'm thinking about this. And it didn't click for me till I was listening to this when I was in the car. I was listening to this little study. It was fascinating. And then I get out of my car, bro, the other day, and I'm like, oh, my goodness. So I'm like, how you are spoken to. That's the difference between life and death. How you're spoken to will literally create life. It affects your development. Being showered in a language, whether you understand it or not. You know that? You don't think that's crazy? I'm grateful. You know why? Because all of you who don't believe in what I'm telling you and you listen, God bless you. You're still being showered in it. You don't get it. I love it. I hope all of there's future, bro. Don't be a doomer. You may not even understand what I'm saying, but I hope you are showered. Before you even understand it, you're going to at least be surrounded by it. Oh, they don't feel me. But that's not the main thing I was thinking about. You know what I was thinking about? God. It's funny, homeboy was trying to find the language of God. Ended up just realizing how important it is for, in development to be talked to. And how necessary that was. right? Yeah, and that's where I realized. I said, wow. I think God speaks to us throughout life. Imagine if that's how humans are, where if they don't get spoken to, it hurts their development. How does God treat us then? You get it? And that's where I said, wow. I don't think God is not speaking. I think at every various points of our life, you are going to have God come in and speak. I hope you listen to it. I hope you're silent enough to listen to it. But do you not get the logic? You are not going to go from birth to death without the Father speaking to you. Do you understand me? You know, that's just not how we develop. That's what I was thinking about. So, don't ever forget that. And understand how important it is to both be showered in the language of love, as well as understand too, bro. You're not going to go to, if you seek it, if you really want it. That's what I'm saying. You don't want it, don't forgive me. You want it, I don't think you're going to go from life to death without hearing from God, without hearing from the Father. He's probably showered you in language you probably don't even understand yet. But you will one day. Oh, I hope you feel me, bro. So let me end it with one more thing. You know, I'll end it with one more thing. You know why? Because I had talks with my sister about the long term and everything. Like I said, man, I like to help her out. At least I like to set a good example even for you guys where you could go back and look. I don't want to change any of y'all. I hope you want to change for your own benefit. But do I want to fucking crack the whip and make you do something? Fuck no. You guys understand that, right? I want all of you to get a long term. But if you don't get a long term with real understanding, real motivation, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I seek. Like I said, bro, I even told my sister, listen, I don't care any of y'all liberals disagree, whatever it may be. I don't want to change you. I do want you to get understanding. That's why with my sister, I said, look, you're the same as you were last year. You're the same before that. All that, I just got to help you grow a little bit. At the very least, even if I don't help you grow as a person, I'm going to help you grow in that account so that you don't get left behind, so that people don't take advantage of you and get you to subscribe to their ideas and get left behind. I'm not down with that. You know, and that's why I was telling her about it. But I just, a lot of the things, whether she's like, you invest in this, don't do this, don't do this. I've seen this in my sister. I've seen this in a lot of y'all. We've had this talk. Everybody's like, am I a good person? I buy Palantir stock. Am I a good person? I'm invested in cigarettes. Every stock in the world is killing people. You know that, right? Look at how evil the world. You know, and you know what people are getting hung up on? You know it. You get hung up on this. It's the number one question of the modern era, where now it's no longer about objectivity. It's no longer about being effective. It's not even being about fame and recognition. You know what it is now? The question that's plaguing so many people, warping how they view the world. It's an ironic question. Am I a good person? Am I a good person? I don't buy this, I'm a good person. I don't do this, I'm a good person. Oh, you do that, you're a bad person. How can you support that? You're a bad person. Oh, you support that, you're a good person. You know why it's funny? Because we're all terrible. Myself included. I'll be the first in line. You know that? All y'all scared? Put me at the front. I'm the worst. It's not like I'm out here trying to plot and do evil things. I just understand the team I play for. You're on the same team, dog. You're a human. We are the worst. You know that. It's never going to change. You need to understand this. And I'll tell you why. Dude, God is not interested in a better you. What would you say if I told you that? Would you am I a false preacher? Am I prosperity? I'm not even a preacher, dog. I'm just a stock guy. Think about it. God is not interested in a better you. What would you say to that? If I told you God is not, you think God is like, I wonder if we could make him the best of him. Oh, he's almost there. Just if only he did this. You think that's what God wants? You think God is interested in a better you? He's not. You want to know what my evidence is? Everything that Jesus Christ said. He's not interested in a better you. He is actually interested in doing away with you. You know that, right? You think he wants a better you? You want to make the human better? He said, no, you must put off the flesh. You must be reborn into something new. You must give up the desires of the flesh. He is not concerned with a better you. He is concerned with doing away of the old mentality. His whole objective was to get rid of this whole, anything related to human, if it's not in the spirit, it's already dead. The whole point was a new you. He said, don't follow the traditions and customs. A new, not a better version. We ain't looking for none of that. Are you getting it? Those who realize this sooner, they usually put off the clothes and put on the new. That's when you realize, you're like, wow, we are terrible. Wow, these little things in life. If I do this, I don't do that. That's everybody just trying to follow the rules. Trying to follow, oh, that makes me, is that going to get me favor? No. Put off your human mentality, brother. Pick up the spirit. Pick up that alien brain of yours and what's behind there. There's a whole, you don't have to live how culture timed the world. You are not of this world, remember? There's the earth and then the world. You live on earth, but that doesn't mean you have to be a part of the world. You see what I'm saying? You're like, well, I could be the best in the world. No, he's not interested in you being in the world and doing it better. He's interested of you being on earth, but not of this world. Are you getting it? So, Chad, I hope you feel me. And I hope this encourages you, man. Change. Be the best you could be. And do it because you want. But that's why. That's just the same task for everybody. There's no, oh, he did a little better. He did a little worse. No, are you new or are you old? Are you spirit or are you flesh? Like I'm telling you, bro, I don't think you're going to go life to death without hearing the language that God has already showered on you in this world. So let time strip away the illusion. And I hope you are wise and do what you need to at once and not at last. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. Fast link for the Scream-a-lots. Go, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn,
Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches out, these sad. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my
Rich
own
Robotics
dishes
just
while the fuck
popped.
you in my business. I ain't
already at
tryna be
15,
your
but
menace.
shit.
Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. Not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yeah, MP still going, and then Rich Robotics. I don't have a headline on that. And then something about Tay and DJT. Big announcement coming. Understand. Don't worry, there's one more. There's one more. We all need it.
my long term.
Oakley acquires stake in Excel from Bain Capital. Bro, Rich Robotics. Bro, that did 10% right there. I still don't have a headline.
Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Chips get bought for sure, dude. The Koreans. The fucking Koreans. Korea. Yeah, and then Oakley acquired somebody. Deck is going up again. What's up with Rich Robotics? That's just random. Out of nowhere. But yeah, they just popped up 10-15%. Most of that was just right now. It already gapped a little bit. NCLH, CCL, Pump, cruise lines are sold out and the market isn't paying attention. Even after the little boat sicknesses, that reignited my cruise line fear. All right, well, yeah, Rich Robotics just took off. So, yeah, and SPY right below VWAP, right below where we opened. And what time? 11:11. Ah, it's literally make a wish. Long term. But, yeah, we have about, what, hour 45, hour 50 left. Not bad for a Tuesday that feels like a Monday, but then tomorrow's the middle of the week. Yeah, I'm still good on the cruises. I'm not going to lie. I want to go on one of those, like, bougie ones. You know that? Have you seen the Ritz-Carlton? They got a Ritz-Carlton yacht cruise, but it's only, like, 20 people. I'd go on one of those, but, like, even then, I'm still a little, like, I don't like that fucking horror movie, like, Titanic, like, you out in the middle of nowhere, and now it used to be just, like, you hit an iceberg. Now it's, like, you out in the middle of nowhere, and then a bunch of rat poop kill everybody. I'm like, what fucking kind of Clue-ass game is this? Like, oh, what's gonna get us all stranded on a boat? Oh, is it rat poison? Rat poop? Oh, no, an iceberg? Nuclear war? So, yeah, I don't know. I've never been on a cruise. I've never been on one in my life. RR, dude, 20% now. All right, well, GG's if you got it. Kumbaya, my long term. Korea. I wish those other ones didn't have earnings. Futu keeps climbing too. No, Korea, the thing is the government's supporting Korea. You guys know that, right? The government is like all about this rally. That's the difference between them and China. China doesn't want their shit to rally. Even America, like, right? Like Jerome Powell, the Fed, they're like, no, asset values and, oh, no. But in Korea, they're like making policy. The government is very supportive of equities ballooning. That's why you're starting to get the grandmas. They're all fucking top ticking and still going crazy. That was the update that we had last week, was the margin activity or the account activity. I don't know if you guys remember this one. Let me see if I could find it. Which one is it, right? No. Was that 2 weeks ago? It's quite fascinating. Yeah, here it is. This was from May 19th. So essentially, in Korea, foreign investors are exiting. The government and the institutions they're all holding everything up. They love this, and they're all, again, the government isn't like, the government's like encouraging it. And then you had a new uptick in retail investors. This was like people are calling it the grandmas, because now the older people in Korea, everyone's doing the same thing. They're getting a bunch of money and they're just top blasting it in the tech stocks. And the government is low-key kind of supportive of it, both with policy, how they're holding things, the regulation. It's all, they're not shy about it. They actually love it. So that is the big difference right now. DDD has been going up all day too. And then Corsair had that extra pop. I forgot about that one. People were talking about them in China chips. And Groupon, I don't know. I think, remember those days, remember Newsmax? Remember Newsmax and all those short squeezes? Those kind of popped up. I still have those free contracts. They all just started moving. RTX defense names? Or Reddit. That was one of the short stocks. So remember, we had a play on the Newsmax day. It went down, but I think it's up now. Oh, yeah. Nice. All right, I made my Groupons free. I just checked them. They're up just under 100%. So I made them free. Those had time on them. SLS. Yeah, well, Groupon's squeezing into the high. Sentinel Star. What's the other one? Rubric. Sermal now starting to go up. You had USAR earlier. You have a question. You had to evacuate your home because of the chemical plant. A significant drop. Are you talking about where was that? In Garden Grove? Yeah, GG. I think you'll be a little bit better off since it's Cali and you have so much around there, but usually if there is like did it end up blowing up? Nothing happened, right? So if you just had to evacuate, I think you're fine. But if there was like a chemical spill, it would hurt the values. But like I'm saying, you know, there's millions of homes down there that are very, you know, next to the city and everything else. So I don't think it's there. Yeah, they said not yet, but I know it didn't have. Bird is going up. That was part of that day too. All those old short squeeze plays. But no, I think you should be good unless there's like a big you know, if there's a big explosion and then it leads to things not being habitable. They might compensate you in some way depending on how it played out, but yeah, assuming no major catastrophe, I think you're good for now. DRAM. VRT on the low. It's weird. You're getting a lot of activity. Devon Energy plays are coming down right now. And then defense is up. Eyes on watch right now. It's not anything big just yet, but you're getting a couple low ticker moves with energy and oil. Couple of things on the high, and then oil wants to break a multi-hour low. And then we're right below VWAP. And then we have, what, hour and 40 minutes left? Abbott's starting to climb. What's the other one? Xerox. That one chilled out. 10B, remember, that was one of the other cyber ones. And then who's the other one? Gen. RRR now. A couple biotechs moving. And then SPY right at VWAP. So like I'm saying, you got a couple of like smaller cap names squeezing. And then just oil at the low with a couple of oil names going down. So see, again, NVIDIA stopped going down. A couple of others. Micron still at the high. A lot of things. SanDisk. So Habibi, everything, you know, is still going. What happened to Poet? I feel like I haven't heard from him in a while. Micron again. Again, Micron is a $1 trillion company now. Another one to the list. It's amazing. It's amazing, brethren. Flex, thermal. All right, that's it, bro. I think unless anything else goes crazy, I'm good with the plays for today. And then make whatever free. What happened to Qualcomm? That one chilled after that little freak out. Yeah, I still made a lot of stuff free though today. That I was down with. I'd like to make it free, Habibi. Ooh, I'm kind of smelly. I showered last night. I don't know why. I'm a little smelly today. Where's IB a Mizzle? It is a short week. Do keep. I noticed that when I looked at these options, some of them said 3 days remaining. Are they a better company than AMD? Arguably, yeah. Micron has just high demand, those products. It's just Micron's done this, though, in the past. Both the supply squeeze and then hopefully, I mean, if you repeat what happened in the past, they're very cyclical. But the argument people are saying now is that this chip wave and the pricing is going to stay like this for a long time. Yeah, Sentinel-1. Remember, Sentinel-1 has earnings, I think, tomorrow. Which I'm kind of pissed at, bro. I wanted these other cyber plays. I think they'd be better without earnings now. Here they're just going to get lucky or clapped. Tazim News reporting Iran let ships through. Has cheap memory. Yeah, that's what they were saying today, and that's where pretty much Corsair. They're saying even Corsair is starting to sell it through some of them. But yeah, that could be bad or good. You know, people reacted positively to the Huawei stuff, but there is this idea that China might be able to flood the market with some cheap RAM and calm things down. Yeah, bro, all the cyber plays. Fastly's going up. Again, we just be on the lookout. We should be getting some sort of Project Glasswing headline today. Iran says 25 oil tankers passed through the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours. That's good. But yeah, where's Data Kelb? And then again, Sentinel-1. I think all of them except Okta. Saidu! I told y'all, bro. Here you go. How much percentage did I give you? I gave you at 40 more cents. That's a decent amount. It's like 10% right there. God bless, bro. God bless. We got free. We made them free. Woo! SLS. DRAM. Micron. Again, SanDisk is right up there too, and Korea. General Mills. I'm not against it. I mean, it's again a very attractive yield. I mean, it wasn't my first choice, but that price keeps coming down. I mean, it's hard to ignore. So I still have I get another deposit here in a couple days. I still have not done anything from March, which I'm sorry, but I do hope it's been worth it. All right, SPY back at VWAP. Now AMD's playing along. Doing a little bit of Tesla. Meta's even came back up. Nvidia's still in the red. Intel's chilling. But yeah, you have AMD and Micron at the high. SanDisk, WDC are right behind it. Oh, and IGV too. Again, IGV's still green today, even though chips ripped it. So they both went up, just some more than others, or at least the chips got a majority of the money. And then oil stopped moving. Again, you had a little bit, but now we've touched VWAP again. Advice on TE Energy calls up 400. I would make it free, but I only say that because that's what I already did. So we bought TE. If you got short-term contracts where I called it out instead of long-term, you made a fuck ton. Hence your 400%. But I made mine free at like right around 100% today. So I like the idea. I think it has hype, but I would, you know, nothing like getting your money back and then letting the rest do its thing. So I already made my TE free. APH. Someone brought that up, the Apfernal or whatever. I think it's decent. Damn, that ripped. Oh, no way. So Chad brought this up like 2 days ago, and I said, you know, that's like the name I like. Because I said it's still up there, but I like the, like, it's not energy, but like fiber, the optics and everything, like connecting the data centers. I think that's a great ISM longer term manufacturing play. So yeah, that's crazy. Regarding Corsair, the regulatory risk, a May procurement rule adds CXMT to coverage semi-restrictions. Not sure if it applies to Corsair. They'll probably rip until they get hit with restriction. But yeah, they were circulating it over the weekend though. Like if you went to Corsair's website, like you could buy Chinese RAM essentially in some of the builds. But yeah, if they get hit with the regulatory action, it'll get clapped. Because Corsair just, remember we talked about this, I think a couple months ago when people brought up the idea there, and then it faded, and then yeah, it takes a while to build up momentum. Macron. It is kind of parking money till the IPO. 100%. That's what we were talking about earlier, where there's a good chance they're not going to let the market go down majorly until they collect all these fees from these IPOs. And I think a lot of people are waiting, you know, if you're going to exit, people are waiting till they could get out of things or get into the IPO and then call it a day. Alright, dudes all over. And then UNG on the low, Core Weave on the low. What's up with that? Is the locked in still a thing? You're in the USA now? You can't change it? Yeah, it's locked in is still around. A PG tanking. A couple names just hit some pretty big reds. And then Stratasystems, that one actually kept running big. And then UNG, Boyle, and a couple of solar names, even though solar should be up. What was the other one? Corsair. I can't believe APH already moved like that. Macron. Yeah, so that's the second, like this end of the day right here. It's all just getting led by Macron. There's a couple of other names moving, but that's the one that's keeping Korea and everything else up. Let's see. You guys know you're at 7,500 on the SPX. 7 red on the Dow, or 7 green, 23 in the red. NASDAQ, 60 in the green, 40 in the red, so that got a little better. And then SPY, 280. 20 names went green, 220 in the red. So a couple names tilted up higher there. Again, ALEB and that. You can make the forward one. Which ones? The short-term ones I think are up, and then the leap on forward is up over 1,000%. But yeah, those smaller short-term ones, those are green. I don't have that many of them, so I'll push them. Macron. I haven't seen another headline since that Oakley shit. FAA proposes 165K fine. That's old. Interesting. Ford leaps 1150%. Yalla, habibi, yalla. Not bad, huh? Free, 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 free. I know, right? Just remember that was what was it, 13,000% the other time, so it's good. But yeah, Ford has been a monster, dude. I mean, again, they are the newest data center play in town, which is so funny. EWTX. Let's see, Kimberly. On HPQ, just earnings run up if they do well. All of them. There's like 4 other earnings plays, so we went over a lot of them in the morning. It just depends on if you want to take them or not. What was it? There's CRM, Zscaler, Snow, Synopsys, Dell, HPQ, NTAP, and Marvel. Those are the ones, and Okta too, I guess. Lunar Blue Origin selected by NASA. Oh, is that why they're going down? Because I'm saying, why would they be? I don't think they'd go up on that. So see some of the space stocks. You got Blue Origin selection by NASA. And then what is this? IRGC. Lunar's getting clapped off of that. IRGC, 25 ships. They're exercising intelligent control. Warned any aggression would be met with crushing response. Micro, again, Lunar's getting clobbered off of that. So eyes on that. You kind of missed a little bit of it, but it's moving down. Oh, they halted it? Fuck. Damn. Well, look if all the other space ones might come down. Damn, that just dropped 7%, bro. I was looking at the day. Damn it, there was some good ones. Then they halted it all. Fuck. That would have been a banger. Yeah, you had it early. You even had you had 3-4 minutes to react. That last candle was the one. That just halted it. I even got a stream alert out, but yeah, that was difficult. Free, 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 free. Dope. Yeah, see what the other space stocks do, but damn. It's usually the puts don't hit like that, but again, I mean, the shit was up 7%, just gave it up in 2 minutes. Yeah, great call out on that. We'll see. I'm looking at if any of the others. I think it's just going to be them. What was the other one? RKLB? Yeah, they didn't react. So again, Lunar's the one. that's been more sensitive, but the other one's just kind of chilled. Did Sentinel wake up? It was going earlier. I'm waiting to see if that opens. So see when it, oh, see if it unhalts. You might get lucky. Well, they said Marco Rubio is saying a deal in a couple of days. Yeah, that is a new... Global Foundries is like breaking out. I made it free because I was scared of the top blast, but I'm pretty sure this is all-time high territory. Would I go down? Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to chase this space hype, that's what I think you're late on. I don't know what's going to happen after. The IPO is either going to kill all of the momentum or the IPO might spur more momentum, unfortunately. That's just what's happened over the years in the last couple of decades where there's been notable market moves, there's been notable IPOs, and sometimes they have slowed the market down and, you know, topped things out, and other times they've actually added fuel. But what I was referencing the other day, or this morning, was just like, you know, if people are like, should I buy space stocks now? I'm like, you could gamble up until the event if you like, but I'm just saying, like, we brought that idea up a solid 6 months ago, and I do think it's a little too late to try to front run. Doesn't mean there's not opportunity, but yeah, just we're just in a different category when it comes down to that. Oh, some JD?
We're trying to stop.
You want some Jack Daniels Vance?
Against. It's a shame that anything
like that happens. No, is that not what it stands for?
But if it does happen, the only way to protect those people and the only way to protect the American taxpayer is to ensure that the fraudsters.
News on Lunar is that NASA selected Blue Origin.
This ridiculous scam.
So people thought Lunar would get selected.
So with that,
so they got
I'm looking forward to the
10%.
meeting. Thank you, press. We're going to talk in private now. Take care, guys.
All right, well, that was John Daniel. Thanks, John Daniel. You top ticked. I did too. That's why I made it free, though, so you could do whatever you like if you're comfortable with that risk. But, you know, I get a little free exposure at the top. Why not? MTRN and GE. Yeah, I sold Saidu. That's what I'm saying. Saidu, Lunar, Fly. We made these plays at the beginning of the year. I took a lot of them early after the first couple 100%, but yeah, fuck me, man. They just kept going, but that's why. I mean, we've gotten a couple here and there, but I think this idea of buying space stocks ahead of the SpaceX IPO, we were that early. Fly, are they benefiting off of it? Hold on, see if they got a contract, because now Fly is going up. So, oh my gosh. These are disgustingly expensive. They don't have one cheap contract on there. Yeah, they've jacked up the ask on all of those. Fly is now moving. It just hit a 52-week high. So they might be getting a contract. Take note on that one. You might see a follow-up because pretty much one of them died and now the other one goes up. There's just no cheap contracts on there. So, yeah, if they're benefiting off of it, that'll be the other side of that trade. Yeah, Fly selected by NASA. Confirmed. Actually, I don't have a source on it, but I see it circulating already. Fly confirmed by NASA. It's already up 20, though. Hold on. I'm trying to see if there's any you could finesse. Free. Yeah, that one's going to be hard. And then Tesla. Is Tesla getting selected for something? Very expensive. Won't you jack that ass up? That sucks, bro. I'd like to fly on that news, but the contracts are really jacked up. Oh, I fucked it up. Yeah, this is terrible. I took a top tick. I'm gonna flip it real quick though. If it breaks out from here. But the other, who's the other one going down? RDW? Yeah, they're getting hit by it. These ones are way better with the ones with time. I don't know if you remember, we had, I think, January's. Yeah, but those cost a lot now, Habibi. You know, very, very expensive. You could finesse some of the spreads a little bit, but this one's just super risky. This one, you're only going to benefit if you get another delayed reaction to the NASA news circulating. Well, that is a pretty big deal for them with considering how much they lagged, but I get my profit and then I leave. I hope. Otherwise, I get a wash. RXT, is that related or no? LRCX. Is your boy still going up? What happened to Lunar? Did they get unhalted or no? We still don't have the Lunar unhalt. Yeah, Lunar's still halted. It's been longer than 5 minutes. German Defense Minister Pistorius cancels planned visit to U.S. Oh, there's Lunar. So Lunar unhalted now. Yeah, they won't fill any of those. Bro, those ones right before the halt, you could have got some cheap 20 centers or 10 centers. Those would have all hit. Boo. RDW is up 30. What do you mean they're going down? Hey, yo, bro. Daily options. Don't take it so personal. He's talking about in reaction to the news. So, again, we're getting space news, and all of these companies are reacting positive and negatively. So, that's the reference. Peace talks have caused frustrations inside White House, though a deal may be near. Sky News. NASA Firefly Elytra spacecraft to deliver first drones to the moon. Fly. Fly, Pelican, fly. Hawkeye. All right, and then Macy. Something else just popped. Oh, Sentinel. I don't think we're going to get any love on that option chain, though. Again, earnings. You need more juice. Risking, rewarding, harmonies. Say hello to my long term. Say hello to my 10%. Hawkeye. All right. Well, yeah, that's circulating now. But let me go to the bathroom. I need to take a potty. Good day. 15 minutes until the bell. Or hour 15 until the bell. 15 minutes till power hour. Woo! So I will BRB. God bless America. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And I'll see y'all in a little bit. Woo!
I make the contracts free. I don't chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, 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 oh, free. Yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and
Oh, yeah. All right, my bad. I had to go potty. Go to the bathrooms. By chilling, though, again, it is power hour here shortly. So what's up, Chad? How are you guys? Are you guys good post-Philo? Market got a little Philo bounce. Still chilling on our Monday, Tuesday. Couple of peace deal things, but nothing too crazy. Peace talks have caused internal turmoil. Lunar, because NASA didn't select them and selected another company, Fly and Blue Origin. So yeah, that's why they got clapped. That's a 20% move. We got that early, but they halted it. So if you didn't take those contracts in time, that was a crazy one. I know NXL started I already made those free. I said we could have double dipped it on Friday, but it came back down. I hope that song saved people from getting clapped. I hope they're like, maybe I should make it free. Could have changed the world. I hope if they let it, man. If they let it. Man, it's a banger, bro. Good work. It's beautiful. I make that contracts free, 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 free. Where's the rest of them? Lunar's still going down. Trim twice when it doubles. Oh, Nibis. I feel like we haven't heard about that. And then Corsair came down. Xerox. Some of these other small caps that were running chilled. Palantir did good for a little bit. They jacked. The options are still up, but that stopped after that move. They've been bleh. And then even IGV right at break even or right above it. Fly. AM Tizzle. All right, Chad. Well, kind of chilling. We'll see what the final hour brings. What happens at night and in the morning. That's it. Elon has time to build a major base on the moon. The moon base. That sounds fun. Who's the other ones? I do. Those railroads keep going. Again, CNBC pumped them earlier. And then TE. Cyber, dude. Oh, who's the other one? Snow and Rubric. Yeah, those are all chilling up there. And then I haven't looked at Korea and the Micron. Those are still at the high throughout all this. And Copper on the high. What's up, dog? Copper wants to play? I mean, gold and silver are down. Silver is up, but considering the war talk, you'd think they'd be a little bit better. WOB. All right, well, low ticker's pretty active, though. So we hit VWAP, chilled there for like 10, 15 minutes. Mexico's on the high, but then, yeah, you're starting to come down. This one's not all energy, though. This is a couple of things, I think, in the green slowing down, then a couple of new names hitting the low. But, I mean, see if the high ticker could pick up. Moon balloon, moon balloon. Moon spoon balloon. Spoon moon boon spaloon. Oh, that's hard. Should we do it? I haven't done that in a while. Do you guys think we could do it? Hold, it's been a while, bro. Moon spoon moon spoon spoon moon spoon. Spoon moon balloon spoon. Oh, fucking raccoon. Moon balloon spoon raccoon. Oh my god. Spoon moon balloon spoon raccoon moon balloon. Spoon moon balloon raccoon spoon moon balloon raccoon. I have no beat on that one. All right, sorry. I just wanted to try. I fucked it up without it. About learning how to play. Yeah, no, I have thousands of videos on the trading fraternity. So I was bringing one up last week, and I gave a play idea today that if you watch the video, you would have been able to apply it. What's that? I hear noises. But yeah, the trading fraternity, I literally have thousands of videos. And there's some good ones you could start with, but I definitely watch how to, it's called How to Find 1000% Gainers. I think it has like 300, 400,000 views. It's a good video, but that'll explain the Josh Scholes model. Raccoon Spaloon, I fecked up a little bit. It was hard. It's hard. Would you sell STC, one Intel call, and get shares of Google? What do you mean STC? Is that a standard covered call? I'm not good with abbreviations, you guys. I'm a dum-dum. So, and get 200 shares, or sell all calls and get 100 shares of Google? Are you asking to sell the long term and then move it to something else? That's even crazier than using an abbreviation. But yeah, I wouldn't sell anything in the long term to move it around. That's just not what I do, unfortunately. So you guys can do it. Again, I mean, the wise man does what he ought to, or you'll learn eventually with a different amount of time. But yeah, that's not a recommendation. No, my only recommendation is do it. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Double it, triple it. But yeah, I follow the rules, man. You've been here 5 years and you've never seen you do that? Well, stop lying then. So I say, hella people be doing that all the time. They're like, I come every day. I've never heard that. I'm like, then clearly you were not here every day. I'm saying I'm not trying to call you out, but you're the one using that as the idea there. So like I'm saying, it's just no, there's many things. They're like, wait, when did you start playing this? I'm like, for a long time. I get scared when we do stuff that we did a while ago, and then people are like, I'm here, but I didn't see that. I'm like, oh no, man, I don't even want to ask you about the long term now. Oh, sell to close. So yeah, if it's a trade, that's a different story. But are you not in the money, you just want to turn it to shares. I mean, if you're going to turn it to something in the long term, just make sure whatever you put in there, it's just going to be 10 years minimum. That's going to be the rule. Otherwise, it's just a matter of preference if it's a swing trade. On ABAT? No. What is ABAT? Isn't that battery? No, I haven't looked at it. There's one battery play that came up recently. Sentinel. You don't remember? We did all of them. We did all those videos. It's a lot, though. It's a lot. You know? Like, remember when we did, like, the top listeners of the channel? It's easy to get into the top 10%, but the difference between, like, the top 5% and the top 0.01, it's hundreds, if not thousands of hours. So, again, I mean, I'm live a lot, so we go through a lot of things. But that's why I'm saying I hope at the very least you could keep up with the long term. We'll try to make that the easiest part. It's the funnest part. Lunar again! No! That one would have been banger. When you do like the YouTube recap, it tells you how many hours. But yeah, I think I'm live like 1,600 or 2,000 hours a year, which is kind of crazy. Well, yeah, it's fun. What was it with there was something with batteries the other day, like a catalyst. And then Edwards on the high, EW, 52-week high. And then Elon, and then Mobileye on the low. Uh-oh, hot dog. Moon balloon. Core Weave still dumping. Micron's about to hit another high. And now they started off weaker. Again, I think software is about to go red, though. So we're right at the cusp. The archives are vast indeed. And 3 minutes till power hour. Chattadoon. 3 minutes till power hour. Trim twice when it doubles. And I'm feeling fine. I would have done I had an option. I saw it. I was going to execute on it, then it got halted. There were some negative change close puts to the downside. So again, I mean, at the time, I didn't think it moved 20% down. I thought it would have kept going, but yeah, they halted it, and then that was it. Yeah, I don't know if it'll do another one, but I couldn't get like a cheap one. There's the ones afterwards, but yeah, everything else wasn't good. Or it just depends on how much it really moves now. Mara, Circle. Why are all these crypto names going down? And then Kohu. A pop. Yeah. A lot of crypto is selling off. Crypto went red. No way. And then Boeing, Sweet Greens. There's a lot of things kind of going on the low right now. Oklo, Coin, Hims, the whole low ticker's popping off right now. New low on Lunar. What's the other one? Yeah, Oklo's selling off now. That did, dude, I can't believe they hold that one that bad. You misunderstood the ghetto spread. You're holding 100 call. Sold a 110, underlying blue past 110. You tried to close for 1,000, only worth 600. Expiration is 3 weeks away. So you did it right. The whole point is that's by expiration. So come expiration, if it stays above the 110, you're gonna get your $1,000 pretty much. But if you want it before, now that think about it, they're two separate contracts, one with different sets of values. So until the other contract loses the premium, if you want to take out right now, you're going to get whatever the difference is. But now if the play goes down, by expiration, if it's below 110, you get whatever you sold the contract for on the sell side. And then the more time decay kicks in, that 600 is going to increase as the 110 loses value or keeps the same value depending on where the stock is at. Bro, CPay, I've seen that a couple times. I don't think crypto is dead, but I have hope for the ISM, but like low key, I mean, again, we'll see. We get GDP data this week, but I mean, ISM, manufacturing, so many things have been hot that usually bode well for crypto, but yeah, that's just not happening this time around. So we'll see. We will see, but I have a little bit of hope, but that's why I said if we go through this cycle, ISM and all these other factors, and then it doesn't end up hitting a new high off of that, I would be I would start changing some of my views on crypto. And I'm feeling fine. Apple on the low now, so everything big kind of selling off. Apple's going red now. Trump is holding a call with Netanyahu. Axios reporter on Twitter. BDX. DLB Dolby. Yeah, welcome Power Hour. I don't think this is a news headline. I think it's just everything, because again, oil hasn't budged. That's already down, but this is kind of some of the bigger dogs. Remember, today's been slight tilt above 50-50 towards the later in the day, but today was about half the names up, half the names down. So a lot is having to do with waiting. And then we got a waiting, not like waiting patient, but like waiting like market breadth. And then a couple things like copper moved up here, but yeah, it just seems like Power Hour. We'll see if this changes or not. You're near the low of the day, but today's low still pretty elevated. The only thing down is the Dow Jones. Nasdaq and Russell both around 1.5 right now still. So this 0.4, 0.5 is the low. But yeah, we'll see if we do get a new. You just got the Trump Netanyahu thing, but I don't think that's what's moving us right now. I think it's some of these plays off the top chilling out, and then a couple of the big names that didn't do much slowly pointing lower. ONON, any of these come up? Yeah, the Lunar is 27%, I'm pretty sure. 25% minimum. It's actually kind of crazy. And then Fly came back down. Who's the other one? Saidu. Well, that's now my make free looked a little better. CVO? What the fuck is this? Whatever this is near, it looks super liquid. Well, I just gapped up 4 on a couple of trades. Is AI bearish on crypto? Somewhat. That's what I brought up a year ago, and I think at the time it sounded a little ridiculous, but a lot more people have adopted that idea. Is what I was telling you, where literally the one bad thing for crypto is that now crypto has to compete with AI. That's what I was telling you guys last year and earlier this year. I was like, think about it. If I'm going to go and build a data center, a factory, that anything using electricity, and I have two options, I could either put it towards AI and data center or electricity and Bitcoin. The money is not in mining. The money is in data centers. It's going for the AI. So that's what I was telling you guys around last year, where pretty much Bitcoin is having to compete with AI, and that's an easy answer. Everyone's going to go AI because, you could actually tokens have more. Sadly, think about the irony, generating tokens. So it kind of is like crypto, but an AI token in a data center to inform a process or a bot or an agent, that's more valuable than mining for a Bitcoin, especially with the cost of electricity high, and then you don't know what you're going to get for that Bitcoin anyways. But yeah, so the whole idea of Bitcoin competing with AI is becoming much more real, and I think a lot of people see it now. That being said, I still think there's an opportunity for crypto, but I don't know if it doesn't happen. Like I'm saying, you get all of the stars have aligned for crypto. With again the ISM. The ISM is the easiest one, and if we don't hit a high after that, that's it. Then I do think crypto starts to become structurally changed, because crypto's never done that. Bitcoin has always hit a new all-time high with the ISM running hot. So that's what I'm saying. If that doesn't happen, something from the moment Bitcoin's ever been out till now, if that breaks trend, that will be a little different, and that could be the AI effect. Yeah, well, the irony is AI is doing the same thing. These data centers are using electricity and generating a token. You don't think that's hilarious? It's like think about it, like a Bitcoin. It's generating a Bitcoin, but it's not generating a Bitcoin. Instead, it's creating these tokens to be used in information retrieval and execution processes to develop things. That's a utility, right? Data centers are pretty much Bitcoin centers of utility, but instead of creating coins that people trade and store value with, it's turning electricity into a token, and then that token is used to execute a process, and that's where the money's at right now. No, we already had our talk about TLT today. If you need me to tell you not to buy it, you could wait, but I'm still looking for bond volatility. Now, OpenAI, Scoop has hired ServiceNow Chief Marketing Colin Fleming as CFO for business. Does he still work with Now? And then AMD and Micron. So again, you got that little drop and bounce, and then once again, your select chip names in memory are running away. SMX, why does that sound familiar? Dizzle 503. Do I have any drawing tools or indicators on TOS? Not just the VWAP, but no, I don't use any. I just, again, you guys have seen me do it. I just eyeball support and resistance. I think you'll get a hang of it, but I don't really do any drawing out. You know, again, sometimes in like certain bigger moves, and if it makes if it makes a lot of moves, then it's like, sometimes the moving averages and other stuff come up, but I'm not drawing them out, or I'm not really looking for them. To comp rent, you could buy like services depending on the area, but Craigslist and Zillow, just go see what they're going for within a mile or two. And then if you're doing it for like Airbnb, like I'm saying, there's like software and stuff you could buy, but generally you could always just take a first-hand look yourself and get an idea. That don't underestimate that. At 560, AMD becomes $1 trillion company too. No way. Yeah, my day, you had to work to become $1 trillion. Not just every day. Fuck that. Do people do long-term rentals? Yeah, via Airbnb. Mm-hmm. Your DSCR loans. Good. Just make sure you're not doing like, make sure you're not doing those loans like pulling cash out, refinancing, and doing all that. Because like I'm saying, just don't over leverage too much on real estate. That's what I'm saying. I love real estate, but at the same time, I'm not a fan of like, this is not the environment to pull out money from one property and then go and put another loan on another investment property, just because it's not like rates are low, and it just all depends on the deal of the home. So if you're getting a good deal, ignore everything I'm saying. But if this is a very average deal and there's no like home run potential on it, I would be very cautious of trying to pull money, to do the cash out refinance and get certain leverage on properties. That would be dope. You've watched my videos, and can we do the long-term research? I mean, are you familiar with the Ben Graham model? So that latest video, that was an hour long of kind of showing, pulling the data. That's all you had to do, is just pull the data and then, compare it to those factors. But I have a lot of the old ones on there, so I know you've been through many of them, but there's thousands of them. So I would go through them all. But as far as long term, it's not like that last Oracle video explains a lot of it. Again, I go over my metrics and then I compare it to Benjamin Graham. But it's super simple. I've not this whole time outperforming the market, running it up. I know it looks very genius at times, but it's so simple. Just remember, I mean, it's the irony of all of it is that when I first started, people used to really make fun of me. And like people on Wall Street and people who, they had a lot of, they had a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? More Wall Street prestige, or they're very, I only do index funds. Yeah, value. What do you mean you didn't look at this? So it's very unsophisticated. Yeah, the execute quickly. So that one's just, that's the experience. So like today I took one super fast, Qualcomm. So, not only did we get the info, we saw it move. And then here's another signal in one candle. If a stock moves more than 3 to 7% in one candle, that's usually something material. So that helps me act quick too, depending on the size. So Qualcomm had all of that, but I went so fast on Qualcomm today because even a week ago, 2 weeks ago on the watch list, we were talking about this. I said, I've never seen options move like Qualcomm before. That's why I said, and next time it happens, I'm going to be pretty prepared for it. So look, PCLA. I think this one's halted. This just popped 18%. So I haven't even checked the headline on it, but something's probably happening if it's gone 15%. But that one doesn't have options. So ta-da. So you can't really do anything unless you want to go shares, which isn't a bad idea either, but it just depends on what it is. So yeah, but quickly it all depends on like if you have context or not. If I have context and I know what's going on, it's super easy to go fast. But other than that, it's a matter of deciphering if it's going to be a material move, how important it is, and then quickly being able to go through the contracts and then find the one that is not have had premium, or one that is, again, if it's not about the premium, about how realistic it'll be for it to go in the money. There's no options on this one, PCLA. How do you pull up the chain so quickly? You fucking type it in. Or if you could link it. So you could put a link on this and link it to your option chain. So yeah, I used to be even faster with Etrade. I used to just click on it. But now since I'm executing it on the other one and they changed Etrade around, I just type them in really quickly. So I see the move, I type it in, I look, and then I have all the option chains opened up. So right when I load up an option chain, every single month and day is opened up so I could take a look, and then I just start scanning. So that's what I'm saying though, don't underestimate, once you'll go through the years, you'll start to understand things, you'll get quicker at it. But the hardest part is deciphering what's actually going to be a viable move, and then making sure, in one way too, you just got to avoid buying the bad contract. You want to avoid the contract that's not going to move. That'll take you a pretty far way. Apple on the low, Micron on the high, Dizzle. Habibi. About caution? Are you talking about the DSCR loans or what? I have shown them my old monitor setup. I have one giant monitor and then another one right next to it, but it's like the equivalent of 4 screens. I have them really big monitors. But it's not, I'm telling you, it's time and experience is going to help you guys, but it's really simple. Stock, there's 2 different types of plays. Like, that's why you should be here in the morning, because overnight to the morning, we're getting a fucking dump of information. And then I take that information and then I whittle it down by the morning, right? And then from the morning, we start going on some of those. And then intraday, whatever happens, it's very simple. Stock comes up, verify why it's moving or if it's going to be a material move, aka something is happening new enough to change the price. Then go to the option chain as fast as possible and then determine what is the low quality option, or if you could find a good option that doesn't have premium, and then that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm just doing it extremely fast, which again, you will learn to do it once you, again, imagine I've done this every single minute by minute for several years just in front of all of you. So that's what I'm saying. You could go watch the tutorials, get an idea of the understanding, and that'll help too. But when it's all said and done, I mean, it doesn't matter what setup you have. It's a matter of pull up the stock, be able to determine what's happening, and then make a decision, and make a decision quickly and safely. That's the best part, is that a lot of times too, you know how easy it is to make a decision when you're going small, because again, it's inconsequential. That's what I was trying to explain to people. It's like, although I like giving you guys plays, but I've noticed a lot of new people, they don't understand it. And I did try to clarify. I only hit, now granted, I've done very well in the last couple of months, even the last couple of weeks, I've hit a bunch in a row, but I'm not looking for that. That doesn't happen all the time. I usually hit 1 for 5, because again, you keep them small, they hit, boom, you could either break even, or now you hit 2 or 3, then you start to profit off of it. But that's what I'm saying. It's really easy to do this when you go small. I'm finding info, I could verify quickly, but even if I want to make a quick trade and get in there and do it quickly, I'm not putting thousands of dollars on some of these that are going to hurt us. You see what I'm saying? If you're wrong, or you misjudge, or you buy the wrong one. So, but I'm telling you, there's a reason we have a lot of people in the locked in. And a lot of the people who have done good on the locked in, not just like new people who bought it and hit plays, but like, again, there's been people who've watched me do this for years. And I think after enough years, they've also got to do it, and they've got to learn. It's find the info, pull up the info, make a decision, and then hopefully you could all inherently do this quickly with risk management. You know what I'm saying? Where you're not getting clapped. And that's why we even have some of the delay, because sometimes it would fuck people up. If you're a newbie, it pops, you go in too quick, you're buying the wrong option, you'll lose a lot. And then if you're not going small and you don't have the ability to determine that, you know what I'm saying? That was clapping people. So, like I'm saying, you just gotta, you would be surprised that's why I keep telling you, get a long term, watch, and you'll see this enough, you'll get familiar. But that's why you need I'm glad you guys are on a delay. Go pull up your own fucking chart and start doing this, right? Even if you hear me bring up the info by a minute later, that doesn't matter all the time, but you need to start getting in the habit of, okay, boom, let me go look. And you start doing that enough, this process is going to speed up. But if you don't have experience doing that, I mean, of course it's going to take some time. You're going to be moving slow, and then if you're trying to go big on everything, you're going to hesitate. Is this the right move? No, just stock moves, info, apply it. That's it. It's very binary, yes or no. It hits or it doesn't. It's something material or it's not. That's why sometimes I'm like, oh, it's a dud. That's it. Call it a day. But if not, then you go and then you make it free, and then you ride it out. So yeah, but it doesn't matter how many screens you have. I mean, I think you need 2 screens, the equivalent of 2 screens, or enough to be able to pull up stock, pull up the info, pull up an option chain, and then that's it. You either act or you don't. Yeah, I don't think you could. You can do some of them on the really quick flips though. Robinhood is not gonna, unfortunately. I do all of them on ThinkOrSwim. I used to do them on Etrade when Etrade was faster. So do you guys notice why I haven't been doing them on Etrade? Because now if I click on it, the Etrade doesn't go. It doesn't allow me to click on it. I used to be able to click on the one on the high ticker and boom, I was already there. So now if I have to type it in, I might as well execute it on ThinkOrSwim. I use everybody for news. So I have old videos on how to find news and a bunch of sources. It sucks. Twitter used to be really good, but the Twitter has gone down fucking hill, bro. I only use Twitter to like verify random shit I can't get it on, but most of the time I could get way better info off of Twitter nowadays, which sucks. Because it used to, but it plays its own role. But I have old videos on finding the info. But as of late, I mean, we have stepped up our game. I mean, I've gotten banned from Bloomberg. I've had to figure some things out, and now I buy my own news licenses. So now I have, I'm aggregating news from all over. That's why I'm saying, I mean, you'll see even on a delay, I'm getting you guys info well ahead of the world. But then also too, if you notice in the morning, the shit that we're covering in the morning, it's not talked about everywhere. That's why the mornings give us a really good edge if we're paying attention and depending on the right things that are moving. But yeah, I mean, in its own way, I would argue that this is a news source for you guys. But again, you gotta learn how to use it and tap in. But otherwise, I mean, aggregating news is the answer to what you guys are. If you want to do it on your own, you got to create a news aggregator and find and pick apart news from all over. But the real thing is accuracy. Is finding info that is both accurate, timely, and that you can utilize. That's what I'm saying. Every morning I have a fresh batch from all around the world it's all aggregated essentially. No, I do not use TradingView. I use what I show you. I use ThinkOrSwim. I use my trading economics for broader stuff, and then I try to pull in info. That's the thing. I pull in info from all around, but then I put it through my Josh filter, and that's not a computer. That's my brain. That's what I'm saying is now years and years of this, watching the plays, watching the long term, the short term, I take info and I weed it out. That's what I'm saying now. That's why I start saying pay attention to this. Don't pay attention to that. That'll have an effect later. And then that way too, because there's a lot of noise. That's why I was saying we got to boil it down to signal, and you'll get better and better at that. You like T-Raw for the long term? Fuck you. Okay? I love you. But no, T-Raw, we already made it free. I think if you get more health crises and health scares, it'll move up, but don't ever add those stocks to the long term. So like I'm saying, we made a lot of money on that one, or we got some free ones. We did it early, but yeah, those aren't long-term plays. Those are all gambles. CRISPR. Speaking of medicine, SATS DXYZ Space Force contract has been awarded to SpaceX. Are those guys going down now? Dude, that PCLA, so you see that one? I told you that one was that had a chance of moving just because of how much it popped, but that didn't have options. And then I didn't even verify it because it didn't have options. Because like I'm saying, I would want to play it on shares, but usually if I'm early enough and could get a low downside, I prefer that. Two VLCC tankers cross Strait of Hormuz in dark mode. Javier Blyce on Twitter. What was the other one? Corsair. That came down. The options are still up. Microsoft no move. IGV up a little bit. We want to come down. You know these guys? And then, yeah, man, it's power hour. 35 minutes left, babe. Didn't today fly by? It was a good day. I think you guys had some fun. I think you had some good plays. Free. Great day. StubHub on the low. Those options and futures affect intraday? Yeah, to a degree. I mean, futures does, obviously. And then options, it just kind of depends how they open. But generally, though, all of those are derivatives. That's what what you got to understand. Derivatives. Derivatives. They all derive their value from something. Options derive their value from the stock. The futures, they're assuming a future price, but it's deriving its value from not only what's going on, but the asset that it represents or commodity. So that's the thing where I keep telling y'all, you need to understand your long term. You will understand what I understand. Trust me. That has been one of the biggest errors I have seen in trading, in options trading, in the last 10 years, is that I'm glad we put people on to options, but a lot of people made the mistake of not understanding what a stock was. Right? You understand why a stock moves and how it moves and what type of moves it's expected to do. It'll start going up. You know what I'm saying? You'll start to understand how an option is gonna do that. But at the same time, a lot of people that I've seen, I've even seen it, bro. This is where I got sad. I've seen people with 4 or 5 year badges. They made money on TLT. They got a long term, and then they come back and they're like, "Yo, let me get in on these things," and they'll be like, "What's this mean? And what's that?" And it's not that I get bothered that people don't understand. That's fine, but like I'm saying, I've known people who I've known for 4 or 5 years in the community, and they've never really understood what a derivative was. They have not understood what they were just playing options. They knew how to buy an option. They knew that they could go up, and they understood the pricing, and one option is 100 shares. You know what I'm saying? They've understood the basics, but they never really understood the fundamental basics of what they were actually buying and what it was, how it was being represented. And that's where futures and options. So they're great tools and they're awesome, and they offer ways, creative ways to make money in the market, but you got to understand what a derivative derives its value from. That's what I'm telling you. That's the big thing. That's where I do believe we get another edge. Is just think about it. You're trading against people who don't understand what it's representing. That's why I keep telling you as of late, I'm trying to keep you guys out of. I could even give you the information. I don't have to even tell you the strike price. I could just tell you where not to go, because that's what I'm saying. Most of the ones where not to go, that's where the people who don't understand what it's deriving its value from, that's where they're going to. So, a lot of people don't like out of the money because of that, of how it derives value. That's why I'm saying you got to find the sweet spot that would make it somewhat reasonable, but not to the point of just it's completely in la land. Free contracts. BHF. Oh, is that Brown Foreman or something else? I see food plays going up. Josh taught you Hail Mary is possible? Oh, well, respectfully, fuck you. Then you didn't learn shit. I mean that in love, because the long term is not a Hail Mary. The long term, you've watched me do the same thing for several years in a row, little by little. So, although we've hit some big ones, like I'm saying, that's just because we positioned right and early from the beginning with a lot of this stuff, even from March. But no, that's weird that you learned that. But that's good, though. Like I said the other day, they used to call me lucky a lot more often. And I think I am very lucky. I really do. I'm telling you, I'm humbled by it. And I think God is good, man. And every day I'm like, damn, I am lucky. God has blessed me in so many ways. But at the same time, that's what I'm saying. That idea of thinking Hail Marys and this and that, you're going to fuck your shit up. And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to show people how you could genuinely do this the right way, both short term and long term. But this idea that you're just going to throw shit up and get lucky, no. That I firmly against. I think you get lucky, though, by killing desperation. So that's what I'm saying. A Hail Mary is desperation. We don't need to do that. I'm you know what I'm more about? Stepping on the throat. that's how I'm not. Okay, man. I'm down to my last play. Let's throw a Hail Mary. Fuck no. I'm saying let's fucking run the ball down. Let's get into good positioning, and then if we get good positioning and we have the lead, I'm gonna hammer it home. We're not gonna go easy on them just because we're in the lead, and that's what I'm saying. So, no, even with options, that's what I'm saying. You're watching me make it free every time. I'm fucking getting in the field goal range and then kicking it every single time. If I played against you in football with my options, you would be tripping out. Imagine every time I got into field goal range, I bring out my 50-yard field goal kicker. Boom, I make it free. Kick the ball back to him. We'll get it back again. It's fine. I'll kick another field goal. That's it. As long as you play good defense and keep kicking field goals, I'll run up the score 100-0. So, but yeah, don't be careful of that. And I say that just because of what's it called? I'm not like I've been saying. A lot of y'all, if you get rid of desperation, you'll do good. That's what I'm saying. Kill desperation. Kill Hail Mary mentality. No, this stuff's possible. That's always been. So, and you could do good, but you gotta play it the right way. And that's what I'm saying. Little by little, you'll learn it. Little by little, you'll get your long term, and you'll work your process. You'll understand what derivatives are. But if you're not willing to meet that, I mean, it's up to you. Do whatever you'd like. Mm-hmm. My granddad, who coached at UF and UT, said first try not to lose, then try to win. Whew. Amen. Amen. And that's why. And then if you get in the lead, step on their throat. You know that? I don't know if maybe I could give you guys a philo. It sounds vicious. And some of you who are like, am I a good person? You will never be good. Trump mocks media coverage of Iran, says that even if Tehran surrenders, the press would still claim it won a master and brilliant victory. But yeah, I think that's another part of it. Some of you need to learn that. If you ever get the lead, step on their throat. Do you understand me? That's a metaphor. But it's just saying, don't ease up. That's what I'm saying. You hit a bunch of them, good. You might be able to scale up, be wise, but don't stop playing defense. You see what I'm saying? Just because you're up, don't be so willing to throw the ball away. Oh, we're up 20-0. Oh, we're up. Because that's how you let a comeback go in. If you have momentum, you fucking push the momentum to your highest ability. But don't ever give it away. Don't ever calm down just because you're in the lead. Just like I tell you with the long term. We're in the lead. Don't be like, yeah, we're in the fucking lead. No, I'm like, how are we going to lose this lead and how can we prevent that? And then that way you fucking run it. That's what I'm saying. Both all the accounts, they just start pressing. That's why I'm saying, oh, let's go buy some some growth at higher prices, and then, oh, maybe no. You're in the lead. You play defense so that you're not going to lose, man. All right, that's what I'm telling you. That's something I think you'll learn through a couple of cycles as well too. It's good, bro. As long, man, that's what I'm saying. I think if you really understand the long term and you put it to work while you're working, you would probably understand the trading more. But like I'm saying, for a lot of Chads, even without a single day trade ever, your long term has still been able to make sure that you didn't get left behind with anything in the last couple of years. You know, it may not have made you $1 million, but it has gotten you now. It's just going to make the hard things that were already hard a lot easier. Like I was saying, it's already hard to qualify for a home. You know, like if my sister wanted a house a couple years ago, it would have already been extremely difficult and hopeless. You know, it's still going to be hard, but now there's more hope, and now you're at least closer to it by making sure you do a couple of good things for a couple of years, man. So I love it, bro. I love it, and God bless you to those actually doing that. A SPY popping a little bit. It's 12:36. 24 minutes remaining. And GFS. Another one. Good day, though. Chilled out. Some not as crazy as the morning. We'll see what happens overnight, too. And again, you got a couple war headlines. But nothing else moved too nutty. Free. Almost time for a BS Iran headline no one cares about. Right on schedule. That's what I'm saying. We'll see, but I encourage you to just compare it to the bonds. You know, whatever is viable enough or material enough to move the bonds, that's the true answer in all of this. Because a lot of people were baffled by like kind of the weekend and how it played out. How come UBS has the crystal ball on Micron? No, they don't. Everyone just forgets. That's it. I have an old video on it. I think that's one of the reasons I got banned on Bloomberg. But just remember, these analysts are terrible. Just remember that. They're not, analysts are usually wrong. That's the sad part. But then when they give a recommendation, it brings money and money flows. And remember, a lot of money flows into the NASDAQ in this final week. But usually the analysts, they don't want to get left behind. They're all scared, so they have to conform. So remember, they raise and lower their targets with the stock. So usually it's not as sometimes they're slightly ahead, the good ones, but most of the time when especially later in the cycle, all of them are going to be fucking pumping the top tick, and that's it. And then when it goes down, they're going to lower their targets. Where is it? Wow, is this 3 years ago? I just want to let you know I am not a financial advisor. None of this is a recommendation, and this is here. So this was 3 years ago. I made this in the beginning of 2023. All 59 analysts that cover Netflix, and I want to show you this 1 year return right here, which you're seeing. This is if you, over the last 12 months, followed every one of their buy, sell, hold at whatever they had. These guys go really, really deep into analyst clicks, and returns was 14% or the peer average 12%. Yeah, I go over and I show what happened because that's what happened in 2023. So remember, stocks were melting up, and then everything came down after 2022, and then it got really bad. Yeah, and then if you went and looked at the analysts, they all did the same thing. So even then, all the analysts were telling you to buy as the stocks would go up. they would tell you to buy and buy and buy and raise the target and buy. It was a lagging, it's not a leading indicator. It was lagging. There's only a few analysts that usually outperform. Most of them, it's like, again, especially if the market goes down, like if we dropped by the end of the year, you will watch literally 95% of analysts be underwater. And then guess what they do? They lower their target and then they rechange it. That's all it is. So that's what happened with in 2023 a lot. Again, even with Netflix, the same people who were saying buy Netflix at $500, they were the same people that flipped to sell at 180. And then vice versa. Something is at the bottom, they all go and say sell, sell, sell. It rips up 100%, they all flip it to buy, buy, buy. And that's it. So some of them will be early and correct. And the irony is that I'm not discounting all analysts. Some of them are really good. That's why they're few and far between. Some analysts, they do deep dives. They really get into the stock. They understand and they know things a little bit better. But at the same time, the rest, at some point, it goes just like the market, just like why everybody is chasing chips. Don't underestimate how insecure Wall Street is. And what I mean by that is Wall Street, people on Wall Street and Wall Street itself, there's nothing it hates more than being left behind. I don't know if you've realized that. Wall Street does not want to be behind. Wall Street does not want to be in the only one that's not moving. That's why they all conform, because then that's how you lose your job, right? You could say, no, that's a bubble. I'm not buying it for 6 months. By month number 7, if it's going up, you're going to shift to bull, because if you get left behind, clients will drop you, people aren't going to like you, and they're going to, just as short-term memory, they're going to be like, what? I thought you were a genius. I thought you were an analyst. How come you missed that? They're scared of it. They're terrified of it. So that's why they always conform. And then that's why it's good when it's good, but when it's bad, you'll see who is swimming naked, and then even then you might even forget by the time the tide comes back in. There's a funniness to it. You appreciate not answering your super chats? Oh shit. So how would you feel if I banned you? Would that be less or more? But yeah, I answered as many as I could, bro. You just keep asking me on these single stocks that I'm not really following. And then we talked about qubits in the morning throughout the day, if you want to, but yeah, it's all on you, dog. I'm not, don't get mad at me. I love you. And thank you. But yeah, it's not going to, I don't know, not all of them. It's too many play ideas. And then if I cover them, I try not to repeat them. Did I learn all this info by myself? Yeah, over the years. I'm old, dude. I'm like young, but like old. It's like I've been doing it for a long time. And then I'm grateful because some of this stuff you've got to learn it alongside of me. Some of y'all who have been here for a while, when I tell these stories and explanations, you've seen this. That's what I'm saying. If you were in the market from 2022 to 2023, that was one of the biggest errors of analysts that you got to witness. So like I'm saying, a lot of people have got to experience that. Again, the options, the activity, how we go about certain things. Again, real bond volatility. You got to see currency declines, currency freakouts. You guys got to see all of that. Positive headwinds for TAP. Yeah, the World Cup. Other than that, the only positive headwind for TAP is that it's so bad it can't get bad anymore. Or AKA alcohol doesn't do that bad. That's pretty much it. It's like the team expected to finish last ends up finishing third to last. That's pretty much it. There's been studies where there's zero correlation between analyst stocks and actual stocks. Yeah, in the long, because they change it so much. That's the negative of all the rotation. Like I said, I think these analysts, a lot of them are smart and they get paid a lot for a reason. That's why you just got to know who's a good one. That's why I like Michael Wilson, the chief of macro at Bank of America. I fuck with Michael Wilson heavy. I think he's really good. So that's what I'm saying. There's some people who are just good at it, dude. And like they're the ones who don't conform. And that's what you need to really be to run it in this game. You have to be able to decipher all this info but not conform. That's what I've tried to teach a lot of people that, and I hope I've given you an example, but you're going to really do good if you don't conform. That's it. Take information, get an idea, be able to stick with it, even adjust too from time to time, but you can't conform. You can't fall for the trap of thinking like everybody else or just because it's all doing that. Because then again, if you think for yourself, you'll arrive there earlier before everybody, right? And then while it's going on, you should be able to see everything else, but do not conform, my brother. It's not, unfortunately, those little things I get on the weekend, they're very hard to get your hands on. It's for the private banking clients. So it's not, you won't find it circulated. Couple places will have them here and there or like different issues of it, but that's the way. Or Morgan Stanley. If you get a Morgan Stanley account, you should be able to get direct access if you fund it with a certain amount of money. Not a lot, but like if you put a long term there. Or Merrill. It's either Morgan Stanley or Merrill Edge. I think it is a Morgan Stanley account. FTX distribution. Wow. They're from all over, but the Michael Wilson ones, they have a specific look. Just Bank of America, like these charts, these are all Bank of America. Socks hell again? Quantum, all right, man. Well, we're approaching 10-minute rigged. You're back slightly above open, 0.6 on the SPY. NASDAQ is even approaching the high, I think. Yeah. NASDAQ might get back to that 2%. It's at 1.8 right now. A couple of those hype plays came down. Corsair kept up. Xerox went down. Who's the other ones? The Cyber. And then the software hold. No, software went negative. Oh, I thought they were going to go in harmony. BN figured humanoid robot startup or partnership. PCLA, you like that one? I can't believe that one fucking hit you would have doubled up on shares. I have no idea what it was. But then again, you guys got to see some of that workaround or how we spotted that. Nice route. Again, remember even today, even as we came down, I mean, we were still just kind of holding that weekend gap. So not bad. Ford. So again, if you have any short-term Fords, those are up. And then obviously the Leap. But yeah, I think I kept those really small. Those are the cheap ones. So we'll ride those out. Would it be time or both? So that one's both short time and far out the money. That's why I said, like, that one was just if we got hype off of the Oracle stuff and the OpenAI. But ideally, the better play will be more time and closer to the money. That one's a mix of both. Just made the forward weeklies free. Good work. Good work, and God bless. I need to make my poop free. I gotta take a dump after this, you guys. So I'm gonna head out when the bell. That's it, you guys. But good Tuesday. I can't believe tomorrow's already Wednesday. Woo! But yeah, man. Not bad. I'll see you on the watch list tonight if you're on the locked in. I'll get an Instagram video for you. I don't know what Instagram video you guys want. I don't know if there's plays or what it is. Maybe we could talk about top blasting cyber or whatever. Oh, what was the other one though? Actually, I'll give you the China rumor. I think that'll be a good one, and it's not what the one you think it is. As an old head, I praise the Lord for a solid poop. Hey man, you know, bowel movements go hard, bro. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate a solid bowel movement. Amen. Amen. The young guys don't understand. I made the dookie free, 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 free. All right, airlines at the close. Is it 10 minutes? Already past 10-minute rigged. Couple more minutes. Tap X Divvy this Friday. Wipe and reward in harmony. Woo! Do I do anything different on Insta from locked in? No. If anything, if it's a really good idea, I'll put it on my Instagram. But you know, if you're on locked in, you're probably gonna hear it first. If not, you heard it probably a long time in advance because we cover so much on the locked in. I wish I could put it all on Instagram. It's just too much. That's what I'm telling you. Like in the morning, we're covering in the morning in a watch list. You know, that's hours of content. So Instagram, I'm just trying to whittle it down, get something for everybody to keep them in line with the main themes, and do so hopefully in a minute or two, and nothing longer than that. It's definitely different than my long form content. MNTS again. That's that space one. My goodness. All right, we'll watch Fly and Lunar and all those for tomorrow. Again, we made Saidu free. I had a lot of make frees, actually. All righty, ladies and gentlemen. Rapparoony. Airlines are coming into the close. Is NVIDIA going up, or what is this? Risk and reward in harmony. Yeah, TLT did's not as good as this morning, but overall, that's why it'll just suck if we sell off bonds tomorrow. Because again, if we sell off 0.5%, go up 0.5%, go down, that's the volatility. So in a weird way, you either want tomorrow to be like today, or you don't want the bonds to move a lot. Either they get better, or they gradually just stop moving like a crackhead. Seasonality for June. Let's see. I'll get you a full breakdown as we get into it, because like I'm saying, right now we need to we need to get through this week, and then remember that first week of June, that's going to be the headwind. That's the one you got to watch out for with the CPI. But let's see. I think seasonally, June is usually good, up 1.5 in the last 10 years. Actually, holy fuck. So in the last 10 years, there's only 2 red Junes. No way. I'm going to pull up a 20-year. Yeah, but June could be bad. So it's weird. After after 2015, in the last 10 years, you've only had 3 red Junes. But then prior to that, 2006 to 2011, that was every June was red. So in the last 10, this is a weird one. In the last 10 years, June has usually been positive. In the last 20 years, June has usually been negative. Ta-da! So that one, June's going to be a little weirder. So we'll see as we get closer to it, but I do think a lot depends on what happens in that first week. Why sell calls to make it free than buy puts? Isn't the harvesting the downside just as good? Well, it depends on the volatility and the price. So ask anybody in here. You could buy a put, but sometimes you could lose on both sides. So if you don't buy the right put where it ends in the money, or both of the plays expire out of the money, you could end up spending more money and losing on both sides. So that's really the simple answer to it all. Sometimes you can, but it has to make a lot of sense. All right, well, end of the day, you're right above the opening candle. And then a couple of names at the close, Momentous, CP, Caterpillar's going up. Again, high ticker's kind of bubbling here into the close. U.S. Space Force awards SpaceX $2 billion contract for military network. You had that earlier. All right, Chattadunia. You're running out of time. Finalize your plays and make sure you get paid. Free contracts. Let's see. We'll go through one more. I already made most of them free earlier. Well, I'd like those saps to come down. Those are still up. HPQ, no dice, but that's still earnings. So we'll see how that plays out. Okta was on fire, then came down. Still green, though. And then your Fords are loving it. Made Groupon free. Made TE free. That was nice. And then Saidu. Yeah, that's it. All right, Chad. Well, closing at open, you're just holding the general holiday peace deal vibe. But again, NASDAQ advanced a little bit harder at 1.7. Yes, now we take this into tomorrow. Deck, BAP. Kim, not Kimberly, but Kim. I think it's just going to close right at open. Which is, ironically, VWAP, I think. So, yeah, man, that's it. Not much time. Are the chips, they did chill off a little bit. But Korea hit 201, then came down. But, again, Micron, that was leading the way. See, the money might just go to, like, NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. Those are just chilling. So, yeah, keep that in mind. And then weed stocks are going. Again, didn't you have that other one, DEA? That one ran up earlier. Lunar's still down. Fly's holding. Oh, where's the other ones? Software. Yeah, software went negative, man. Barely, but it looked good for a little bit. But you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. It's already middle of the week tomorrow. You got to finalize and wrap up. Are you going for the push? What's the war going to do? What's the war going to do to the bonds? What are we going to get after that? You got a bunch of software earnings and cybersecurity. And then before you know it, the month of May is over and you're halfway done with the year practically. With less than 5 seconds, wrap it up. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. Oh, happy Monday, Tuesday. It's good to be back. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. God bless America. Shout out to Ben. Shout out to Chad. I need a good game, baby. Oh, did you make money? Did you lose money? Did you learn something? These are all worthy of a good game. And GG. That's it. Good sportsmanship. I hope you wipe it off, win or loss, and come back tomorrow. Ready to go. Learning something, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And God bless you all. Shout out the members. Shout out the non-members. The stream alerts. I'm locked in and they won't let me out. Oh! Good game, baby. I see you. I see you, Chad. Everybody, the real ones. The real ones. He wants to fight you, man. God bless you all, baby. Thank you. If you contributed, if you vibe, bro, you are about that. You got a long term. You are a living beacon of what happens here. Oh, you're really learning it. Not the non-derivative learning, but the real derivative learning. Really something to show. Doing what you ought to right away, baby. Not later. Right away. Oh, real smart. Woo! Jesus is Lord. GG said, and don't get bored. But Jesus is still Lord. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good to be back. Oh, it's already Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Oh, my goodness. Have a good day. Have a good week. Let's make it a good week. A good month. Wow. Chatadonia. God bless you all. Thank you for your time. That's the day, man. Good game. There's a fun day. I can't believe it. It's always fun. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you had a good one. I hope I see you tomorrow, middle of the week. I'll see you tonight. Make sure you follow the Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You'll get an update there. And other than that, my friends, S&P record high, surpassing its previous record on May 14th. Nice. Nice. But that's all that we have, man. So go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, why you must do what you ought to. The wise man learns it early. He learns it early, not after loss. You understand early, you'll see it early, baby. It's all inside of you, baby. And one day he gonna speak to you. If you seek, ye shall find. Kill the desperation. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. Jesus is Lord. Oh, man. I hope you had a good day. So that's all that I have for you. Thank you for your time. I'm going to go enjoy my poop. But before I go and do that, I hope you enjoy this message from our sponsors. So I know it's a lot of good content. You guys are like, how do you do this? How do you do that? And you know, I've done it for years, man. And I've thousands of videos. I've shared them all with you, man. I hope you take time and go back through and really learn and benefit. But I did do this with a sponsor. Okay, you know, they paid me. They paid me a tremendous amount of money. That's, you know, it's amazing. So I have to show you the video. Just make sure you guys just check out our sponsors, long-term, monthly. Yes, there will be a watch list tonight. I'll see you there, baby. So have a good day. Check out the sponsor. Save 10% at checkout. And peace.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.